It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-520, supporting Nonpartisan Agents of Parliament Act, standing in the name of Mr. Adler.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise to speak to Bill C-520 today, this morning. But I do find it most interesting, Mr. Speaker, at a time in which you have a Conservative member bringing in legislation, making these issues surrounding oaths, if I can put it that way, wanting to get our commissioners or agents of Parliament to be more transparent. We see that coming from the Conservatives. And then on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, if there's a need for us to bring in legislation, I would suggest to you one of the pieces of legislation that the member might want to consider is legislation that would demonstrate more respect for those very same official parliamentary agents that the government tends to want to attack. And that is something in which I thought I would focus some attention on in my comments today, Mr. Speaker, because today we have Elections Canada and the Chief Electoral Officer of Elections Canada that is under attack by this Conservative majority government. So on the one hand, we have a bill that's trying to say that we should have the Chief Electoral Officer proclaim himself, or in the future him or herself, as bodies that are completely neutral and that they're not going to be politically engaged and so forth, Mr. Speaker. In essence, attacking the integrity, I would suggest to you, of our agents of Parliament, something that I don't necessarily see the merit in terms of this particular bill and why there is the need for this particular bill. And what offends me, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that it's coming today at a time in which we have the majority Conservative government bringing in time allocation on a piece of legislation that is going to have a profound negative impact, overall negative impact on elections here in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize to what degree I'm making reference to this. If you take a look at committee last week, I was in Procedures and House Affairs Committee last week, and we had the Chief Electoral Officer there, Mr. Mayrand, and it was interesting to sit in my position opposite of the government and watch the government verbally attack the Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I found it interesting to compare that to just the general behavior that this government has had towards Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's consistent. They feel that that they have the right to be able to intimidate Elections Canada, who is an agent of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, something in which this bill is trying to deal with, but in a reverse way. On the one hand, Mr. Speaker, we have, and again, I'm going to make reference to this legislation, we have the Chief Electoral Officer in an apolitical fashion trying to improve the quality of our elections. The Chief Electoral Officer has brought forward ideas on how that could be done. We had the incident of, for example, the robocalls that have been brought forward. And you have Elections Canada bringing forward recommendations on how that could, in fact, be dealt with. Instead of demonstrating respect for Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker, they did the absolute opposite. They not only did not listen to what Elections Canada had to say, or that agent of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, what they did is they changed the legislation to even make it more difficult for Elections Canada to be effective in regards to the Chief...
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a spirited debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, and I believe under an hour. I would ask my colleague to entertain us with some relevancy to this particular piece of legislation. Good point.
Well, no, really, it's I was just going to say the honourable member for the honourable minister rather makes a point in respect to relevance. It is pertinent, of course, and it is part of the standing orders. But I would just remind all honourable members that members in the course of their 10 minutes for comments have a great deal of freedom as to how they might connect various ideas to the question that's before the House. And I do see that the member is, in fact, tying those ideas together, but I know that he'll get around to the point before we finish the end of the 10 minutes. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your comments. I can appreciate why it is the Conservative member would be sensitive in terms of what is being said. Let's know exactly what it is that what Bill C-520 is proposing to do. And it's talking about your parliamentary agents of this House, Mr. Speaker. And it's challenging those agents in a way, Mr. Speaker, that speaks to the integrity of those offices. So it's, on the one hand, the government is trying to say we want more integrity in our offices in that backhanded way by bringing in this legislation. And then on the other hand, we have a government that demonstrates a lack of respect for those very agents, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation is trying to deal with. And absolutely true. In order to be able to demonstrate that truth, I'm using a very specific example, that being Elections Canada, which is a very topical issue today, Mr. Speaker. The member that stands up on a point of order says, well, we're interested in hearing what the member has to say about the Elections Act that they've introduced, Mr. Speaker, but that's not true either, because they brought in time allocation to prevent members from being able to speak on that piece of legislation. In fact, that legislation is being forced through after only a couple of days of debate, Mr. Speaker, which is somewhat shameful in itself. But, Mr. Speaker, I was suggesting to you before the interruption that when we take a look, we have to have confidence and faith in our agents of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And we should be able to demonstrate that. This bill that's being proposed by the minister, by the member, is an underhanded way of intimidating or suggesting, I should say, suggesting that there is something that is wrong with our current agents of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And that is not the case. We within the Liberal Party, and I suspect you will find within the New Democratic Party also, Mr. Speaker, have faith in our institutions, in our agents of Parliament. And we look to the government to demonstrate more respect for those offices, Mr. Speaker. When we make reference to the Chief Electoral Officer, I was at that meeting, and I saw firsthand what Canadians have seen indirectly through media reports in terms of how this Conservative government responds or treats the independent office of Elections Canada. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the government needs to demonstrate a whole lot more goodwill. And the way that you do that is you ensure that our agents are a part of the process, and you demonstrate respect to them. And how do you do that, Mr. Speaker? Well, when you change election laws, for example, that you actually have a responsibility to work with our parliamentary agent, in this case, the Chief Electoral Officer. That there was a responsibility to listen to what he, in this case, or she in the future, Mr. Speaker, might have to say about election laws. And that's something in which this government did not do. It didn't even have any form of consultation. So when you look at Bill 520, I believe what the government is doing through a backbench member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, has demonstrated a lack of respect for the positions that we have that are so very important to all of Canada, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the Chief Electoral Officer, our Auditor General, the Commissioner of our Official Languages, the Privacy Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Commissioner of Lobbying, and the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, all of which, Mr. Speaker, play a critical role in the functioning of our democracy here in Canada, and we challenge the government to demonstrate and show more respect for those offices, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex. Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, rather.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But both writings are really great, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing up Bill C-520. In fact, it's an opportunity and a pleasure for me to be able to speak today on this great bill supporting nonpartisan agents of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the principle The impartiality of public service, agents of Parliament, and officers of Parliament is a fundamental element of our system of government and ensures that Canadians and parliamentarians benefit from a nonpartisan delivery of services. Agents of Parliament and their employees are given the important mandate to perform nonpartisan duties in Parliament. The public has a right to know whether or not its agents and those who work in their offices have engaged in political activities. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us will help protect the institution of Parliament and bring more transparency and accountability into the political process. Bill C-520 is consistent with our government's long-standing commitment to increasing accountability and transparency, which is why our government is pleased to support this bill. It provides that anyone applying to work in the office of an agent of Parliament, they would be required to disclose partisan political activities dating back 10 years. Agents of Parliament and those who work in the offices must declare whether they intend to occupy a political partisan position while continuing to occupy the position agent of Parliament or work in the office of such an agent. Those would also be required to make a written declaration, and that will fulfill their duties in a nonpartisan manner. These disclosures then would be posted online. Transparency, Mr. Speaker. The bill would also allow any member of the Senate or House of Commons to request that an agent of Parliament investigate allegations by the agent's staff. The bill would also apply to the Auditor General, Chief Electoral Office, Commissioner of Official Languages, the Privacy Commissioner, Information Commissioner, Senate Ethics Officer, Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Commissioner of Lobbying, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, as well as the staff employed under such agents of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we know that a high degree of transparency makes government more accountable. That is why we've been working hard to make more and more information available to Canadians. By proactively making government information available, it becomes accessible to anyone who may be of interest. And this allows the public and the parliamentarians to hold the government to account. Allow me to speak to a number of these initiatives that our government has taken towards greater transparency. In April, the President of the Treasury Board unveiled the Expenditure Database, a new searchable online database for the first time ever, Mr. Speaker, consolidates all information on government spending in one place. We're about everything from spending on government programs to operational spending on things like personnel and equipment. What this means to Canadians is that they now have a more complete picture of how taxpayer money is spent. And we as parliamentarians are now better equipped to do our jobs, which is to analyze, assess, and consider government expenditures. We all know how difficult and time-consuming it can be to go through numerous complex financial documents to try to get a whole of government picture of what is being spent and where. Now, with a few simple clicks, users can find out in one place what every department and agency is spending on items such as transfer payments to provinces. This, in addition to the measures that our government has already taken to improve financial reporting and support parliamentary scrutiny in the estimates and the supply. These measures include, Mr. Speaker, 1, publishing quarterly financial reports, 2, posting financial database on the Treasury Board Secretariat website and the Open Data Portal, and then finally, making ongoing improvements to the form and content of the reports on plans and priorities and departmental performance reports. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that being accountable to taxpayers means being transparent about how their money is being spent. That is why the President of the Treasury Board took steps just this past September to ensure that information disclosed about public service contracts is accessible, but not only that, that it is easy to understand. The new measures ensure, Mr. Speaker, that more detailed information is published on contracts for services, such as professional services and management consultant contracts. For example, rather than simply providing a generic description of the awarded contract, such as management consulting contract, a more detailed explanation now of the type of work and context is required. Mr. Speaker, we've been working hard to improve the flow of information through the Access to Information system. And we have made incredibly large and major strides in ensuring that Canadians have access to government information and have a set of records when it comes to their requests. Mr. Speaker, 6 million pages were released to the public last year. This is a record number, a record to be proud of, quite honestly. The number of requests that the government dealt with increased 27% as well. Another record, Mr. Speaker, and the increase is over 10,000 requests. We're also more efficient. A turnaround time and a rate of the government is one of the fastest in history. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is meeting Canadian expectations on access to information by being faster and doing more. The numbers are right there, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the Conservative government, our government of the day, Canadians are getting more, better, and faster access than ever before. That's what delivering on promises looks like. Mr. Speaker, we're also opening Government of Canada records. We've taken measures to post online 3 million pages of archived government records that were previously restricted. That is all new. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, our government takes action to promote accountability in government and to ensure that the powers in all of us entrusted by our citizens are being exercised in the public interest. The bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today continues in that tradition by providing enhanced transparency and accountability for parliamentarians who must have confidence in the work of agents of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that it is impartial. We support the intent of this bill. Our government supports it, and I support it. And I thank the member for his presentation of this bill for us for consideration and to ensure that nothing in this bill will diminish the effectiveness of the tools already in place to protect the impartiality of the public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to speak in this chamber representing the people of Timmins James Bay, and I am a strong believer in the Westminster system of government. I believe that it is a good system of government, and I believe it could be one of the best in the world. What we're seeing, however, is a continual undermining of the Westminster tradition by this Conservative government. This Bill C-520 called to support the nonpartisan offices of Parliament. Well, Mr. Speaker, anybody back home knows that in the Orwellian language of this government, the opposite is what's involved. If you listen to the Conservatives this morning, you'll hear them talk about accountability and transparency. What they mean is accountability for everybody else, transparency for everybody else, but secrecy for them and loopholes for their friends. The intent of this bill, Mr. Speaker, brought forward by the member of York, who's famous now for his attempt to turn the most historic and sacred site in Judaism into a photo op for his re-election. Here's the man who's telling us that this is all about, making sure that the systems of Parliament, that they're able to do their job. But what it means, Mr. Speaker, is this backbencher is setting up a system that the people whose job it is to investigate Parliament will now be investigated by Parliament. Not by Parliament, by the members of the government party. There's a provision in this bill that allows any backbench Conservative or any senator to demand an investigation into the Auditor General to demand an investigation into the lobbying commissioner. Now, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, the lobbying commissioner has no power to investigate any Conservative senators. Doesn't matter how many junkets they fly on. Doesn't matter how many corporate boards they sit on. It doesn't matter how many times big oil takes out your average Conservative senator out to High's Steakhouse and wines and dines them. The lobbying commissioner has no ability to investigate a senator. Senator's protected. But a senator can demand an investigation of the lobbying commissioner. That is the intent of this bill. The ethics commissioner has no ability to investigate whether Nigel Wright and Mike Duffy were involved in an illegal $90,000 payout that's now being investigated by the RCMP. Why? Because the ethics commissioner had no ability to touch Mike Duffy. But Mike Duffy could have demanded an investigation of the ethics commissioner. Now, you might not realize it, Mr. Speaker, but they actually, over in the supposed upper chamber, they actually do have an ethics commissioner. She's probably the quietest person in Ottawa. You never heard, because she actually needs permission from her own senators. So if we're looking at the involvement of Senators Tkachuk, LeBreton, Stuart Olson, Senator Gerstein in this illegal cover-up, well, you can't ask the ethics commissioner over in the Senate to investigate whether or not all those key people in the Conservative Party were involved in legal activities, because she actually needs their permission. She has to go beg the senators before she's allowed to launch an investigation. However, Senator Gerstein, the bagman for the Conservative Party, Senator Tkachuk, who's accused of telling Pamela Wallin to whitewash her calendar so the RCMP wouldn't find out. He has the power to demand an investigation into anything the ethics officer does. That's the world this government is bringing us to. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a country now where we see a supposedly standalone, nonpartisan institution like Revenue Canada being put to use doing what? Investigating charities. Why are they investigating? The Cabinet Minister steps out, becomes an Enbridge lobbyist, and gets appointed the head of the spy agency. Well, I guess it's a step up. The last guy they had in charge of the spy agency was Arthur Porter. Now, isn't he hiding out caught in a Panama jail, money laundering, issues of gun running, fraud? This was the man the Prime Minister of this country thought should oversee the spy agency. So I guess they thought Chuck Straw was a step up. But Chuck Straw is working for Enbridge. Now, the spy agency gets their orders from the National Energy Board to spy on Enbridge's enemies. And they have a secure briefing, Mr. Speaker, and the luncheon for this secure briefing with the National Energy Board and Canada Spy Agency is sponsored. It's actually sponsored and paid for by Enbridge. So this is the kind of insider access we're seeing now. And this government thought there was no problems with that. So now we have the other officers of Parliament who can be investigated. Let's look at they can go after the lobbying commissioner. Let's look at the issue of the privacy commissioner. The privacy commissioner has an international reputation. She's taken on big data. She's asked for the tools to be able to keep up. This government doesn't want it. But when 500,000 Canadians had their data, personal data, lost by this government, what was the government's response? They sat on it. Now, if you're accountable to Canadians, the first thing you do when you find that someone's either lost or possibly stolen your financial information is you alert those people to protect them from identity theft and fraud. Not this government. Their objective is to protect hapless ministers. So they sat on this. They sat on this for over a month. And thanks to the New Democratic Party, we asked the Privacy Commissioner to investigate other breaches. And we found out there were over 1 million Canadians have had their data stolen, hacked, or lost. And of all the cases, only 10% were reported by this government to the Commissioner. Because, again, they don't care if people back home's data is being stolen. They don't want their ministers to look bad. So the next time the New Democratic Party asks the Commissioner to investigate why data is being lost and why senior citizens' financial information may have been stolen under this government's watch, the government will then be able to have, like the member for York, make himself famous. He can stand up and demand an investigation into the officer of Parliament whose job it is to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on access to information, we hear gibberish from the other side about all the data sets that the member for Muskoka is handing out. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Access to Information Officer has talked about ministerial offices becoming a black hole of information. She can't touch the information. So again, when the member from Muskoka took $50 million in border infrastructure money that could have kept guns and drugs from coming into the country, and spent it on trinkets in his riding, he could say, oh, there was no paper trail, because he knew the Access to Information Officer didn't have the power to demand the paperwork that we knew was there. And so Canada now, in terms of access to information, we were a world leader. We were the one that set the benchmark. Since this government's come in, we've dropped 41st place, 51 place. Now we're at 55th place in the world. Angola and Colombia are further ahead. And what would they do to respond, Mr. Speaker? They will make it possible that if the Access to Information Commissioner puts any heat on a government agency, well, they can demand an investigation into the Access to Information Officer. We could go on about Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker, where they didn't consult with Elections Canada. This is a government of serial cheaters. Who did they hear from? They heard from all their own members who are under investigation for electoral crimes and misdemeanors, and they're the ones who decide that the electoral officer is no longer going to be allowed anywhere near the ice to protect Canadians. But at the end of this, Mr. Speaker, this is about undermining the fundamental pillars that support the democratic accountability in this country, that allows backbenchers and senators to protect their own interests by attacking the officers whose job it is to stand up for Canadians, to ensure accountability, to ensure transparency, and to stop the insiders, the well-heeled, and the big boys getting in the back room to misrepresent and undermine democracy in this country. We will be opposing this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure today to speak on Bill C-520. Mr. Speaker, the bill is in line with other measures that our government has brought forward to eliminate conflict of interest and strengthen transparency and accountability in Canada's public institutions. And I believe that everyone who thinks, as I do, that we must always fight to strengthen and protect our parliamentary democracy should be in favour of it. Mr. Speaker, allow me a few moments to go over the content of this bill. Bill C-520 requires that every person who applies for a job in the office of an agent of Parliament must make a declaration stating whether, in the last 10 years before applying for that job, he or she occupied specific political partisan positions. The bill also requires that anyone who works in such an office, as well as the agents of Parliament themselves, must make a declaration if they intend to occupy a politically partisan position while continuing to be an agent of Parliament or to work in such an office. Mr. Speaker, the bill also requires that these declarations be posted on a website of the office of the agent of Parliament in question. In addition, the bill requires an agent of Parliament and those who work for him to provide a written undertaking that they will conduct themselves in a nonpartisan manner in fulfilling their official duties. Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill because it upholds Canada's most noble parliamentary traditions. It proposes to avoid conflicts of interest that are likely to arise or be perceived to arise between partisan activities and the official duties and responsibilities of an agent of Parliament or his or her staff. Absolutely. It achieves this by supplementing all other applicable relevant laws that seek to ensure the same thing and not by detracting from or replacing these other laws. Mr. Speaker, nonpartisanship is a well-recognized principle in our modern public service and is expected of all public servants. Agents of Parliament, however, play a particularly important role in government oversight. These agents and their staff must work in a visibly nonpartisan way to maintain the confidence of parliamentarians and Canadians. So it's even more important that these public servants be seen as not having any political affiliations. To this end, the public service disclosure provisions in the bill are meant to provide enhanced transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, let me add that the values expressed in this bill are consistent with the focus on transparency and accountability that we have committed to since being elected to office in 2006. As you will remember, the first thing we did on coming into power was to put in place measures to ensure greater accountability and transparency in our public institutions. We introduced the Federal Accountability Act and its accompanying action plan. The Act and Action Plan provide Canadians with an assurance that the power entrusted in government officials was being exercised fairly and in the public interest. And they provide for serious consequences in case of proven wrongdoing. The result was substantial changes to some 45 federal statutes, as well as amendments to more than 100 others touching virtually every part of government and beyond. There are many examples of such measures, but certainly one that affected us directly was the new lobbying regulations that came into force in September of 2010. As you know, lobbying is communication by an individual who is paid to communicate with designated public office holder or on behalf of a person or organization in relation to the development, introduction, or amendment of a bill, resolution, regulation, policy, or program, the awarding of a grant, contribution, or any other financial benefit, and, in the case of a consultant lobbyist, the awarding of any contract or arranging of a meeting with a public office holder. The activity isn't illegal, but abuses of it are, and such abuses are clearly counter to our democratic values. That's why we brought in legislation to regulate it. As a result, today, to avoid conflict of interest, the Act ensures that parliamentarians and their senior staff are subject to certain prohibitions on lobbying, as well as requirements for the reporting of it. The Lobbying Act has been a good thing for the integrity of Parliament, just as this bill being considered today is a good thing for the integrity of Parliament.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is also in line with the democratic and professional principles of the broader public service, and this is expressed in the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector. The code requires that public servants carry out their duties in accordance with legislation, policies, and directives in a nonpartisan, impartial manner. Indeed, agents and employees must sign offers of employment stating that they will abide by the code, and transgressions of the code can result in penalties up to and including dismissal. Finally, let me add that Bill C-520 is consistent with the commitment to impartiality articulated in Part 7 of the Public Service Employment Act. The Act places responsibilities on public servants, deputy heads, and the Public Service Commission to uphold the nonpartisan character of the public service. Mr. Speaker, this bill carries forward the tradition of upholding the finest principles of democratic government in Canada. Its focus on impartiality and the appearance of impartiality in the offices of agents of Parliament will ensure parliamentarians and Canadians can be confident in the neutrality of the executive and legislative branches of our public service. To sum up, our government steadfastly committed to bolstering the political neutrality of the public service. We understand agents of Parliament and their staff must work in a nonpartisan way to maintain the confidence of Canadians and parliamentarians. Our Values and Ethics Code are the provisions of the Public Service Employment Act are helping to protect their impartiality. but this bill is designated to supplement and to add transparency to the existing rules and regulations. Mr. Speaker, in Economic Action Plan 2013, we committed to reviewing and updating public service processes and the systems to ensure that the public service continues to serve Canadians well. Bill C-520 is the latest step in this fine Canadian tradition, and I'm asking that all members support this bill and all that it stands for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to give my support to Bill C-520, an act supporting nonpartisan agents of Parliament. And I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from York Centre, for introducing this private member's bill. As you know, the purpose of this bill is to help ensure that conflicts of interest do not compromise the trust Canadians have in their parliamentary institutions, nor prevent these institutions from functioning as they were meant to. In other words, the bill is meant to ensure a nonpartisan public service. A nonpartisan public service is one where appointments are based on merit and free of influential political influence, and where public servants perform their duties and are seen to perform their duties in a politically impartial manner. To this end, Bill C-520 is designed to prevent conflicts of interest that may arise or be perceived to arise between partisan activities and the official duties and responsibilities of an agent of Parliament, or any person who works for an agent of Parliament. Specifically, the bill requires that every person who applies for a position in the office of an agent of Parliament make a declaration with respect to past engagement in politically partisan positions. This declaration would state whether, in the 10 years before applying for that position, the person occupied certain specified politically partisan positions. In the case of persons who work in the office of an agent of Parliament and the agents themselves, a declaration would state whether they intend to occupy a politically partisan position while continuing to occupy the position of agent of Parliament or work in the office of such an agent. The declarations would be posted on the website of the office of the relevant agent of Parliament. In addition, the bill would require an agent of Parliament and the persons who work in his or her office to provide a written undertaking that they will conduct themselves in a non-partisan manner in fulfilling the official duties and responsibilities of their positions. What's more, the bill provides for the examination of alleged partisan conduct. Mr. Speaker, non-partisanship is certainly expected of all public servants, but agents of Parliament play a particularly vital role in government oversight. Agents of Parliament, such as the Auditor General, the Commissioner of Official Languages, and the Information Commissioner, are a unique group of independent statutory officers who serve to scrutinize the activity of government. They report directly to Parliament rather than to the government or an individual minister, and as such exist to serve Parliament in relation to Parliament's oversight role. Agents normally produce a report to Parliament to account for their own activities, and their institutional heads are typically appointed through special resolutions of the House of Commons and the Senate. And given the close relationship of agents of Parliament and their employees with parliamentarians, it is critical that in carrying out their duties, they are independent of political affiliation. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-520 seeks to ensure that independence. Indeed, the political impartiality of the public service is one of the foundation stones of our system of democracy. It is a time-honored tradition that has served us well for some 100 years. Today, almost a century later, Canadians expect a lot of their public service. They expect the government to pursue policies and programs that take into account and are responsive to public priorities. They expect the government to operate in an open, transparent, and accountable manner. And through this legislation, we strengthen the powers of the Auditor General toughen the office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, reform political party financing, dramatically tightening lobbying rules, and beefing up auditing and accountability within government departments. As a result, Canada now has one of the most accountable and transparent systems of governance in the entire world, and this is something Canadians are rightly proud of. As part of this regime, the Values and Ethics Code and the provisions in the Public Service Employment Act protect the impartiality of the public service and agents of Parliament. But accountability and transparency in public institutions is something we can never take for granted. That's why Bill C-520 is so important. It will supplement and add transparency to the existing regime. It not only continues to toughen rules and uphold our culture of accountability, but it also highlights our government's ongoing commitment to ensure these values continue into the future. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-520 is consistent with our commitment in Budget 2013 to review and update public service processes and systems to ensure the public service continues to serve Canadians well. It is consistent with the government's focus on transparency and accountability in the management of public assets, and also reflects the value of public service impartiality. Our government fully supports the bill's intent to augment and supplement the existing regime in ensuring that agents of Parliament and their employees not engage in political activities that conflict or are seen to conflict with their official duties and conduct. We believe it is in line with the values that have served this country well in the past and positions the public service to serve Canadians well in the future. Mr. Speaker, we will support this bill, and we call on parliamentarians to join us to ensure Canadians have the government they need to succeed in a competitive world. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Accordingly, I invite the Honourable Member for York Centre for his 5-minute right of reply. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I want to first of all thank my colleagues from the government side for their support on my private member's bill C-520, supporting Non-Agents of Parliament Act. You know, Speaker, I was a bit taken aback by the comments by the member for Timmins, James Bay. Here is a member of Parliament who was talking about George Orwell. Well, Orwell would be very proud today to have heard the speech by the member from Timmins, James Bay. And here's a fellow, if it wasn't for transparency, we wouldn't know that he was held in violation of Elections Canada's Act in 2008 for keeping his bank account open, his election bank account open through the 2011 election, which is in clear violation of elections law. And if it wasn't for transparency, we also wouldn't know that here's a member of Parliament who went to his constituents before the 2011 election and said, I will be supporting the Long Gun Registry, and when he was elected and came to Parliament, had a chance to vote on it, voted to keep the Long Gun Registry. So, Speaker, I suspect that his constituents will have time to deal with him in the forthcoming year. Speaker, it's with great pride that I rise today and respond to, in my few minutes that I have, to a number of the remarks that have been made and to ask for support of this House in consideration of my bill C-520. You know, as many of the members from our side, the government side, have said, this bill is another step in our government's proposal for creating more transparency and more accountability within the machinery of government, within the public administration. You know, it began in 2006 with the Federal Accountability Act. We also made, as a government, deputy ministers, accounting officers, which means that they have to go before parliamentary committees and account for the spending that happens in their departments. The Public Service Disclosure Act, Protection Act rather, which made it easier for public employees, if they saw something wrong, to disclose that. Conflict of interest. It was our government that brought forward the Conflict of Interest Act and Lobby and Ethics Commissioner and created those offices. And we've extended access to information, making record numbers of information available to the public, to the media, and to members of Parliament. What is consistent, however, among all of these is that the opposition voted against every single one of them, which just goes to prove that accountability and transparency are of no interest to the opposition members. We, however, differ. We, however, believe that the public has a right to know. The public has, as we as a government, have an obligation to make as much known, as much public, as much transparent as possible. And that's why people sent us here as the majority government in order to do that. And we are fulfilling the wishes of the Canadian people in making more transparent and more accountability available to the Canadian people. And, Speaker, we will not be deterred. We will not be deterred from that task that the public has given us. We are opening up the windows of government. We are letting fresh air in. You know, Speaker, you got to ask yourself, why is the opposition saying transparency and accountability is bad? Well, you know, that's a subject that hopefully will come up during the course of committee hearings that they can more fully answer. But I got to tell you, from my perspective, transparency and accountability are great things. And Bill C-520 does wonderful efforts in order to move the ball forward in terms of making government more accountable and more transparent. Speaker, I won't go into the details in terms of the various sections of my bill. I see I have one more minute left in which to speak. I will use that full minute. Thank you for the openness in that. But I will tell you one thing, Speaker, that we as a government, and me as a member of the governing party, with the support of my colleagues on the governing party side, and hopefully with as many members of the opposition side that we can muster, that they can see fit, because I know in their heart of hearts they believe in transparency and accountability. If they could release themselves from the shackles of their own party partisanship, and vote with us to open the windows. You know, as Louis Brandeis said, nothing disinfects like sunlight. And it's so important that we open those windows and we let the light in so we can be more transparent and more accountable to the Canadian people. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Adler, seconded by Mr. Seaback, moved that Bill C-520, an act supporting nonpartisan agents of Parliament, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February the 12th, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And it being 11:53, the House will stand suspended until the normal hour for government orders at 12 noon. Ordre du jour.
Of the day.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's, I don't really want to say a pleasure, but I'm really pleased that I have the privilege to speak out against, and very strongly against, a bill that we're debating here today, Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments to certain acts. And, you know, when you take a look at this piece of reform, this bill, it's something that this House has been waiting for a long time. Ever since I've been here as an MP in 2011, we've kept hearing over and over again that, you know, we're about to bring forward amendments to the Elections Act in order to improve accountability, transparency, etc., etc. So what a big disappointment when this bill was tabled. First of all, let's take a look at the process. A bill that is many pages in number and with not insignificant changes is tabled, and before even debate has started, there is already a move from my colleagues across the way to shut down debate. And, you know, we suggested that the bill, even before its first reading, after its first reading, should go to committee stage so all parties could work on something this significant in a non-partisan way and come up with something that works for all Canadians. But this government shut it down. And then we started the debate in this House, and before two speakers had actually finished their speeches, the first two speakers, we get a motion. What surprise! We get a motion to shut down the debate. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be a Canadian, and so proud that I live in a country that has a parliamentary democracy. But right now, I fear that that parliamentary democracy is at risk. And we cannot take those kind of comments lightly, and it takes a lot for me to say that. The reason I say that parliamentary democracy is at risk is because there is a role for parliamentarians. That when a bill is produced, parliamentarians representing ridings right across this huge and diverse country get to take part in a debate and put forward their perspective, the perspectives they hear from their constituents, as well as the perspective that they have garnered from their own experiences. And yet, once again, this government has a lot to hide. Because when you try to shut up debate, then you have something to hide. And once again, this government has moved time allocation. And this seems so ironic that the very bill that purports to address parliamentary democracy and the elections of parliamentarians is where the government chose to use this tactic of shutting down debate. And it is just so wrong, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, but let's take a look at the timing of this bill that we have been waiting for months and for years for. When do they decide to table? They decide to table during Olympic week. As if that wasn't enough, that people would be preoccupied and, you know, watching and supporting our athletes at Sochi. What they did was that wasn't enough of a cover. So they needed the time allocation and the Olympics and the budget a few days later to absolutely suppress debate of very, very critical issues. And it is, as I'm hearing my colleagues saying, it is very, very disturbing. But more than disturbing, this is a deliberative act by a government who speaks about accountability and transparency, and now that they have this majority, they feel they don't have to be transparent, They don't have to be accountable. And you know, Mr. Speaker, and now we're seeing the arrogance of the majority trying to push through legislation without giving parliamentarians the chance they need to debate this issue. And I know that there are many colleagues in my caucus sitting on this side of the House who are very, very disturbed that they are not going to get the time to speak, that they are not going to get to put forward their perspective on what is absolutely flawed in this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that time is going fast and I only have 10 minutes and 5 minutes left. I actually want to get down to the contents of the bill. And first of all, let me say that there are some elements in the bill, and we're not saying that everything in the bill is bad. There are some minor elements that actually are an improvement. But they are buried in a bill that is fundamentally flawed. And, for example, we're delighted that there are going to be more advanced polling days, which could actually help to increase voter turnout. That's a good thing. The bill also helps to modernize the online voter registration system by indirectly allowing e-signatures. And this is also a good thing and something that I think is good. But on the other hand, the bill also has a number of flaws in it, and I want to get to a few of those. First of all, I don't know what this government has against the Chief Electoral Officer. Over the last few years, I've been impressed how in a non-partisan way he has been doing his job. He has been doing his job. But you know what? My colleagues across the way don't like that. So what they have done is they're removing powers from the Chief Electoral Officer instead of increasing the powers of that office. And they are making an unnecessary separation between the Electoral Centre and the Commissioner itself, Elections Canada and the Commissioner. And once again, they have absolutely no evidence that the Electoral Officer has been anything but non-partisan. Just because the electoral officers found some, I would say, misdoings by colleagues across the way, and also found some technical difficulties with things that were being done by members in this House, well, that's his job. And he shouldn't be being punished personally and his reputation put at stake, but nor should that office then have its power limited because my colleagues across the way are too scared about what that could mean for the future and don't want that kind of an oversight over their actions. The other part of this bill that I find the most disturbing is that this makes voting more complex for our most vulnerable Canadians. This is a form of voter suppression that reminds us of what we have seen south of the border. And Mr. Speaker, I never thought I would see it here in Canada. We have the kind of policies being put forward, rules in this bill that will absolutely disenfranchise our most vulnerable. The low income, the transients, those on our youth, and all of this is very, very disturbing at the time that we should be engaging more people in a debate and in the electoral process. What we have is a government that is absolutely suppressing voters amongst a base that maybe has the most complaints against their policies and are very, very disturbed how they are being marginalized more and more. And it also makes it difficult. As you know, it's also changing some of the political financing rules absolutely to favour my colleagues across the way. It doesn't actually increase your tax rebate. What it does is it increases the amount. And Mr. Speaker, I didn't really hear a clamouring anywhere in the country, please allow us to give more to the political process because we want to. This is another thing where it's a cash grab by the Conservative Party, and all of this will benefit them. And then in other parts of the bill, they're trying to clarify what is already there. It's already there in the Act that it's wrong to fraud. And yet now we're having that spelled out again, and I have some concerns about that. Is that to cover up so that they can then go and say, oh, it didn't really exist, but let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, it exists. This is a travesty, and I urge my colleagues to take their time and give us the time to be parliamentarians and to debate important bill.
Before we get to questions and comments, I just remind honourable members that we're on 5 minutes question and comment time, so if members could keep their interventions brief, we'll have more time for others to participate. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the member complained that the Fair Elections Act removes vouching as a form of identification. However, she did not address the serious problems that the Elections Canada's own commission report found with vouching. That report found that 25% of cases where vouching was used resulted in an irregularity. Now, it has been argued by some that these irregularities have been just small paperwork errors that had no impact on the substance of the vote. In fact, I have the Neufeld report commissioned by Elections Canada wording right here. And that report wrote about the findings of a judge in the Ontario Superior Court decision on the riding of Etobicoke Centre, and the judge found, quote, 27 cases involved serious errors within the application of identity vouching. In fact, 27 votes actually had to be invalidated in that tight race because of vouching. Now, the Supreme Court ultimately overturned that decision, but the fact that a superior court thought the vouching provisions had such serious irregularities that they had to overturn votes, I think should raise concerns for all. Why doesn't the member agree?
Well, member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every one of us in this House wants to make sure that people who are eligible to vote, vote. But the system and the changes that the government side has introduced actually prevents people from voting. And, you know, I hear a lot about 25%, but I also know that there were many technical difficulties that had very little to do with vouching. And, you know, there are other ways that we can fix the problem where there are errors. Maybe more training for the staff that is hired, and maybe looking at the vouching system and putting some protocols in place. But at the same time, the Conservatives, my colleagues across the way, are talking about that they want to encourage more people to participate. Actually, I would say for a growing percentage of our citizens, they're actually preventing them from voting by this Act.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the member in regards to Elections Canada, which is seen as an independent election agency known throughout the world in terms of its immense amount of credibility. It understands our election laws. It understands where it's vulnerable, where the changes need to occur. And what I find quite upsetting, and I believe that many Canadians would find somewhat disturbing, is that the Government of Canada did not see fit to work in any real capacity with Elections Canada by accepting, for example, a number of their recommendations in order to improve the quality of our elections laws here in Canada, which ultimately we believe was a huge mistake for the government to have ignored Elections Canada. I would ask the member if she might want to provide comment on that fact.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's nothing new in this government. We all know that they have allergy to data, and they have allergy to science, and they also have an allergy to informed advice. And in this case, I would say, I wasn't really surprised when I heard that the elections officer had not actually seen the legislation or had any chance to participate, except for a summary meeting in the summer without any legislation in front. And once again, once again, what this government is showing is that this is not about fixing elections and making things more democratic. This is about their own ideological agenda, and this is about voter suppression and to cover up and to avoid accountability.
We have time for just a very short question. The honourable member for Western Arctic. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, I want to thank her for her speech. But when it comes to this question of vouching, there was 100,000 vouchers that were done in the last election. It works out approximately less than 350 per riding. And quite clearly, the evidence as portrayed here was that the discrepancies that were found in the one riding that was tested weren't strong enough discrepancies to stand up to the Supreme Court. 100,000 people were going to take out of the election system. What does my colleague think about that?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
It absolutely illustrates that while this government says that this bill is about increasing electoral engagement, this bill is all about voter suppression and keeping the vote out of the hands of the most vulnerable in our Canadian society.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, it's a privilege to rise in this House and participate in this debate to contribute to the integrity of the democratic process in Canada. I congratulate the Minister of State for Democratic Reform for the excellent job he is doing. Our Minister has demonstrated that he is listening to Canadians with this legislation, and it's a pleasure to work with such a knowledgeable and hardworking member of our Conservative government. The Election Canada Act reforms the Minister for Democratic Reform has presented to Canadians are well thought out and reasonable. I've listened very carefully to the criticisms of the opposition and have yet to hear a valid point that gives me pause for consideration. Canadians have complete confidence in the Minister. If substantive reasons are presented that will improve the Fairness in Elections Act, our government welcomes the input. By way of today's discussion, I intend to focus on the proposed amendments in Bill C-23 that remove the Commissioner for Elections from the office of the Chief Electoral Officer and place that individual in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. While this step is absolutely necessary, I draw the following sequence of events to the attention of the Minister as a caution in regards to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. In practice, I encourage all parliamentarians to share their election experiences as a means to give the voice of practicality to our proceedings in this House. The Minister has done this by making some very practical recommendations to improve the way elections are run in Canada. While we, as parliamentarians, try to do our best when we propose legislation, accounting for every scenario is a difficult challenge. In the aftermath of the 2011 general election, my office was contacted by outraged voters regarding the blatant political activity conducted by the law firm McCann Shepherd. The law firm received a political patronage appointment to be the federal Crown agent for Renfrew County when Chrétien was in power. The recommendation to appoint this law firm came from the Liberal candidate I defeated in the 37th general election while he was an MP. This defeated candidate, who I handily beat, ran again in the 2011 election. A member of the McCann Shepherd law firm acted as the official agent for the defeated candidate in the 2011 election. The law office prominently displayed a sign on its front lawn for the defeated candidate. In the election return, the law office address is even identified as the campaign office and charged the campaign $5,000 for miscellaneous expenses. The terms and conditions for fixed-term agreements of agents of Public Prosecution Service of Canada that is signed by all agents is clear. Under Section 3.9 of that agreement, agents are prohibited from political activity specifically being an official agent with penalty of suspension or termination. They are required to inform their agent supervisor without delay of any involvement or proposed involvement in political activities. The law firm of McCann Shepherd had been acting in the capacity of official agent for over a year, as the defeated candidate had declared well before the dropping of the writ and was actively campaigning. I wrote the Director of Public Prosecutions to relay the concerns of my outraged voters, asking why the law firm of McCann Shepherd had not been suspended or terminated as agents of the Crown. I then found out that a very flawed process had taken place, resulting in the 5-year reappointment of McCann to the position of federal Crown agent for Renfrew County. This was done even though the Director of Public Prosecutions had been made aware of the blatant partisan political activity in the office where the Crown prosecutor works. Making matters worse, lawyers in Renfrew County who would have applied for the position of federal Crown attorney were denied a fair opportunity to apply for the position of Crown agent. When I wrote the Director of Public Prosecutions, I reminded him from his own words in the annual report, prosecutors must be of absolute integrity, above all suspicion of favoritism, to the detriment of the administration of justice in Canada. The Director of Public Prosecutions failed to do the right thing and terminate the practice, the McCann Shepherd practice as Crown agents. Once McCann Shepherd admitted their guilt, which the Director of Public Prosecutions confirmed to me in writing, it should have been case closed. The decision to reappoint McCann was wrong. Members of Parliament can rightly ask where the accountability of the Director of Public Prosecutions is. Any reasonable individual can see the clear conflict of interest in this case. Unfortunately, there is no guarantee a performance audit by the Auditor General on the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions would have identified problems with how agents are hired, which is what was suggested as the next course of action. I outlined the bare details of this case for several reasons. Members of the Public Prosecution Service prosecute on behalf of Elections Canada, the offences of election law. How are Canadians going to have confidence in the administration of justice, knowing that political partisans are able to conduct political witch hunts after an election? It also begs the observation that it seems Conservatives are held to a different standard by Elections Canada than other political parties. This was made very clear by my colleague, the member for Selkirk Interlake. I was shocked, and I believe, as most fair-minded Canadians were, when he shared his experience with Elections Canada in this House earlier in this debate. I know what it means to be the object of a political vendetta. That was the case after a previous election campaign when, under bullying from an employee in Chrétien's office during his time as Prime Minister, pressured Elections Canada to conduct an inquisition into my election campaign. Under Jean Chrétien, the Liberals pushed the line of what is considered fair game for partisan politics. Ad scam, the sponsorship scandal, is evidence of that. Canadians may never know if the $40 million in taxpayers' dollars was handed out in brown envelopes, to Liberals will ever be found. Prior to 2006, the Commissioner of Elections was responsible for both investigations and prosecutions. The then Commissioner of Elections made no effort to prove political pressure was not a factor, as he was asked to prove. This only results in the consequence of bringing that office into disrepute in the eyes of the public, which is what happens every time something like that occurs. using the Canada Elections Act to try and subvert the will of Canadians over who they elect is an old trick of those who do not respect the democratic process. Had the Commissioner of Elections been independent of Elections Canada at that time, as our Conservative government is proposing in C-23, the Commissioner would have had the independence to say no to political partisan persecution if he had the integrity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a question of my colleague who spent most of her time talking about the problems she encountered, but she's not proposing any solutions. She doesn't seem to understand that the bill before her House is going to solve the problems that she mentioned, and like many of her colleagues, she seems to see bad people everywhere and conspiracies happening throughout Canada against Conservatives. So with all the issues she mentioned in her speech, does she think that this bill provides solutions to those issues?
For Nipissing Pembroke.
Well, I draw the member's attention to the independent commissioner who would have sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. The Fair Elections Act empowers law enforcement with sharper teeth, a longer reach, and freer hand. Sharper teeth means stiffer penalties for existing offences. Longer reach means empowering the commissioner with more than a dozen new offences to combat big money, rogue calls, and fraudulent voting. Finally, a freer hand means the commissioner will have full independence with control of his or her staff and investigations and a fixed term of 7 years, so he or she cannot be fired without cause.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted, as a very pointed question I think is required here, and I think the pointed question, and she alluded to it earlier, about the signaling out of the Conservative Party of Canada by Elections Canada. So my first question is to her, yes or no, just a simple answer, yes or no, are the Conservatives targeted by Elections Canada unfairly? The second part of the question is she's trying to achieve neutrality or talking about neutrality for Elections Canada. I'm not sure if neutral or perhaps even neutered is the right word in this particular situation, because you're looking at a situation where they have described the election chief electoral officer was on media this weekend talking about how this is a step back for democracy. So first of all, yes or no, are the Conservatives targeted unfairly? And the second part is, why is the chief electoral officer so wrong?
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's ironic that in the past, the agents of Parliament have appealed for more oversight from all parliamentarians. But who watches the watchdogs? That was the question we asked after the 2011 election, particularly after the former Privacy Commissioner, George Radwanski, resigned in disgrace after management problems were investigated by the Auditor General. The security of tenure, where an agent of Parliament cannot be removed without the approval of both the House of Commons and the Senate, while important to the independence of an agent of Parliament to do his or her job, must be thoroughly thought out. Substituting one abuse with the potential for a different kind of abuse is no solution.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for the Southern Ontario Economic Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly enough, one of my volunteers on my campaign of 2011 got a letter from Elections Canada threatening to put him in prison because he mistakenly opened our bank account 2 days early. We recently got a letter stating that someone had over-contributed to my campaign as a result of contributing to a number of campaigns. Small error was made, and we need to keep elections fair, was the letter, as the letter stated. Therefore, we had to find this individual and repay him $200. Interestingly enough, it was the same week Elections Canada decided to ignore the hundreds of thousands of dollars in leadership donations that we all deem to be illegal. So Elections Canada lets the Liberals off and is threatening to put my volunteers in prison. I wonder if the member can comment on that fairness.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it may be more appropriate for the Commissioner of Elections to be appointed by the Minister of Democratic Reform or Parliament rather than left to the Director of Public Prosecutions. But I leave that consideration for the Minister in this House. When our Conservative government brought in the Accountability Act, one of the steps we took was the elimination of the appointment of federal Crown agents as partisan political appointees. A problem is that a number of Chrétien-era partisan political appointees that still may be corrupting the system. Changes that we implemented in C-23 are intended to prevent the abuses of the past that the minister speaks of. Under the current legislation, the Chief Returning Officer and the Commissioner of Elections are under the same roof. Prosecutions happen in consultation with the Director of Public Prosecutions. Our amendments in C-23 will make the Commissioner of Elections independent of the Chief Electoral Officer and the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to forget the context in which we are today debating Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments to certain acts. We've waited 2 long years before the government introduced this bill, as if it didn't have time to do so. This long wait was followed by a suspect show of haste. The government is accelerating debate as if it had something to hide. It wants to quickly adopt a 242-page bill dealing with democracy, electoral democracy. This context also has to do with the fact that the Prime Minister chose the Secretary of State for Electoral Reform and the sponsor of this bill, the member who, for as long as we can remember, has attacked our indispensable institution, which is Elections Canada, a member who has never, in the last 2 years, stopped to defend the indefensible every time the Conservative Party was involved in suspect affairs, a minister who, in the last 2 days, without any evidence, has accused Elections Canada of partiality, a minister who falsely stated that he consulted the Chief Electoral Officer with regard to the bill, forcing the electoral officer to set the record straight. This bill arrives at a time where the ethics of the government and the Conservative Party have been questioned because of various troubling facts.
The in-and-out scandal, where the Conservative Party, having finally admitted to election overspending and to submitting inflated election returns, had no choice but to pay the maximum fine under the Elections Act. We remember the Peter Pinachoué scandal, when this former Conservative minister had to resign his seat due to wide-scale election overspending. We know that Conservative MPs from Saint-Boniface and Selkirk-Interlake both entered into a compliance agreement with Elections Canada. We know that the MP from Peterborough was kicked out of the Conservative caucus and is facing charges under the Elections Act. And we remember the worst of these scandals, the fraudulent election robocall scandal, where federal court judge Richard Mosley noted that electoral fraud did occur during the 41st general election, and Justice Mosley stated that, and I quote, "I am satisfied, however, that the most likely source of information used to make the misleading calls was the CIMS database maintained and controlled by the Conservative Party of Canada." Arrêtons-nous un moment.
Let's stop a moment and look at the scandal. According to the federal court, it was the Conservative database which is the most probable source for the fraudulent calls to mislead voters in the election of 2011. In these circumstances, what would an honest political party do? Well, it would call the police and get it to investigate who within the party or elsewhere would have made fraudulent use of its own database. If the party does not do this, since the Conservatives did not do it, Would it be because somebody within the party already knows the truth and does not want it to be known by all? Standing in the way of truth. This is what the Conservative Party did in this serious affair. It claimed that the judge wasn't 100% sure that the Conservative database was used by the fraudsters. And so the Conservative Party said it was completely innocent and refused to launch any type of investigation. It doesn't seem to be more curious as to know what really happened. Further, Conservative election workers refused to speak to the investigators with regard to these suspicious calls in Guelph. Well, too bad. Whether the fraudsters or the guilty people are still at large. Too bad, or maybe thank God, if the objective of the Conservative authorities was to protect those who were guilty. In any case, if it wanted the truth to be known, it would have acted differently. So it's in this context of legitimate suspicion against the government and the Conservative Party that we finally receive this bill, which is laying out the rules which this government would like to see govern the next federal election, which is to be held in the fall of 2015. If the government wants to dissipate any suspicions on its honesty in the election, why does the bill not contain the main recommendation of the Chief Electoral Officer, which also received the support of the Election Commissioner, and which would increase the efficiency of investigations and which would make it easier to catch electoral fraudsters? This is what the recommendation says.
In order to make the enforcement of the Canada Elections Act more effective, it is recommended that the Commissioner of Canada Elections be given the power to apply to a judge for an order to compel any persons to provide information that is relevant to an investigation. The inability to compel testimony is one of the most significant obstacles to effective enforcement of the Act. The Chief Electoral Officer strongly recommends that this power be given to the Commissioner to facilitate and accelerate the manner in which allegations are investigated. The Commissioner of Canada Elections strongly supports this recommendation. End of quote. The
minister rejected this recommendation and refused to give the commissioner the power to ask a judge to be able to order anyone to provide relevant information in an investigation. Why? Why? Is the minister satisfied with the current situation? Is it trying to protect reluctant witnesses? Is it happy or reassured that the current way investigations are being held is full of obstacles as described in the 2012-2013 annual report of the Commissioner, and I quote,
"Investigators often face reluctant witnesses. Frequently, key individuals will simply refuse to be interviewed, or they will initially accept only to later decline. In some cases, they will participate in interviews but will provide only partial information and incomplete answers, often citing a faulty recollection of events or the inability to retrieve key documents. In other cases, a potential witness will profess a complete willingness to cooperate, but the process will take time, resulting in information being provided slowly and in an incomplete fashion. Under the legislative regime as it currently exists, potential witnesses like candidates, official agents, representatives of political parties do not have any obligations to cooperate with or assist investigators." End of quote.
The Chief Electoral Officer mentioned in an interview with CBC on February 8th, so this past weekend, that the investigation on the fraudulent calls was obstructed because it was hard to get witnesses to cooperate, and I quote the Chief Electoral Officer.
"Many people in that investigation refused to talk to the Commissioner, even if there were no suspect, and I'm afraid to say that this is happening more and more in files investigated by the Commissioner. He is constantly confronted with this obstacle." End of quote. Alors?
So, can the minister confirm that his bill protects witnesses who refuse to collaborate with the authorities? Why are they being protected? Is there a link with the fraudulent calls affair?
The investigation period for offences requiring intent That means that the Commissioner can go back in time to catch deliberate lawbreakers. But the Conservatives refuse to give the Commissioner of Canada Elections the authority to go to a judge to compel testimony from witnesses of election crime. Is it because that would blow open the robocalls investigations? The Minister argues that witnesses are already required to testify in court once formal allegations have been made. But everybody can see the problem with this argument. If the Commissioner of Canada Elections cannot get witnesses to cooperate during the investigation phase, the crucial step during which evidence is sought, how can the Commissioner obtain the evidence required to make such formal allegations? The Minister points out that the Commissioner can already seek a warrant to obtain documents from a judge, but the Commissioner needs as much or more than documents is witness cooperation. The Minister says that his bill introduces a new penalty for those who obstruct an investigation or provide inaccurate information to investigators. But obstructing is not the same thing as refusing to speak or cooperate. The Minister very craftily straddles that line. Furthermore, the Minister states that the Elections Commissioner currently has all of the same investigatory powers as police officers. But what the Chief Electoral Officer and the Commissioner of Canada Elections are asking for is a power that the police do not have, but that the Commissioner of Competition already has, the power to apply to a judge for an order to compel any person to provide information that is relevant to an investigation. So the question the Minister must answer is, why doesn't his bill provide the Commissioner of Canada Elections with the power already held by the Commissioner of Competition under Section 11 of the Competition Act? Will the Minister answer this simple question? Still have time? No.
The time has expired. Questions and comments.
Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Yes, I will answer the simple question because the power that the honourable member asked for is a power that police officers do not even have, even when they are investigating far more heinous crimes than the alleged offences that the member across lists. My question to him, though, is about the issue of illegal loans. Elections Canada has already said that Liberal leadership contenders from the 2006 leadership race are not in compliance with the Act because they have refused to pay back hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans that become illegal donations. Now, that by itself is not an offence. However, if Liberal leadership candidates used those loans to deliberately evade donation limits, that would be an offence under the existing Canada Elections Act. So, my question to the member is, has he been contacted by the Commissioner of Canada Elections as part of an investigation into whether leadership contenders in the race during which he was a candidate deliberately used loans to evade donation limits? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Speaker, I may say to my honourable colleague that I completely cooperate with Elections Canada. And I'm sorry that it's not possible to say the same about him, where he's always fighting Elections Canada. Never an MP in the history of Canada fought Elections Canada more than the current Minister of Democratic Reform. And I'm very disappointed that he did not answer my simple question. And I repeat the question. So the question I asked the Minister, why doesn't his bill provide the Commissioner of Canada Elections with the power already held by the Commissioner of Competition under Section 11, the Commissioner of Competition under Section 11 of the Competition Act? Why doesn't do that? I'm sure he's aware that New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, Yukon, many other countries give this ability of the elections officer directly to compel for testimonies. What our chief electoral officer is asking for is not the power to compel, it's the authority to ask a judge to compel reluctant witnesses. Why is he afraid to put that in his bill? It's a very simple question.
Here, here. Questions et commentaires. On l'a répété.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks on Bill C-23 today. I'd like to ask a very specific question. I don't think that he had a time to address it, and it will give him some extra time to address it. Dealing with the fact that this bill might well have an impact on the vote in Canada, because the bill completely cuts off the education component from Elections Canada. Because between elections, Elections Canada could put out information on the right to vote to young people. They also had did mock elections in schools, etc. All of that was part of Elections Canada election component to make citizens aware of their duty to vote. With this bill, that all appears to be excluded. So Elections Canada will have to focus on just a few aspects, and this educational component will be eliminated. Can the honourable member tell us what he thinks about that and how that will impact the vote in Canada? The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Doing something like that is incomprehensible. The chief electoral officer said on the weekend that he wasn't aware of that existing in any other country. There's a ban in this bill for the body responsible for elections to promote elections. That doesn't exist anywhere else. Now, the minister claimed that, addressed that, but the members are so busy with the candidates and the parties worried about, busy with winning the election, apart from the last day when we get the vote out, and not a lot of things are done. Now, some parties campaign so negatively, there are so many personal attacks, that serves as a deterrent. It discourages people from going out to vote. What we need is a very important role played by Elections Canada in that regard.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me today to stand in this place and speak in favour of Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, for a number of reasons. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think that finally we have a governance model that will give Canadians even more confidence that elections are being run both in a fair manner, but, Mr. Speaker, there are also provisions in Bill C-23 which will seriously impede those who wish to perpetrate elections fraud by bringing down stricter penalties and even jail time in some cases for those fraudsters who want to try and unduly affect the outcome of an election. But, Mr. Speaker, before I talk about specific elements within the bill, I do want to spend a few moments of my time dispelling some of the myths that have been propagated by members of the opposition, particularly the members of the NDP. Mr. Speaker, I think it is without question fair to say that the NDP has absolutely no credibility when it comes to presenting opposition to this bill. Let me give you just two examples. Number one, Mr. Speaker, the day the Minister of State for Democratic Reform introduced Bill C-23 in Parliament, the member from Toronto Danforth, who was also the Democratic Reform critic for the NDP, went outside this chamber and said that he and the entire NDP caucus were going to be opposing Bill C-23. But, however, Mr. Speaker, I have to admit, he had not read the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Fair Elections Act is a comprehensive analysis and presents quite specific proposals on how to make the Elections Act stronger and fairer for all Canadians. Yet the member from Toronto Danforth, who is the point person on the NDP side to criticize any democratic reform initiatives, had not read the bill. Now, he's a former law professor at the Osgood School of Law. I wonder whether or not that member, when he was teaching law to his students, would actually advocate that type of approach, to disagree with testimony in a legal proceedings without actually reading the testimony. Would he oppose contracts without actually reading the contracts? Of course he wouldn't, Mr. Speaker. But that's the approach the NDP always takes. They are simply not credible. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's even one more hypocritical example I'll point out to you, and it's almost, well, it is laughable. Every time I think about this, I have to just break out in laughter. And that is the position the NDP takes with the time allocation on Bill C-23. The NDP continuously, in debate, is saying that 5 days of debate is not long enough to debate this bill, that somehow our government is trying to suppress the democratic rights of parliamentarians to adequately debate legislation. That's the position they've taken. I heard the member earlier on today at the start of this debate from Newton North Delta making that very argument. Friday afternoon, I heard the member from Vancouver East advance that same argument. But here's the hypocritical nature of that argument, Mr. Speaker. The day after this bill was introduced in Parliament, the aforementioned member from Toronto Danforth, the Democratic Reform critic of the NDP, stood in this place and presented a motion to limit debate to 5 hours and then send it to committee. Now, Mr. Speaker, how can they argue that 5 hours of debate is proper and good, but 5 days of debate is somehow suppressing democracy? It is so hypocritical, Mr. Speaker. It's so over the top that it's laughable. Yet every speaker that's come up in this place from the NDP makes and advances that argument. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has absolutely no credibility on this issue whatsoever. But let's turn our attention, Mr. Speaker, if we may, to a couple of elements within the bill that I think, Mr. Speaker, illustrate why this is a good bill and, frankly, a governance model that we should have had in this country long, long ago. The first provision that I want to speak to is the fact that now, or at least when this bill is finally given royal assent and becomes law, the Commissioner of Elections will now have the tools at his disposal and the independence, Mr. Speaker, to properly conduct investigations of election violations. For some reason, Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition seem to think this is a bad thing. But here's the current situation, and here's why it's untenable as it stands right now. Currently, Mr. Speaker, both the Commissioner of Elections and the Director of Public Prosecutions answer to the Chief Electoral Officer. Now, Mr. Speaker, why that, in my view, is untenable is that, in effect, makes the Chief Electoral Officer the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor of all either flagrant allegations of abuse, real or imagined, and that simply cannot be allowed to continue. By giving the Commissioner of Elections total independence, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner then would have the ability to independently and impartially conduct investigations. Now, the Chief Electoral Officer, from frankly any Canadian, would be able to suggest or make complaints and lodge complaints with the Commissioner of Elections, suggesting that investigations occur if they feel a violation has occurred, but it would be conducted independently of the Chief Electoral Officer. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a good thing. One would think that the Chief Electoral Officer would welcome that because it shows and it demonstrates clearly to Canadians that his office is independent and the Commissioner of Elections, a separate arm, is independent as well. Unfortunately, it appears neither the Chief Electoral Officer nor members of the opposition feel that is an appropriate distinction. It's certainly one that I feel is appropriate, Mr. Speaker. Let me also point out, Mr. Speaker, what this bill also does, and that ensures that the democratic will of Canadians is respected. And I point again to a recent example that we've seen and talked about here in the last few days where the member from Selkirk-Interlake, Mr. Speaker, was subject to a lot of criticism by both members of the opposition and in the media. Frankly, some accused the member from Selkirk-Interlake of cheating in the 2011 election. It was unbelievable, as one of my colleagues just pointed out, because, Mr. Speaker, he did nothing wrong. There was an accounting dispute between the member from Selkirk-Interlake and Elections Canada, one that was finally resolved in favour of the member of Selkirk-Interlake. The overarching argument was that Elections Canada claimed that the member had overspent in the 2011 election by tens of thousands of dollars. When the final resolution came, to pass, it was agreed upon by Elections Canada that the overspending was less than $500, and that's what the member from Selkirk Interlake had claimed all along. So, in other words, the member from Selkirk Interlake was right, Elections Canada was wrong, but the egregious part of all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that Elections Canada sent a letter to the Speaker of this House stating that because, in his opinion, the member from Selkirk Interlake had overspent in the 2011 campaign, that that member should not be allowed to sit or vote in this place. Elections Canada didn't have to do that, Mr. Speaker. Number one, that was inappropriate at the very least. But secondly, Mr. Speaker, Elections Canada should have at least allowed a full examination of all evidence. And in fact, if the member from Selkirk Interlake wanted to go to court to have the courts decide this dispute, Elections Canada should have allowed that resolution to take place through the courts. That was not the case. But in this bill, Mr. Speaker, now it will be. So it respects the will of Canadians. The tens of thousands of people who voted for the member from Selkirk Interlake would not then be subject to the type of fear that they had felt that their duly elected member would be removed from this place and wouldn't be able to represent their views. This bill addresses that. It allows that any disputes between Elections Canada and a sitting member have to be resolved completely, even if that means going to court, before the draconian measure of trying to impose a severe sanction by removing the member from a seat would take place. Mr. Speaker, that's called fairness, and that's why this bill is presented to this House, to make elections fairer to all Canadians, but, Mr. Speaker, at the same time to impose strong sanctions against those who may wish to abuse the rights of Canadians in an election. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to more debate on this matter, and I very much look forward to this being presented before my committee, Procedure and House Affairs, in short order, so then we can begin to conduct an in-depth examination of this very, very fine piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is dealing with the whole process that I've seen in the years that I've been in Parliament. First, we started with this photo ID bill in 2007, and through that, many, many people in my riding lost their ability to vote. That simply happened. In Nunavut, it was epidemic. Now we're going to a point where we're going to take away the vouchers. And it's really an insane situation for people in rural communities where the returning officer will know the person coming into the voting booth, but won't allow them to vote because, of course, they don't have the proper identification papers, and they won't be able to now use someone else to vouch for them. Well, how is this going to work for my constituents? What are you doing to the people in rural and remote locations across this country, the people that have a right to vote in this country? Why are you doing this to them?
Yeah, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Again, an NDP member tried to point out what they consider to be flaws within the legislation, yet they themselves have been the ones who tried to curb debate on this very matter. Mr. Speaker, specifically to his point, anyone who wants to come in to vote has an obligation to prove that they are eligible to vote. That is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. But to say, Mr. Speaker, that is somehow going to be a hardship on Canadians, perhaps because they live in rural areas or remote areas, is absolutely ludicrous. It's preposterous. There are 39 different pieces of identification one could present. 39! And are you is the member suggesting that members in his riding would not be able to come up with at least one of those 39 pieces of identification to prove who they are and their residents? Hogwash, Mr. Speaker. Absolute hogwash.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I think what was alluded to earlier about putting it to committee quickly, and I'm sure he knows this, but it's a rather disingenuous argument because what they're saying is to put it to committee for this before you do a vote at second reading. before you accept this in principle. I mean, seriously, the gentleman, and I have a great deal of respect for him, has been here a very long time. And I think he knows what was proposed as a way of broadening the debate of this bill, allowing all sorts of amendments which would not be allowed if we voted at second reading. I really don't think I have to repeat this for anybody who's been here longer than the House than myself, and I've been here close to 10 years. I think the other part, what I want to ask him is that he talked about the member from Selkirk who has the ability to prove himself correct. Now, I appreciate that, but yet Helena Gergis, a member from Peterborough, another member over here, each were levied judgment to leave caucus before they had the chance to defend themselves. It's a little disingenuous. Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I'm not sure if there's a question there, Mr. Speaker, but let me just point out to my friend and my colleague across the way that the arguments I was pointing out that the NDP had been making in this place have been hypocritical, Mr. Speaker, and members of his own caucus freely admit that. As a matter of fact, the member from Beausejour, the Liberal House Leader, actually has a nickname for the NDP. He calls the NDP the Sanctimony Brigade. And it's a very apt nickname, Mr. Speaker. It's a very apt nickname because they will take this holier-than-thou attitude above any piece of legislation our government brings forward and tries to point out that they're the only ones, they're the only custodians, really, to make sure that Canadians are represented well in this House. Mr. Speaker, the Sanctimony Brigade is alive and well in the benches opposite.
We have time for just a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I briefly want to get my colleague to talk about the power, if you'll listen, the power of the Commissioner of Elections to actually act independently. Our campaigns in 2004-2006 were the victims of pretty extensive election fraud, to the point of a lawyer bragging on the internet, bragging on email about how many times he had gotten to vote for my opponent by going from poll to poll to poll with voter ID cards that, of course, weren't his. Massive voting problems, massive fraudulent registration problems, and we fixed it in 2006 because we knew about it. Could my honourable friend comment, just based on that one experience that I had and others have had it, on the importance of making sure the Commissioner of Elections is, in fact, independent so he can operate and do something about those kind of situations?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend, my colleague, for the question. That's absolutely true. I mean, if we are to have confidence in the electoral system, we have to have not only impartiality, but independence in offices. And right now, there is no independence. The Commissioner of Elections reports to the Chief Electoral Officer. And as I said in my intervention a few moments ago, that would in effect mean that the Chief Electoral Officer is not only the judge and the jury, but the prosecutor. It's untenable. You just simply can't have that. We will have confidence that the Commissioner of Elections will be not only truly independent and impartial, but will have the authority and the tools at his disposal to make sure if infractions occur in any election, as my colleague pointed out, occurred in his riding back in 2004, 2005, that penalties will be severe, sanctions will be imposed, and will put an end to the wrongdoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in the debate. Might I begin, first of all, by commenting on the remarks of the Deputy House Leader for the Government, the member for Regina Lumsden Lake Centre, who I work with very closely on PROC, actually on a previous review of these actual laws, not a lot of which seem to have found its way into their bill, I might add. But what I want to raise, Speaker, is this notion of the Deputy House Leader saying that the official opposition is being hypocritical. And what I find most disturbing is that this is an honourable member in terms of the way he conducts himself at committee. He seems to care about his reputation, cares about the way that people think about him, and yet he's prepared to stand in this House and actually mislead this House and Canadians when he makes that specious argument that we were trying to cut debate. Quite the contrary. And my friend from the Liberal caucus was on his feet recently making this same point. And it's true. if you exercise the right under the rules to send a bill on first reading directly to committee, it's an opportunity for members to work together on the bill at committee before you get to second reading, debate, and vote. And for the simple reason that by the time we get to a second reading vote, for the most part, the caucuses are determining where they're going on these issues. You've got to make a fundamental decision about whether you're going to vote for or against. It's that stark. The reason this clause was brought in, I might add, Speaker, during my time at Queen's Park, we brought in this rule that allowed a reference from first reading for the very reason that it's a good way to go when the whole House wants to work together. When there's a sincere effort to work on a bill, then by referring it right after first reading, you send it to the place where we actually sit down, roll up our sleeves, and get some work done. And we were trying to send it in that frame of mind before we get to sort of where we are now, which is everybody in their respective corners. And I'm going to comment on that process versus what has happened in the past in this House and in this country. But I want to say absolutely crystal clear that the Deputy House Leader of the government is misleading this House and Canadians when he says that we are trying to end debate.
Just caution the honourable member, as has been the convention in this place, the use of the term misleading, especially if it's imputing motivation on the part of another honourable member, can get very close to references of being unparliamentary language. Now, the honourable member, I've not heard anything unparliamentary yet, but I would just caution him that he's very, very close, and perhaps he might want to think about that in the course of his comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that, and I was expecting the cautionary note, but quite frankly, I was getting as close to the line in terms of the language I could use to refute the language of hypocrisy, which unfortunately is allowed in this place, and that's a word that shouldn't be allowed in this place, but that honourable member used it, and I wanted to refute it as close as I could without crossing that line. I appreciate you told me I didn't cross it, because that's important. Although, of course, I would have apologized immediately, sir, if you ever called for me to do that. But anyway, I wanted to clear the air on that. And if they continue that argument, then we're going to continue to give the government a civics lesson in how this place actually works. And the honourable members should be concerned about his reputation, because there are enough Canadians who know the truth to know that that's just games. That's just games. And this bill, this issue, our election laws, deserves better than just games. Take a look at what we're talking about here. A 244-page bill. 244-page bill. Now, in the past, Speaker, the government of the day, when they wanted to make changes to the election laws, not only did they first consult with the chief electoral officer, which this government didn't do. One little hi, how are you, nice to meet you meeting does not constitute consultation on bringing in a 244-page bill that completely revamps the way we hold elections in this country. That is not consultation. But in the past, the government would not only consult with the chief electoral officer, but we'll wait for it. This is pretty shocking in conservative House of Commons Canada. They actually talked to the other parties. Why? Why did they talk to the other? Well, you know, if you're going to, well, we got the Olympics going on right now. One of the first things you do before you hit the ice or go on the snow is decide what the rules are going to be. And you make sure that everybody that's affected by those rules gets an opportunity to have a say. In the absence of that, you don't have an electoral system that is supported by all the participants in that system. I mean, this is not rocket science. And I have to say, it just in passing, the minister that introduced the bill, I know the minister well, worked with him for years and years, very smart, good guy, I like the minister, but let's be honest, he is probably the most partisan attack dog that they've ever had over there. And that's saying a lot given the role the foreign affairs minister played before. So that's quite an accomplishment. So they took the super hyper partisan, the most super hyper partisan person in their entire caucus, and gave them what is what is supposedly the most statesman-like or statesperson-like role in the House, which is to bring in these kind of rule changes for our Elections Act. So right off the bat, the person that was asked to carry the bill in the name of the government, the fact that the government didn't even talk to the chief electoral officer. Give me a break. Like there's no partisanship in this at all? Let's find out. Let's find out. Government has been saying that the reason they're okay shutting down debate in this place is because, and a number of them have said it, even today, we're going to send it to committee. We're going to send it to committee because that's where House of Commons work gets done. All right? All right. Well, that doesn't justify it totally in our view, but if that's the position of the government, then they certainly need something to happen at committee that would give people some confidence that they really meant it when they're standing here now. And so, the official opposition brought in a motion, a very reasonable motion. No games, no politics, cards are all on the table, and in fact our motion for committee, in terms of how the committee should deal with this, actually states the day, May the 1st this year, that we would begin clause by clause. So it's not our intent to delay or obstruct in any way the ability to pass this law and have these new rules in effect for the next election. That's not our objective. But what we are asking for is to use the months of March and April to travel the country, to give people an opportunity to have their say. I have my friend from the Northwest Territories standing up and saying this is going to impact on his members, the vouching issue. The minister or his assistant stands up and says, oh, no, that's not true. Well, I live in Hamilton. How do I know? Makes a whole lot of sense that we would go there, give them an opportunity, go to them. This is a huge country. It's almost a continent in and of itself. We have such different environments for voting, for procedures, because of where people live, because of the weather and distances. And we still have all the urban issues that you have in any G7 country that's holding election. So for all those reasons, Speaker, for all of that, what I'd like to hear from the government is that they're prepared to give us countrywide public hearings, allow people to come, make their case, send submissions into the committee, spend 2 months to give Canadians and experts an opportunity to have their say. We'll start at the beginning here in Ottawa with experts and the minister giving us the briefing on all the details in it. Then we'll go out into the country and then find out what the issues are, come back, and then another couple of more few days in Ottawa to bring back some of those people and put to them what we heard and found. And then no later than May the 1st, we commit, if this motion passes at committee, that we will begin clause by clause, knowing that the government majority is going to carry the day. That's fine. They have a majority. They will win the vote. They will win every vote on every amendment. But we need this time. And if the government's truly honest and meaningful about wanting to give Canadians their say on this 244-page document that changes the fundamental foundation of our democracy, and that's our election laws, then at the very least, give Canadians an opportunity to have a say on their election law. This law belongs to them, not the Conservative government. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, of course, all Canadians who want to testify will be welcome to make submissions to the committee, and those submissions will be considered by the members of that committee. I want to address one important section of the Fair Elections Act, Section 7, which would amend Section 18 of the Canada Elections Act, to do the following. So the Chief Electoral Officer may provide the public with information on D, how an elector may establish their identity and residence in order to vote, including the pieces of identification that they may use to that end. Now, members of the opposition have said it's not necessary to require that of the CEO of Elections Canada. Most people, according to the opposition, already know what they need. But we found today the member for the Northwest Territories, who is an experienced member of Parliament, doesn't even know what is required for identification. He suggested that photo identification is required. In fact, that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case. Does the NDP member not agree that it's necessary to legislate for Elections Canada to inform all electors, including the member for the Northwest Territories, about which of the 39 pieces of ID are acceptable when they come to vote?
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that the minister was in the House and listened to my remarks and made some comments. I thank him for that. I want to pick up on his comment about the fact that people can make submissions. He kind of threw it out there. Of course we're going to hear. Well, wait a minute. What does the honourable minister mean when he says submissions? Does that mean that people can only send in written submissions? This is going to be a paper exercise? I did not hear the member stand in his place and say that he would commit his government to public hearings so that Canadians, the people that own this law, can have their say on this law. That's what was missing in his answer. That's what we want to hear, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be interested to hear from my colleague from the NDP with respect to some of the points raised by the honourable member from St. Laurent-Cartierville. Section 11 of the Competitions Act gives the Director of Competitions the power to compel witnesses, or the power to get authority from a judge to compel witnesses in the course of an investigation, not after a charge is laid, but in the course of an investigation. That is a power that Elections Canada has been looking for, that the government has refused to put in and has refused to answer a direct question. So my question for the honourable member is this: who should have sharper teeth, a freer hand, and whatever the other buzzword is, someone investigating price fixing or someone investigating election fraud?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, again, Speaker, I understand the issue that the member's raising. Everybody's raising good points. They're all good issues. That's the point. I heard the minister just say even me. Even the minister had a good question. The point is that there are different answers and different interpretations, and that's why what matters right now in the dying moments of this debate is to get a commitment from the government that this isn't just going to get buried into committee, stuffed away into some kind of secret meeting or in-camera meeting for 3 or 4 days. It pops out again, comes back to the House, move closure again, and this thing rams through. That can't happen, Speaker. It cannot. And yet, I am not yet hearing anybody from the government commit to giving Canadians their say on their election law.
Question commentaire. Honourable député de Nickelbelt.
The honourable member for Nickelbelt.
And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech on this. I got a question for him. I got several questions for him, but this question in particular. The Conservatives have a track record of breaking election rules, and I'll just remind him of a few here. I have a whole book of election fraud from the Conservatives. The member from Peterborough, for example, the member from St. Boniface, the member from Selkirk Interlake, Peter Panashwe, you remember him? Robocalls, Mount Royal, in-and-out scandals, and the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like the honourable members from Hamilton to tell this House if the Conservatives are changing the rules to this election law to make it easier for them to get away with this.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for the question. I think one of our colleagues actually said that given the fact that this government has a whole list of serial cheaters, it would make all the more sense in the world to make sure that we give people an opportunity to have their say. This government has had their run-ins, with Elections Canada. And we know how they feel about public agents and public servants speaking words they don't like. Remember what happened to the nuclear watchdog? Gone. The PBO, they practically vilified Kevin Page. Why? Because they didn't like what he had to say, so they went after him. We believe that part of the motivation here, and we'll see in hearings, part of the motivation is that they don't like the Chief Electoral Officer, Mayran. Why don't they like him? Because he's doing his job. I think Canadians will be very interested to hear what Monsieur Mayran has to say about this bill when we finally get it in front of committee.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Leduc.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to take part in this debate. I will not presume to be as eloquent as the previous two speakers or as passionate, but I will do my best to speak to this bill, one which I strongly support, Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts known as the Fair Elections Act. I do want to, at the start, I want to commend the Minister who has introduced this bill, shepherding this bill through the House of Commons. I think he's done an outstanding job in terms of presenting the detail of this bill, the facts of this bill, responding, frankly, to many of the recommendations of the Chief Electoral Officer and others in terms of addressing our deficiencies in our electoral system in Canada, but one that we should all note on both sides of the House, one of the best electoral systems in the world, frankly, here in Canada. We should be very proud of it, but we should be never shy about making improvements to us. So I want to recognize the Minister's work in this area. He frankly gave one of the most impressive presentations I've seen to our caucus in years, and I speak that as a member who's been here for over 13. I do want to return to the substance of the bill. As I mentioned, there are many issues that do need to be addressed, and frankly, this very comprehensive bill does that. It implements, frankly, 38 of the Chief Electoral Officer's past recommendations, and I'd like to go through them in detail. And I think I just caution members on both sides to stick to the actual substance of the bill. I know there's a lot of charges in Elections Canada. Charges, one should emphasize, and we should leave those to be investigated. But in terms of us as legislators, we should stick to the text of the bill itself. First of all, it protects voters from road calls and impersonation with a mandatory public registry for mass calling, prison time for impersonating elections officials, and increased penalties for deceiving people out of their votes. So it takes very seriously the fact of impersonating elections officials, voter suppression. All of these issues are taken and addressed very seriously in this legislation. I think I can speak as someone who's been a candidate in 5 subsequent elections. My local elections officials for the Elections Canada have done an outstanding job, 90% plus as volunteers, and they do an excellent job, and they need every help they can, and this legislation, in fact, does that. This legislation deals with the so-called robocalls issue, which is impersonating others using these types of technologies. It should be noted, however, that these types of technologies can be used legitimately if, obviously, the person calling identifies themselves, the purpose for the call. Many members of Parliament, I think on both sides, use it to do sort of these electronic town halls, which I use myself and are a very good method, but I obviously identify who I am, why I'm calling, engage citizens in that way. But this deals with the so-called impersonation. That's the first item I want to emphasize. Secondly, it gives law enforcement sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand, allowing the Commissioner to seek tougher penalties for existing offences, empowering the Commissioner with more than a dozen new offences to combat money, roll calls, and fraudulent voting. A freer hand means the Commissioner will have full independence with control of his or her staff and investigations and a fixed term of 7 years, so he or she cannot be fired without cause. It cracks down on voter fraud, something which one would presume the opposition would strongly support, by prohibiting the use of vouching and voter information cards as replacement for acceptable ID. Studies commissioned by Elections Canada demonstrate mass irregularities in the use of vouching and high rates of inaccuracy on voter information cards. And it is important, as the Minister just pointed out in a question to the member opposite, voters will still have 39 forms of authorized ID to choose from to prove identity and residence. And I think it's entirely reasonable for us to expect, in order to ensure that the election results are legitimate, especially in ridings which is very close, that members or voters do have to present ID to show that they are in fact eligible voters, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader pointed out earlier. Next, make rules easy to follow for all. Since the last election, the Commissioner has had to sign 15 different compliance agreements with those who have breached elections law. Some are due to honest mistakes. Members of all parties have noted that the rules can be unclear. Complicated rules bring unintentional breaches and intimidate everyday people from taking part in democracy. That is why the Fair Elections Act will make the rules for elections clear, predictable, and easy to follow. Parties will have the right to advance rulings and interpretations from Elections Canada within 45 days of a request, a service similar to one provided by the Canada Revenue Agency. Elections Canada will also be required to keep a registry of interpretations and provide for consultation with and notice to parties before changing them. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, and I'll point to someone who's been my official agent for a number of elections and the financial agent for our electoral district association in between elections. He's a very reputable chartered accountant with Deloitte & Touche in Edmonton. And he says one of the things that is challenging as an official agent is there are some gray areas. He's not exactly certain in terms of what the rules are. And what we do in those cases is call Elections Canada, contact them, and say, what exactly is the rule in this area? And we always err on the side of caution. But this is something that this legislation will help improve in terms of ensuring that all electoral district associations, all ridings across the country have one set of interpretations. It's very clear and very consistent, because we all have to recognize as members of Parliament, we may have an office manager, we may have a campaign manager, some people may receive compensation. They don't in my campaign's case, but our official agents are typically volunteers, and I'm very fortunate to have someone who's very qualified, but they're typically volunteers. They need very simple, clear, and consistent rules so they know exactly what they're doing, so that they can be sure that they follow all the rules and regulations. This legislation will also allow small donations in, and it will keep big money out. One of the changes that I'm most proud of that we made as a government is to ensure that corporations and unions, organizations will not control political parties. There's individual donations that's set to a maximum amount. That's one, I think, the biggest changes that our government has made. Obviously, the previous government made it with C-24, made some changes along those lines, but our government made some further changes to ensure that citizens themselves will be the ones that control elections. As we all know, the special interest money can sometimes drown out the voices of everyday citizens. That is why this Act will ban the use of loans to evade donation rules. It will also allow parties to better fund democratic outreach with small increases, reasonable increases, in spending limits while imposing tougher audits and penalties to enforce those limits. It will let small donors contribute more to democracy through the front door in a very transparent way and block illegal big money from sneaking in the back door. The modest adjustments in the donation limit up to $1,500 from $1,200, which it is now, and election spending limits up 5% will let parties raise their own funds to reach out to Canadians. The total ban on union and corporate money remains in place, as I mentioned earlier. It also respects democratic election results. Members of Parliament and the Chief Electoral Officer sometimes disagree on an MP's election expense. This will happen. This has happened in the past. It will happen in the future for people with all parties. When that happens, the Canada Elections Act provides that the MP can no longer sit or vote in the House of Commons until the expense return is changed to the CEO's satisfaction. However, the removal of a democratically elected MP reverses the decision of tens of thousands of voters. The Fair Elections Act will allow an MP to present the disputed case in the courts and to have judges quickly rule on it before the CEO seeks the MP's suspension. Again, I think this is a very fair, reasonable change that the minister is seeking to make. Next, it upholds free speech. The Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that the ban on premature transmission of election results infringes on freedom of expression. And I could say as a Westerner, it's interesting to always be in Alberta waiting for the election results when various people are sort of testing that on, especially on the social media that's available today. The Fair Elections Act repeals this ban and upholds free speech. Provides better customer service for voters by focusing Elections Canada advertising on the basics of voting, where, when, and what ID to bring. Also, the Fair Elections Act would explicitly require Elections Canada to inform disabled voters of this extra help available to them to vote. The Act will also establish an extra day of advance polling. The proposed change would give Canadians access to 4 advance polling days, the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th days before election. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this is one thing that I've supported very strongly and asked to be included in this piece of legislation because our constituency, depending on when the election is, there's people who, I have an area where there's an awful lot of people who are working in and out of country, in and out of the constituency. They have some very high seasonal population, especially in the Nisku area. So it's important to allow Canadians as much time as possible, as much access as possible to voting. We, in fact, I believe in Edmonton-Leduc have one of the highest advanced polling numbers across the country. And this falls along with the lines of encouraging more people to vote. And I hear some of the comments of criticism say, in fact, that this bill may be used in a partisan way or not. Absolutely not. In fact, I encourage Canadians, I encourage parliamentarians to read this bill and to actually see what it is. Expanding the number of hours of voting, expanding the days of voting, is explicitly designed to increase the percentage of people who are voting. ensuring that we get as much information out to people so that they know when and where they ought to vote is designed to explicitly allow more voters to have more opportunity to vote. Another thing we're doing along these lines is reducing congestion at the polls. The Fair Elections Act proposes a number of practical changes that should make the voting process more efficient. We're streamlining the process for appointing election officers and providing for additional resources for Elections Canada. We're allowing for additional election officers to be appointed to ease congestion at polling stations, which has been a problem in the past. And, Mr. Speaker, I see you indicating to me that my time is up. I look forward to questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise, and I want to thank my colleague from across for his thoughtful presentation on this bill. Which you know, my concern really in voting is to get people out to vote. That should be the primary concern of all of us. And what I see in this bill is with the changes in the way that the chief electoral officer is not allowed to promote voting in this country, where we're moving away from a voucher system which worked for 100,000 people in the last election. Top that off with the changes that were made to the voter identification system in 2007, and we have a situation of declining voters in our system. Why does the honourable member think that this is a good thing for Canadians to reduce the number of people voting?
Honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Well, I thank the member for the question because it allows me the opportunity to clarify and say this legislation does, in fact, the opposite. And if you look at the access to 4 advanced polling days, the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th days before election, I mean, when you add more days to voting, obviously you want to encourage more opportunity for more Canadians to vote. That's the first thing. Secondly, you mentioned the Chief Electoral Officer. The Chief Electoral Officer can provide the public with information on how to be a candidate, how an elector may have his or her name added to a list of electors, and may have corrections made to information respecting him or her on the list, how an elector may vote under Section 127, and the times, dates, and locations for voting, how an elector may establish his or her identity and residence in order to vote, and as the Minister mentioned, there's over 30 pieces of identification that the voter can provide to present to ensure that they are, in fact, an eligible voter, and the measures for assisting electors with a disability to access a polling station or advanced polling station or to mark a ballot. Every single one of these measures is designed to increase the opportunity for Canadians to cast their ballot. Every single one of these measures is designed to do so. This bill is designed, on balance, to provide more opportunities for Canadians to vote.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
I want to come back again to the powers that are given to Elections Canada to investigate elections fraud. One of the powers that Elections Canada has been seeking that is absent is the power to get judicial authority to compel the cooperation of witnesses under oath during the course of an investigation. This is a power that the Director of Competitions has in Section 11 of the Competitions Act. So my question for this member is this. Why is it that someone investigating price fixing has greater investigative powers than this government is prepared to give to Elections Canada in investigating electoral fraud?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I suspect this will be an active point of debate at the committee stage. I frankly have reservations about granting the power, but I look forward to a full debate at committee on it. I think we should, though, frankly, we have to keep in mind that this bill, in fact, does have tougher criminal penalties for election offences. And there's a whole series of penalties and increased offences under this legislation, which I think the member would support. With respect to the specific question that he's raising, I would frankly have concerns about granting those powers, but I would encourage the committee, and in reference to a previous speaker, the committee frankly is master of its own domain. It can choose to study the bill however long it wants, but this, I assume, will be one of the most actively debated clauses in that committee.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to hear my colleague's speech. He's one of the esteemed chairs of the standing committees in this House, and I'm wondering if he might just tell the House if he had a witness who made, multiple recommendations, and over 30 of them were adopted in a piece of legislation, if he would call that a good step forward in consultation.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
I want to thank the Chair of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. I had the pleasure for voting for him last week. I cast my ballot strongly in favour. He was unanimously selected, which I think shows he's respected by all members on that committee. I would agree wholeheartedly. We do reports out of the Finance Committee all the time. We're looking forward tomorrow to seeing how many of our recommendations from our pre-budget report make it in the budget tomorrow. But frankly, if 38 recommendations made it from our committee, we as committee members would be overjoyed at the number of recommendations. And I think the Chief Electoral Officer, I don't know this Chief Electoral Officer as well as I know the last one, Jean-Pierre Kingsley, who's a friend of mine and who frankly gave the Minister an A- for his work in this area. But I would hope the Chief Electoral Officer would say, frankly, mission accomplished. He's done an excellent job in terms of presenting recommendations, and this government, this minister, has done an excellent job in terms of adopting these recommendations.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives claim that Bill C-23 will put citizens in charge of democracy. In fact, several measures contained in the bill will do exactly the opposite. They will shunt citizens aside in democracy, at least certain groups of citizens. Under the current legislation, voters who have a hard time proving where they live at voting time, such as Aboriginals who live on reserve, students who live far away from home, and seniors who live in residences, and the homeless. They can use their voter ID cards to confirm their identity as it now stands, but that is going to change under this bill. In the case where a citizen who has the right to vote does not have a valid voter ID card, this person can, today, ask a relative or someone close to this person to vouch for his or her identity. But that would change. Thousands of voters have used this vouching system to vote during the last election. These identification methods are applied with rigor, and these methods allow us to make sure that every citizen who has the right to vote can do so. Bill C-23 would end this practice. The Conservative bill would end the vouching system in a way that voter ID cards would not be acceptable anymore to confirm identity. And with the changes, the Conservatives will make it harder for many Canadians to vote, Canadians who often have trouble finding the necessary ID to vote. Conservatives say that these measures will reduce the risk of fraud, but I would therefore ask the following question. Can my colleagues opposite provide me with evidence that the vouching system has really led to electoral fraud? Do you have evidence of this? The answer is simple, Mr. Speaker. They cannot do this. They cannot prove this because there is no real fraud problem under our current electoral system. Further, nothing indicates that the current system is deficient. Certainly, fraud can occur from time to time, but it's not a major problem today. But as my colleague for Vancouver East said in the course of this debate, fraud exists, but we already have a system in place to fight it, and it works well. So this leads me to question the real reason why the government is making changes to the rules, and the answer is troubling. With these measures, the Conservatives want to reduce the electoral participation of certain categories of voters. And according to the Chief Electoral Officer, if the government ends the vouching system, over 100,000 voters might not be able to vote at the upcoming federal election. 100,000 people. That is the equivalent of a riding. There are 105 constituents in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and so this would mean that these people would be disqualified. An entire riding would be disqualified from voting. Most of these people would be Aboriginals living on reserve, and this is a real affront to democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Viewer who's looking at this at home, they may say, well, what is that, incrementalism? What it means is that you make small changes. You have a big goal at the end of your road, that you have a vision, a big goal, and you make small changes towards that big goal. Well, Speaker, we have to ask, what are those small changes and what is that big goal that the Prime Minister is going after? What are we inching towards, Speaker? What is it that this Prime Minister wants to achieve? What goal? The answer is troubling when I look at it, Speaker, because it looks like this Prime Minister is trying to reduce democratic privilege in this country. And my appeal is directly to you, Speaker, because we're debating this under time allocation. And I said before, when the motion for time allocation came up, that it was used 3 times, Speaker, 3 times in the first 70 years of Canadian history, from the beginning of this Confederation up until 1956. It was used 3 times. And there was a specific purpose, Speaker, why that was used. It was matters of urgency, Speaker. The first times it was used, it was the war, First World War, and they needed these things done quickly because it was a wartime regime, and you need to sometimes do things quickly during the war. And in 1956, when Speaker Baudouin invoked closure during the pipeline debate, there was an urgent reason. It was questionable whether it was truly urgent. There was a deadline, an agreement between TransCanada Pipelines and the Canadian government, and there was also the steel supply in the construction season, a question of urgency. Speaker, as I pointed out earlier in this debate, there is no urgency to changing our electoral system. There is no reason why closure should have been evoked. So my appeal is to you, Speaker. Speaker, I ask you to listen to me. This has to stop. This use of closure has to stop during debates. You, Speaker, are the one that upholds the traditions in this House. It is up to you to uphold the traditions of this fine place, this House of Commons, which means the House of the common people. And your role, Speaker, is not just as a timekeeper. It's actually to uphold the traditions of this House. And this being the House of the common people, our role here as MPs is to debate legislation and to get to the bottom of legislation, the purpose of the legislation, whether it's perfected, whether we can craft a better bill. By invoking time allocation, our privilege as members is impeded to properly debate this bill. This is a large bill, Speaker. It's a big bill. There's a lot of pages in it. Anyone can read it, but we have a lot of pieces of legislation to review. And as the government members say and often accuse us, you haven't even read the bill. I'm sure there's a lot of members in the government party that haven't read the bill either, Speaker. So I ask the question, what's the rush? Why can't we have a proper debate about this, and what are we inching towards, Speaker? It troubles me greatly, Speaker, that we've limited the debate in here, we've limited the consultation with Canadians outside the House, and we're passing a bill that is going to reform our electoral system, Speaker, that is going to reform the way elections are done, Speaker, the way the public franchise is done. We have to look at this properly, Speaker. We have to go over the clauses that aren't good and improve them and get rid of the horrible clauses and make the good clauses even better, even more powerful. You know, Speaker, we're often asked, what is this Prime Minister going towards? And I can see from my time in the House that this Prime Minister is inching towards a system of trickle-down economics where we end up with a plutocracy, where the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. He wants now to give us trickle-down elections where it'll be the well-off that vote, where the ones who are more disenfranchised
because of poverty, because of living situation, they won't be able to participate in elections. And as a result of those things, as a result of trickle-down economics and trickle-down elections, we'll receive a trickle-down democracy, where it will be a democracy for fewer people to achieve fewer aims, to offer fewer services, and as a country, Speaker, we will suffer. So, Speaker, I'm making a direct appeal to you, because you are the guardian of the traditions of this House and of our democracy, in effect. So, Speaker, I ask you, I implore you, to please stop allowing the use of closure during debates on bills which are not of urgency. We're not in war, Speaker. At least on this side, we don't feel that we're at war with anyone. Perhaps someone on the government side feels that they're at war with poor people. They're at war with Aboriginal people. They're at war with democracy. Perhaps they're afraid that next election they'll have difficulty getting re-elected. Certainly with the policies they're bringing in, their favour with the Canadian people is going down every day. And so I understand why they're fearful. But as representatives in this House of Commons, we have a duty to uphold our democracy, our Canadian democracy, and I implore you, Speaker, and I ask your assistance to stop using these tactics that have been used during the drafting of this legislation, putting in poison pills, and invoking the use of closure in debates. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to a speech that had nothing to do with the actual content of the bill, but that's okay. That's your prerogative. But I do have probably three very specific questions for my colleague. Does he think that voter ID cards should be an allowable form of identification by themselves, considering that Canada Post drops off bundles of voter ID cards in apartment buildings, for example, and that came to light in our elections? How many people does he think that one person should be able to vouch for, because there is massive evidence, speaking personally, of busloads being vouched for continually until we stop that practice? And third, he talks about 100,000 people not being able to get to vote, and most of those being on First Nations. Does he understand that a First Nations status card is, in fact, one of the 39 forms of ID?
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Saying status cards are more and more increasingly difficult to get. The steps that you have to go through to get one are increasingly difficult. So there are people on reserves that might not necessarily have their status card or not have a current status card. In terms of the busload, the speaker that the member talks about, I can imagine a senior centre bringing a busload of people to vote, and the person who runs the senior centre actually knowing everyone in that centre. That would be an acceptable thing to me, Speaker, if the person looking after a nurse that looks after all these people came and vouched for them. As for the third question, Speaker, we really have to go through this bill and debate it properly. And if the member could refer to the specific section or give me the specific proof, table it to the House. Lots of identification is dropped off at apartment buildings, Speaker. So, I mean, we don't... anybody can use it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over a year now that the Conservative government pulled the first draft of this bill off the table. I suspect because there were clauses in there that frightened Conservatives themselves. And I'm speaking specifically to those wishes expressed by Elections Canada to have teeth in this bill, teeth to be able to compel testimony and demand the production of documents whenever there's been violations of the bill, particularly as it was similar to the violations in over 200 ridings in Canada where people were deceived by someone purporting to be from Elections Canada, someone who had use of the Conservative membership lists. I'm wondering if the honourable member could speculate on why there is no teeth in this bill that would give Elections Canada the opportunity to find the culprits, convict and punish.
Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, I think it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that using the database, the SIMS database, in the case of the robocalls, was such that investigators followed up, identified the situation. So I understand why the Conservative Party is a bit afraid of giving some teeth to this bill, because it will give, in fact, Elections Canada an opportunity to crack down on fraudsters. There are parts of the bill that could have given additional powers to the CEO.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged to represent the great riding of Vancouver Kingsway, where after they witnessed their elected member cross the floor to sit on the other side within 2 weeks of being elected in 2006, there was an explosion of I think, anger in my riding and a real commitment to the democratic process. And I know that the people in my riding are commenting on this bill before us. The first thing that they're saying to me is that it's highly ironic that in a bill that purports to deal with our democratic structure, we are debating that within the confines of closure. And they find that quite ironic. I also would like to say that I think what people in my riding think the most pressing problems about elections are in this country is the fact that we've seen systematic violations of our election laws. And we're quite proud of our democracy in Canada, and I think we have one of the best and cleanest systems in the world, and Canadians want us to keep it that way. So my question to my honourable colleague is are there sufficient provisions in this bill that will send the clear message to candidates across this land that you cannot overspend on your limits, that you cannot mislead voters, that you cannot violate the Elections Act, or you will face the full force of the elections law to make sure that Canadians know that their elections are clean?
We've run out of time. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, a short response, please.
Well, in short answer, Speaker, no. I think this law makes things more vague in terms of spending limits. It doesn't get to the heart of the problem, and no, Speaker, I don't think that in its present form this legislation does that.
Before we go to a resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans, I'll let him know we've got about 8 minutes remaining in the time allocated for his remarks. The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to take the time that you've generously given to me to say two words that we don't hear often enough in this chamber. Thank you. C'est avec humilité que j'aimerais remercier.
It is with humility that I would like to thank the members of Parliament and the House of Commons staff for all of their kind words of encouragement over the past few weeks and months.
Thank you to the members for Barrie, Brant, Burlington, Don Valley East, Kitchener-Conestoga, right here behind me, Lambton, Kent, Mississauga South, Okanagan, Shuswap, Sarnia, Lambton, my seatmate, Saskatoon, Humboldt, Scarborough Centre, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, Vancouver, South Willowdale, and Winnipeg South Centre, and to the very dedicated Vice Chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee for carrying my duty in this chamber and in committee. Merci également aux Orléanais.
Also, thank you to the citizens of Orleans and my friends and family for their visits, their encouraging words, and to their prayers. Your support and assistance has helped me to feel better and to get better. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
In the most difficult times, I made an effort to be in this House and to vote, as it is our duty. Voting is a fundamental Canadian right. It is a symbol of our identity. It is the oxygen that keeps our democracy alive. Et dans plusieurs pays,
in many countries, much blood has been spilled, and many diplomatic efforts have been made to establish democracy and the right to vote.
C'est notre façon de dire oui.
It is our way of saying yes or saying no to the type of society that we want to build. Canada is a model of modern democracy around the world.
Developing democracies call on Canadians when they want to ensure that their elections are free and fair. Our sense of duty and our expertise give us international credibility in election monitoring. De 2009 à 2013.
Between 2009 and 2013, the Canadian International
a development agency with the assistance of Canadem, deployed more than 800 Canadian election observers in bilateral missions and in 30 multilateral missions in more than 20 countries.
Went to Haiti, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Senegal, and many other nations. Le sujet m'interpelle puisque
Because I participated in one of these missions, I have a keen interest in the subject.
I was assigned by Canada to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe to co-chair a team of international observers during the rerun of the second round of the presidential elections in Ukraine. The other co-chair was a Swiss engineer, and we were sent to Dnipropetrovsk. It was an exhilarating experience. I was able to see firsthand that Canada is synonymous with democracy and freedom. But that which does not evolve is doomed to disappear. We can continue to be proud. We can continue to improve things. Nous continuerons d'être un modèle.
We will continue to be a model of democracy around the world only if we allow democracy to evolve. The separation of powers is a basic component of our system.
With separating the administration of the law and its enforcement, the Fair Elections Act proposes that the Commissioner be under the authority of the Director of Public Prosecutions. HoC?
In a hockey game, would we ask the owner of the Ottawa Senators to referee a game between the Sens and the Canadiens?
State for Democratic Reform said it well. The referee should not be wearing a team jersey. Absolutely. Canada's government, which I support in this House, proposes that greater independence be given to the person with the power to conduct investigations and enforce the law. La loi sur l'intégrité.
The Fair Elections Act will make our legislation more stringent, clearer, and easier to follow.
Protect Canadian voters from fraudulent and misleading calls by setting up a mandatory public registry. We want to establish a new public registry for mass calling. Telephone service providers involved in voter contact calling services and any individual or group that uses these providers will have to register with the CRTC. Nous proposons de multiplier.
We also propose that the fines for preventing or trying to prevent someone from voting be 10 times higher. Under this legislation, anyone convicted of impersonating an election official would face a jail term. These penalties would be more severe for individuals who deceive people out of their votes.
According to the Neufeld report, identity vouching procedures are complicated and have a 25% error rate. That's 1 in 4. This problem is threatening our democracy, and we must take action. And so we propose to put an end to vouching. Nous proposons également d'exiger que la loi.
The Fair Elections Act would also require in law that Elections Canada tell Canadians which pieces of identification would be acceptable at the polling station so that they know what to bring with them.
39 different pieces of ID can be used to prove a voter's identity. De plus,
in addition, the voter identification card would no longer be considered valid identification.
Must also inform voters which pieces of ID are valid and will be accepted at the polling station. These cards contain incorrect information 1 out of 6 times. L'émission Infoman.
The show, Infoman, highlighted the problems with voter information cards, calling it the 2-for-1 special by Elections Canada.
The more powerful elements in our society from drowning out citizens' voices, we would ban using loans to sidestep donation regulation. Some people have used unpaid loans to evade donation limits and make larger donations. En tant qu'élus,
as elected representatives, we must steer clear of this type of pressure.
Standardize and transparent reporting for all political loans. In addition, candidates and political parties that have exceeded the ceiling on elections expenses ceiling will see their reimbursement reduced. And we maintain the total ban on loans by unions and business. Vous savez, le directeur général des élections.
It is my pleasure to mention that Marc Méran, the current Chief Electoral Officer, is from Orleans. So is his predecessor, Jean-Pierre Kingsley.
Support this brilliant bill produced by the Minister of State for Democratic Reform. His predecessor appears to. Mr. Kingsley gave us an A-, indicating that it's a good bill. When I received an A-, I didn't ask for
Le temps est alloué pour le discours et
The time for the member speech has expired. The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans will have 2 minutes remaining to complete his remarks. The next time this debate is before, or this motion is before the House.
Statements by members.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives like to talk about job creation and economic prosperity, but let's look at the facts under Conservative rule. Unemployment has increased by 9%, and the youth unemployment is double the national rate. Canada is 20th in the OECD for job creation from 2007 to 2012. Real economic growth per capita is the lowest in, wait for it, 78 years. The number of consecutive Conservative deficits, 6. The number of deficit targets hit by this finance minister, 0. Personal debt for the average Canadian has increased 26%. The increase in the national debt over 123 billion, a 25% increase. Mr. Speaker, it's budget time, and the finance minister will be saying the word jobs and the economy a lot. Yeah, right.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and congratulate the 3 Olympians from my riding of Provencher that are currently participating in the HoC Games. I want to congratulate Megan Emery, who placed 31st in her first biathlon event of the Games yesterday, the 7.5-kilometer sprint. I'd also like to wish all the best to Jocelyn Larocque and Bailey Bram of the Canadian Women's Olympic Hockey Team. We are all very proud of these young women for their hard work and dedication as they compete for our country against the best athletes in the world. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the families for their hard work, their tireless support that helped them make their children's Olympic dreams come true. Without the dedicated support, their success would not be possible. Megan, Jocelyn, and Bailey, I'd like to wish you all the best as you continue to compete in Sochi. Canadians from across the country will be cheering for you.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over a year now, the NDP has been waging a campaign to reduce excessive transaction fees imposed on small business owners by credit card issues. I had an opportunity to meet with dozens of entrepreneurs in Chaudière-Appalaches who said the same thing. These fees harm their profits. In a recent decision by the Competition Tribunal, which rejected a complaint formulated by this, the tribunal stated that there should be a better response to the concerns raised by the Commissioner, including a regulatory framework to be developed as soon as possible. Not only merchants' associations, but the tribunal is requiring immediate action. I'd be very happy to see that the Conservatives made me lie here, but I'm afraid that in Budget 2014, to be tabled tomorrow, there'll be another great disappointment for small merchants. In 2015, the NDP will form a government and will protect small business.
Mr. Speaker, Manitoba is blessed with an abundance of cheap, clean hydroelectric power. In Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, electricity is often generated using carbon-emitting fossil fuels. If Alberta utilized a few thousand megawatts of power from Manitoba, it could significantly reduce Alberta's carbon footprint and help with the case for Keystone XL. The distance from Alberta's oil fields to The hydro dams in Manitoba is approximately the same distance as the transmission lines that already exist that go from the Nelson River to Winnipeg. Therefore, we know the technology for the transmission of power at these distances already exists. Perhaps infrastructure funds could be found for projects of this type of regional significance. Manitoba Power Generation could assist in the further development of the Ring of Fire in northwestern Ontario. When it comes to power, we have to look outside the provincial boxes.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great emotion that I pay tribute today to a great man who has just left us, Mr. Yves Ryan. He dedicated his life to Montreal North, first as a journalist and then as mayor for 38 years. He was re-elected 10 times, 6 by acclamation. I knew Mr. Ryan because when I arrived in Canada, my family settled in Montreal Nord. I was even one of his constituents, and I'm now the proud member of parliament for the area because Bourassa includes Montreal Nord. Yves Ryan was a hard worker, close to the people, a rigorous manager, but also an ardent defender of Canada. I wish to express my sincere condolences to his wife, Mrs. Huguette Labrec, his children and grandchildren, as well as all his loved ones. On behalf of all people of Montreal Nord, Mr. Yves Ryan, thank you for everything you've accomplished, and rest in peace after having accomplished your duty. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Loubinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, across Canada, Canadians are gathering to encourage and share the Olympic dream of our 221 athletes in Sochi. Congratulations to the medal winners. Mark McMorris, bronze medal winning snowboarder. Members of the figure skating team that won the silver. Charles Hamelin, short track speed skating gold medal winner. And the Justine and Chloé Dufour sisters in the moguls who got gold and silver, respectively. And all the other Canadian athletes. As was composed and sung by the famous Rock Voisine and the Montreal Symphony Orchestra, c'est pour l'honneur that our government supports sport at high elite levels. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua.
Of these Olympics. As we speak, Canada has already won several medals, and it's getting hard to keep up, maybe even more as we speak. I join my colleagues in this House to congratulate Mark McMorris, Justine Dufour-Lapointe, Chloé Dufour-Lapointe, Tessa Virtue and Scott Moore, Patrick Clan, Kaylin Osmond, Eric Radford, Kevin Reynolds, Kirsten Moore-Towers, Dylan Moscovich, Megan Duhamel, Charles Hamelin, and maybe more as we speak, Mr. Speaker. What a group of athletes.
Just this morning, Charles Hamelin electrified us by winning the gold on the 1,500-meter speed skating. What a memorable moment. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the extraordinary story of the Dufour-Lapointe sisters. They're so dynamic that they didn't only touch Quebecers and Canadians, but the whole world. 2 sisters on the podium is historic, but it also reminds us that behind every athlete and every Olympic performance, there are extraordinary people. Congratulations to all.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise and recognize Mayor Jack Wilson of Laurentian Valley Township. Mayor Wilson has the distinction of being one of only 4 elected politicians in Ontario to ever have held the office for 50 years or more. This year, after 50 years, 18 years on council, and 33 as mayor, Jack has decided it's time to retire. Jack Wilson is my mayor, and as a fellow ratepayer, I appreciate the steady hand Jack has had as mayor and as Renfrew County councillor. To quote Jack, I always tried to use common sense. I'm a farmer, and I tried to run things like I tried to run my farm. If it ain't broke, you don't fix it. Jack used the same common sense he used on the farm to run our municipality. Jack was named acting warden for Renfrew County for 2014 in recognition of his years of service and being a true gentleman by his fellow county councillors. On behalf of the residents of Laurentian Valley and Renfrew County, thank you, Jack and Evelyn, for your 50 years of service.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Hooksville.
Mr. Speaker, 74 years ago today, following the invasion of Poland in September 1939, Soviet regime started mass deportation of Polish citizens from invaded territories deep into Russia. The first victims of deportations were the Polish military, prisoners of war resulting from resistance to the September invasion. Soon, the arrests, deportations and murders were extended to the government officials, politicians, civil servants, members of the intelligentsia, scientists, and any others deemed threats to the Soviet state. Then deportations were extended to families. About 1.8 million Polish men, women and children were forcefully removed deep into Siberia and placed into labor camps where they faced hard physical labor and miserable living conditions. Over 700,000 died of cold, starvation, physical fatigue and disease. The accounts of daily life and loss in the harsh Gulag are the personal histories that to date have been largely missing, lost and underreported. It is my wish that this crime of Soviet communism is brought to light and remembered.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Skolmet-Wandafuka.
Today marks 3 years since Bill C-389 was adopted by the previous minority parliament. This bill would have filled a significant gap in our human rights legislation by providing equal rights and equal protection under the law to transsexual, transgender and gender-variant Canadians. Unfortunately, the Senate failed to deal with C-389 before the election. After the 2011 election, I was privileged to pick up the work of Bill 6A, the former member for Burnaby Douglas. My private member's bill, Bill C-279, passed this House with support from all parties on March 20th, 2013. Unfortunately, 3 years after Canada's elected representatives first acted, and nearly 1 year after this House again endorsed equal rights for all, trans Canadians are still waiting for full equality. Last June, the Senate Justice Committee completed hearings on the bill and approved it without amendment. Today, I'm calling on the unelected Senate to act quickly to honour the will of this House. Trans Canadians continue to face high levels of discrimination and violence on a daily basis. There is no time and no excuse for further delay.
Here. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, there are individuals who go to extraordinary lengths to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. They got away with it under the Liberals, but our government has made it clear that we will crack down on tax cheats. We have introduced over 75 measures to close tax loopholes, and Economic Action Plan 2013 introduced several measures that give the CRA new tools to go after tax cheats. For example, the Minister of National Revenue recently announced the launch of the Offshore Tax Informant Program, which provides incentives for vital information on offshore tax schemes. Tax cheats are feeling the pressure. This is evidenced by the fact that voluntary disclosure to the CRA have nearly quadrupled under this government. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP and Liberals are serious about their commitment to middle-class Canadians, they'll stop opposing all our efforts and join us in protecting honest taxpayers.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again today to talk about housing and homelessness, because if the NDP doesn't do it, nobody will. From 2006 to 2013, almost 45,000 housing units were affected by the expiry of long-term agreements on social housing. That's 45,000 households wondering whether they will feed their families or pay the rent this month. If we let things go, by 2030, $1.7 billion will have been cut from social housing. My motion M450 seeks to stop that hemorrhage. Eliminating poverty starts by making sure that everyone has a roof over their head. The Conservatives changed the vocation of the homelessness partnering strategy by focusing on housing first, telling us that they are worried about housing and the fight against homelessness. But they cut back myriad services for homelessness. We hope that tomorrow's budget will mean that they have finally listened to reason.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian firearms owners know that only the Conservative Party will stand up for their rights.
That's right.
The leader of the Liberal Party has already mused that he would bring back the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry should he ever get the chance.
He'll never have a chance. Never.
Shockingly, We have now learned that the Liberal Party has a plan to confiscate rifles and shotguns from law-abiding Canadian firearms owners.
We always knew that.
At their next convention, the Liberal Party will be discussing the best way to, quote, reduce the number of firearms in Canada. This shows that the Liberal Party has not moved beyond the days where former Liberal Justice Minister Alan Rock said only the police and military should possess firearms.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure you and all Canadians that unlike the Liberals, a Conservative government will never engage in a scheme to confiscate firearms from law-abiding Canadians.
Never.
And we will always work to develop common-sense firearms policies that benefit hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. If the Liberal leader wants my guns, Mr. Speaker, he can pry them from my cold, dead hands.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Team Canada on winning the silver medal in the figure skating team event at the 2014 Olympic Winter Games in Sochi. Among the 9-member team was Caitlin Osmond, who is from Marystown in my riding of Random Buren St. George's. Excellent. This weekend, I joined in the excitement at St. Gabriel's Hall in Marystown with Caitlin's family, friends, and fans to watch her outstanding performance in the short program. As a 2-time Canadian champion, Caitlin continues to show the world she is a world-class figure skater. She placed 8th at the 2013 World Figure Skating Championships in London, Ontario, and now she can add an Olympic silver medal to her growing list of accomplishments. The entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador and many throughout the country, including in Alberta where she trains, look forward to cheering Caitlin on as she contends for another podium finish, this time in the ladies' individual competition on February 19th and 20th. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Caitlin and her teammates on their silver win and letting them know how proud we are of them as they continue to compete in Sochi.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is a big anniversary, but it's not one the Liberals will be talking about. It is one that my constituents in Calgary Centre are talking about, and that is the 10th anniversary of the Liberal sponsorship scandal. The sponsorship scandal exposed a culture of corruption through successive Liberal governments, and I'm sure is a big part of the reason why they're the third-place party in this House today. The first action of our Conservative government was to pass the Federal Accountability Act, bringing in the toughest accountability measures in Canadian history. Last week, we introduced the Fair Elections Act that will build on this record so Canadians can feel confident in their elections. The Fair Elections Act ensures that no big money from special interest groups has a place in Canadian elections, and it will impose tougher audits and penalties on those who exceed spending limits.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Chief Electoral Officer was the latest to speak out against the Conservatives' Unfair Elections Act. He said, quote, "My reading of the Act is I will no longer be able to speak about democracy in this country. This is unprecedented. The Unfair Elections Act will undermine Elections Canada's ability to ensure a level playing field. Canada will be the only democratic country where the independent oversight body is told to keep its mouth shut about people's voting rights." Well, isn't this surprising from the party that pled guilty to the In-N-Out scandal, where numerous Conservative cabinet ministers have been under investigation for breaking the law, where voter suppression in 2011 was traced back where? To the Conservative database. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve accountability and fairness when it comes to their voting rights. Instead, they're shutting down debate and they're ramming through changes that will help them and their friends in 2015. Well, guess what? The New Democrats will be there to stop them.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, despite a fragile global recovery, our Conservative government has a very strong record of carefully managing our finances. In fact, the IMF says we have the best fiscal position in the G7 and the lowest debt burden by far of any other G7 country. Canadians understand how important this is. They understand the importance of living within their means, and they expect their government to do the same. Mr. Speaker, today I met with someone from Civics, a national charitable organization with a mission to grow young Canadians into engaged, committed, and active citizens. They conducted a poll along with Harris Decima and found that a strong majority, 81% of students, believe that the federal government should place a high priority on reducing the debt as much as possible. This is good news, Mr. Speaker. It shows that when it comes to the economy, the high school students of Canada agree with the approach of the Finance Minister and the Conservative government, a government that has navigated Canada through the global downturn. We continue to create jobs and growth while keeping taxes low, and the students will be assured that we will balance the budget in 2015, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, those students were wondering when the government was going to do something about reducing their debts. Canada's largest reporting agency has just given us the figures. There's been a 9% increase in the debt of Canadians in the last 12 months. We're up to $1.4 trillion. That's why the OECD reminds us that Canadian families are the most indebted in the world. When is this government going to do anything about ATM fees and sky-high credit card interest rates?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every year the NDP comes with certain demands. It's usually a day or two before the budget is brought down. Each time the NDP's demands are that we pick the pockets of Canadians. Right. Mr. Speaker, this government is more concerned about putting money back into the pockets of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have long spoken of consumer debt and household debt. We understand that interest rates inevitably will go up. And, Mr. Speaker, we would remind Canadians to make certain that they keep their households in the black, like our government is going to keep this book in the black.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Minister of Finance was buying new shoes, and I'm wearing Fantex today. Monsieur in Saint-Colomba, her mother lent me slippers, and she is going through the same thing that many young families and Canadians are going through. She and her husband work very hard. They want help from the government for them and their 3 children. When will ATM fees come down, and when will the usury credit card interest rates come down as well?
Mr. Speaker, our government has provided record support for low-income Canadians. For example, we've lowered the taxes 160 times in Canada. The average family of 4 now has $3,400 more in their pockets each year. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've removed 1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls altogether. Mr. Speaker, every time we've made any movement, this government, this opposition party has voted against this government's initiative.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Always encouraged when there is some lucidity on the front benches of the Conservatives. This NDP government, it sounds so good, we can hardly wait. Le projet de la déforme électorale.
The Conservatives' deformed elections bill will hinder voter participation. 2 out of 3, 65% of young people between the ages of 18 and 25 did not vote in the last election, but those who did vote mostly used their voter information cards. It would be illegal for them to use these voter ID cards. Why are the Conservatives making illegal a process which is helping democracy? The Honourable Minister. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there was a mistake in 1 out of 6 of these voter ID cards, so it's not a safe method, a secure method to identify voters with. But there are 39 other ID cards, including student cards, which, of course, students have on them. Also, Mr. Speaker, we are going to oblige Elections Canada to better inform students that these forms of identification are acceptable. Well, Mr. Speaker, even he cannot prevent us from celebrating the facts that Michael Kingsbury and Alex Bilodeau have just won gold and silver.
Fair Election Act will put a gag order on the Chief Electoral Officer. That includes scrapping the student vote program, which has engaged 500,000 Canadian young people and promotes the importance of voting. When we know that 65% of young people didn't bother to vote last time around, we know how important this is. Since when is teaching kids about the importance of voting a partisan issue?
Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, half of young people were not even aware that they could vote before Elections Day. So if they were working or studying on the day the vote was held, they didn't have a chance to cast a ballot. The Fair Elections Act will require Elections Canada to better inform young people of all the voting opportunities that are available to them. Furthermore, a quarter of non-voting youth said they were not aware of where, when, or how to cast a ballot, and those were one of the reasons why they did not vote. The Fair Elections Act will make sure they have all that information so that they can participate in democracy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, in the last election, it was the Chief Electoral Officer who warned Canadians about voter suppression through the Conservatives' voter suppression robocalls. The federal court has concluded that the Conservative database was, in fact, the source of those calls. But under the Conservatives' new gag order, the CEO won't be allowed to talk to Canadians about anything except when, where, and how to vote. So how do the Conservatives want to stop Elections Canada from telling? Why do they want to stop Canadians from learning about their voter fraud?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition could not be further from the truth. In fact, the Fair Elections Act is changing Section 18 of the Canada Elections Act to shift the advertising function of Elections Canada towards the basics of voting: where, when, and what ID to bring. Under other sections in the existing Canada Elections Act, 533, 534, 535, and others, not only is the CEO allowed to speak, he is required to speak through reports to Parliament and testimony before Parliamentary Committee, which automatically become public. That will remain the case with the Fair Elections Act.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget, the Conservatives imposed tariffs which increased the price of everything, from wigs for cancer patients to baby carriages. They also unveiled a bogus jobs grant program which went nowhere because it didn't treat the provinces fairly. Will the government fix these two problems in tomorrow's budget? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Rich for the Liberal Party of Canada to criticize our government's record on job creation. They, again, like the other opposition party, have voted against every job creation measure that this government has brought forward. Mr. Speaker, we froze EI rates to provide certainty and flexibility to workers and employers. We cut taxes for manufacturers so that they could purchase new equipment and invest back in their own businesses. We've provided $70 billion in job creation infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the budget is tomorrow. I would just encourage that member just to have patience till tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative job creation last year was the worst since the recession. There are nearly 250,000 more jobless Canadians today than when the recession began. Young Canadians have 262,000 fewer jobs. In the face of that crisis, will the government accept provincial offers to fix the non-existent jobs grant? Will they improve access to all categories of post-secondary education and training? And will they fill the $3 billion hole they created in the Build Canada Fund for municipal infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, all through and across this country, we've heard from Canadians that they want us to continue on the program to help create jobs and to build this economy. And, Mr. Speaker, even though the global economy remains fragile, especially in the United States and Europe, our economic policies have helped protect Canada. Over 1 million net new jobs created since July 2009. Mr. Speaker, 85% of those jobs are full-time jobs. Over 80% of them are in the private sector. Mr. Speaker, the IMF, the OECD say Canada has a plan and it's working.
Order. The honourable member for Wascana is about to ask a question. I appreciate members down the far end of the chamber coming to order while he puts it, and again when the minister answers it. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, middle-class Canadians are worried about jobs and financial uncertainty. Their incomes are stagnant, but household debt is way up. Most don't have retirement security. Most don't think they can afford post-secondary education for their kids. Their children may not have the opportunity to do as well as they did. To relieve some of the pressure, will the government eliminate the tariff taxes they imposed last year on consumer goods, tariffs not paid by foreigners but by middle-class Canadians? And will they reduce their job-killing burden of higher EI payroll taxes?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, 160 times this government has lowered taxes. Every time the opposition parties have voted against it.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, we've frozen the EI premiums, the payroll tax. The opposition votes against it. Mr. Speaker, tax cuts for manufacturers to purchase. Opposition votes against it. Mr. Speaker, the budget comes tomorrow. I would encourage them to wait till tomorrow. They'll find that this budget will help create jobs. It'll bring us to balance in 2015, and it'll keep our taxes low.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Parkdale, High Park.
Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of Canadians are dropping out of the labour force. Over 20,000 gave up the search for work in January alone, and nearly 300,000 more Canadians are unemployed now than before the recession. So will the government use tomorrow's budget to help Canadians get back to work? Will they increase the hiring tax credit for small business and restore the Eco Energy retrofit program? Will they help Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, under the action taken by our Conservative government, Canada will continue to have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the G7 and one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the G7. In fact, since 2006, our government has helped put 2.1 million young Canadians back to work through skills, through job training and skill development. Despite this action, we recognize that more can be done. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the budget tomorrow.
The honourable member for Parkdale, High Park.
Well, far too many Canadians are giving up on this government because they're not creating enough jobs. Over 1.3 million Canadians are still out of work and struggling to pay their bills. Now, this is taking a toll on our economy. Conservatives might be happy to ignore this, but the IMF has raised serious concerns about the impact of skyrocketing household debt, now at $1.4 trillion, and the impact this has on our economic performance. So will the government take action in tomorrow's budget to make life more affordable for middle-class Canadians? Will they crack down on payday lenders? Will they ensure people have access to a low-interest rate credit card?
Fantastic.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we clearly do not want Canadians to be overextended. We've cautioned Canadians repeatedly that interest rates are at an all-time low and will inevitably increase. Our priority is to ensure that Canadians can make informed decisions, informed financial decisions. She quoted the IMF. Mr. Speaker, let me quote from the report. Quote, the Canadian economy strengthened in 2013 and economic growth is expected to accelerate. They also went on and said executive directors commended the authorities for their continued sound macroeconomic and financial sector management. Mr. Speaker, we've had a long-term plan. The long-term plan is working.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, for 9 years, consumers have been waiting for concrete action, and for 9 years, young people have been ignored by the Conservatives. I would like the Minister of State to put his notes aside and to understand that 280,000 jobs for young people have been lost since the last recession, and less than 10% of these jobs have come back. In the last year, 67,000 young Canadians have lost a full-time job. So, Mr. Speaker, what measures will be proposed by the Conservatives to help young people find work in the private sector and especially in small and medium-sized businesses? The Honourable Minister of State.
action plan, and our government is delivering real results for young Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have our youth employment strategy, which includes Skills Link, Career Focus, and paid internships. Mr. Speaker, every time we propose these pieces of legislation, the opposition vote against them. Mr. Speaker, we won't be deterred by that. We are proud of what our young people are doing in Canada. We know that we can do better. We're going to support them and see them be the best young Canadians we have. Thank you.
The member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Chief Electoral Officer said, and I quote, "As I understand the bill, I will not be able to talk about democracy in this country." Mr. Speaker, that is indeed what the bill says. The Chief Electoral Officer will not have the right to discuss subjects which will not have been pre-approved by the Conservatives. How will muzzling the Chief Electoral Officer help increase voter turnout? The Honourable Minister for Electoral Reform. Mr. Speaker, that question is based on false information. First, the changes that we are making to Section 17 of the Elections Act will target advertising of Elections Canada to practical matters like where, when, and how to vote. That is the information which Canadians, especially young Canadians, need. The Chief Electoral Officer will continue to be required to report to Parliament and to committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. In reality, the new bill will restrict the Chief Electoral Officer to talking in public about 4 subjects: how to become a candidate, how to get one's name on the electoral list, the place and the date of a vote, and what ID is necessary to vote. The bill would even make it illegal for the Chief Electoral Officer to be in a media scrum, as he was on Thursday when he came out of a committee. Why did the Conservatives add this provision, which violates the basic expression, right to freedom of expression?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats have not read the Canada Elections Act, Sections 553, 554, and 535. These sections already require the Chief Electoral Officer to testify and to publish reports to Parliament, and this automatically becomes public information. These provisions do not change at all under the Fair Elections Bill.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are tilting the playing field to their advantage. Their removal of the ability to take an oath and vouch at the polls is going to impact some groups more than others. The Chief Electoral Officer said, quote, "Groups that come to mind are Aboriginals, young people, even seniors who have increasing difficulty producing proper ID documents. Experts are warning that these changes are likely unconstitutional. Why does the minister want to make changes that make it harder to vote and that are likely unconstitutional?"
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, the member is wrong. 25% of cases where vouching is used result in irregularities, according to Elections Canada's own reports. The same reports say that the irregularities were serious in nature. In fact, the Superior Court of Ontario invalidated some votes as a result of the irregularities related to vouching. Now, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Supreme Court later overturned that ruling does not change the fact that it is very serious when any judge has to invalidate votes because of vouching irregularities. There will continue to be 39 acceptable pieces of ID, and Elections Canada will be required to inform Canadians what they are.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, that minister has to stop playing fast and loose with the facts and start answering questions. The minister knows full well that the 25% statistic for vouching while voting has nothing to do with fraud. It refers to the fact that, quote, "the tick confirming that vouching was required wasn't checked." Does the minister really think that unchecked tick boxes are the biggest dangers our voting system faces? And does he really feel this justifies making it harder for Canadians to exercise their right to vote?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Here's what I really think. I think that the Elections Canada's own report should be listened to. Here it's what it says. Averaged across 308 ridings, elections officials made over 500 serious administrative errors per electoral district on election days. Obviously, this is unacceptable. Aside from legal concerns, public trust in proper administration of the electoral process is at serious risk if these error rates are not addressed. That is Elections Canada's own report. That's what I'm listening to when we make these laws.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is shutting down debate on legislation that changes the way elections are run in this country. They're shutting down debate.
Order. Government side will have an opportunity to respond to the question when the member for Toronto Danforth is finished putting it. Until then, I'd ask them to come to order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, this government is trying to shut down debate on legislation that changes the way elections are run in this country. They're shutting down debate on a bill that was supposed to combat electoral fraud, but that instead targets Elections Canada and ordinary Canadian voters. It also gives Conservatives an unfair advantage. Will the government at least allow Canadians to have their say on it? Will they support the NDP's proposal for cross-country hearings on Bill C-23, the Unfair Elections Act?
Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want any debate at all. In fact, he declared his opposition to the bill before he even read a single word of it. But that being said, all Canadians who will be able to have their voice heard, we encourage them to make submissions to the committee, and the committee can decide which witnesses that it wants to hear from right across the country. I'll be listening to Elections Canada's own report, which said on the issue of vouching, quote, too frequently the errors are so serious that the courts would judge them to be irregularities that violate the legal provisions that establish an elector's entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, 25% of cases have irregularities. That's too high. We're going to protect Canadians against fraud.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Monsieur le Président, the government...
Mr. Speaker, the government had promised legislation a year and a half ago, but today they are introducing a bill which is likely unconstitutional and which would prevent tens of thousands of people from voting. Why not hold public hearings in every part of the country to ensure that this bill will not be tailored specifically in the interest of Conservatives, but rather in the interest of Canadians? The Minister? Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Committee will hear from Canadians from every part of the country, as is always the case, and we will do so with regard to this matter, but at the same time, we are going to protect the integrity of the vote to prevent methods which have been shown to be a very high error rate, and by giving more powers to the Commissioner to make sure that he can enforce the legislation.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance should be using the budget to finally make significant investments in a stronger middle class. Instead, he appears to be using it to bully and advance his own political vendettas against the province of Ontario. Well, the Minister has never hidden his disdain for the Government of Ontario. It is Ontarians who are now facing a $641 million cut in transfer payments with no funding to help bridge the shortfall. Mr. Speaker, Ontarians have always paid their fair share. So why is this Minister of Finance now trying to balance the books on their backs?
Order. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, federal support to Ontario has increased by 76% since our government took place in 2006. Federal support will total $19.1 billion in 2014-15, a whopping $8.3 billion increase from under the previous Liberal government. After years of inaction by the previous Liberal government, our Conservative government took real action to support Ontario.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Conservative budget delivered a fake jobs grant,
cut services to veterans, and slashed the government's shaky infrastructure commitment. It also attacked the middle class by increasing payroll taxes and added new fees on everyday items that we all use, like shampoo, deodorants, blankets, and toothbrushes. Well, economic growth is down again, job creation is clearly stagnant, and Canadians are tired of ads promising much and delivering nothing. What will we expect in tomorrow's budget? More attacks on the middle-class Canadians, or what?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thanks to the Economic Action Plan, Canada has enjoyed the strongest economic performance amongst all G7 countries. Over 1 million net new jobs created since the peak of the recession. Mr. Speaker, 85% of those are full-time jobs. 80% of those are in the private sector, high-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, the IMF and the OECD both project that Canada will have amongst the strongest growth in the G7 in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, we have a strong plan. We'll hear more about that plan tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is wrong with regard to his unemployment figures. The showpiece in last year's budget was supposed to have been to connect jobs with job seekers, but instead of investing in this priority, the budget cut $300 million from the provinces and asked them to put an additional $300 million into a program they had no say in. Then the government wasted millions of taxpayers' dollars on propaganda to get Canadians to believe that the program actually existed. What will the government do to clean up this mess? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Mr. Speaker, it's quite strange that the Liberal Party is against training programs for Canadian workers, which will help them find jobs, Mr. Speaker. In fact, that is our goal, and that is the principle of the Canada Jobs Grant. It is to guarantee that jobs will be found for those who receive the training. It is to increase private sector investment in labour training. It makes a lot of sense, which is why most business groups in Canada strongly support the Canada Jobs Grant.
Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, instead of encouraging job creation, the Conservatives have chosen to attack charitable organizations in its budget. Their objective is clear: to silence anyone who does not share their opinion. But let's not forget that it was under this government that a Montreal Mafia boss received, while he was in prison, a $400,000 check from the CRA. They have proven their incompetency. Will they allow charitable organizations to do their jobs? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the only issue is whether these organizations are respecting the law. As a former president of the West Coast Environmental Law Association, the member for Victoria knows that the rules regarding charities and political activities are long-standing. The rules have to be respected. CRA audits occur at arm's length, free of political interference. The CRA is doing its job, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, first opponents of the Enbridge Northern Gateway, like me, were called radicals. Now we're called terrorists. The fact is, billions of dollars in tax revenues, billions, are being lost each year to tax havens. But instead of giving the CRA the resources it needs to fight tax cheats, this government is too busy trying to intimidate people who don't agree with them. Why is the minister going after charities and letting tax cheats off the hook?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the only issue here is whether these organizations are respecting the law. The laws on political activity for charities have been very long-standing, as the member for Victoria, as an environmental lawyer, knows.
The Economic Action Plan gave increased tools for us to look at enforcing those rules. That's exactly what we're doing. We've improved transparency by requiring more detail on political activity from charities. The CRA, I repeat, is doing its job. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at a problem that's facing Canadians that the Conservative government will not tackle. According to the Canadian Transportation Agency, complaints against Canadian Airlines are up, way up. Overbooking, poor communication, flight disruptions, the details are enough to make anyone angry. This government promised to put consumers first, but actions speak louder than words. So when will the government stand up for travellers and finally introduce an air passenger Bill of Rights?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer to that question is we did that in 2008. Under Flight Rights Canada, Mr. Speaker, passengers have a right to information on flight times. They have a right to take the flight that they paid for. They have a right to punctuality, and they have a right to have their luggage given to them quickly. We enforce these, Mr. Speaker, through the Canadian Transportation Agency. It's good to see that consumers know about their rights and indeed are utilizing the process they need to use in order to enforce these rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Really remember? I'll refresh her memory. On the Sunday before the throne speech in the fall, her colleague from British Columbia was on all of the talk shows, all the political shows, promising, wait for it, an airline passenger's Bill of Rights.
I remember that.
And when it wasn't in the throne speech, we asked her about it. You know what she said? We shouldn't believe rumors. Is that really what she thinks about her colleague?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I should ask the Leader of the Opposition then, is it a rumor that they plan implementing a $20 billion on Canadian passengers, or is that something they're backing away from? That's the
Order. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, Civics, along with Harris Decima, has just released the results of thousands of budget consultations with high school students all across Canada. A strong majority, 81%, of students believe that the federal government should place a high priority on reducing the debt as much as possible. They understand the importance of living within their means and expect government to do the same. Can the Minister of State for Finance please tell the House that the government is reducing federal debt?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Prince Albert for that good question. Unlike the Liberals who want us to recklessly increase taxes, spending and debt, this government agrees with Canadian youth. The budget must and will be balanced. Economic Action Plan 2014 will pave the way to balanced budget in 2015 while continuing to create quality jobs, lower costs for consumers, and foster the continued economic growth. I'm pleased to see that high school students understand the importance of living within one's means. It's a shame the concept is lost on the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Blacklock's reports it has unearthed secret plans by Canada Post to find ways to diversify its operations through such things as financial services. A far cry from their current plan to raise prices and make devastating cuts to services. Can the Minister of Transport tell us if these diversification plans were referred to Cabinet, and if so, were they simply dismissed by the Conservatives?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is the reality that Canadians are choosing more and more not to send mail in the traditional methods because we are in a digital era, and email, of course, is the way in which people are doing business today. Canada Post has come up with a plan to combat what they're facing in terms of the erosion of letter mail. They have put their 5-point plan forward, and we support it.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Conservatives have a report outlining alternative solutions to ensure the survival of Canada Post, but the report was never made public. The Crown Corporation and its 23 senior executives who are paid millions of dollars have denied the research. In addition, 701 of the 811 pages were blacked out, hidden. Doesn't the minister think that all of this research should be published so that together we can assess the alternatives in order to avoid eliminating 8,000 jobs and putting an end to home mail delivery? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since 1981, Canada Post has had a mandate to operate on a self-sustaining basis. They've recognized in the past number of years, and indeed going into the future, that they won't have enough business in order to remain self-sufficient. As a result, they have developed a 5-point plan. Those are the points they will be implementing, and we do support it in government.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Citizenship Bill proposes putting more power in the hands of the minister. Important powers, like granting or revoking citizenship. Giving these powers to the minister opens the door to decisions that are arbitrary, non-transparent, and partisan. The Conservatives have said that the Chief Electoral Officer shouldn't wear a team jersey. So, why are they prepared to give the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration the power to be both judge and defendant? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under our new legislation on immigration, any revocation of citizenship would be subject to a very high standard of proof. The real issue that we have on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is does the NDP agree that there was abuse in the system under the citizenship program, that there were cases of fraud dealing with residency in Canada, and that the RCMP is investigating some 3,000 cases of fraud. Does the NDP agree that the problem exists and it's one that needs to be addressed? We haven't had an answer to date on that question, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Davenport. Well, we don't need a lecture on citizenship from a government who welcomed with open arms a convicted felon by the name of Conrad Black, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is the same government that nearly doubled processing time for citizenship applications, and family reunification delays get longer and longer. Now they want to concentrate more power in the hands of the minister. Unilateral power over citizenship, Mr. Speaker. Well, will the minister agree actually to bring real reform to Canada's citizenship laws, not just more power for himself? Will he work with us to fix Canada's citizenship laws?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we will work hard to make sure that Canada's citizenship programs, which haven't been reformed in a thoroughgoing way since 1977, since the failed Liberal project to put citizenship on an unreliable foundation was brought into being. We're going to work to bring processing times down below 1 year in only 18 months. We're going to work to deal with the issue of terrorists, of fraud, of people who join terrorist groups abroad and who have dual nationality. We don't think those people deserve Canadian citizenship, and most Canadians agree with us, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, last month the minister said there was no gap in funding for First Nations students. Friday, the Prime Minister admitted the government was wrong. However, First Nations students now find out they'll have to wait at least another 2 years for the equality of opportunity they deserve. First Nations should not have to wait one more day. Will the government commit to immediately close the funding gap for First Nations students in tomorrow's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, I can assure the member, because I heard her call for a 4% escalator to the funds we have announced. I regret we will not accept the Liberal position. We will keep the escalator at 4.5%.
Honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Order. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, according to a federal court 3 years ago, someone used a conservative database to tell voters their polling stations had moved to fictitious locations. As a result, only one charge has been laid. Elections Canada has not been able to compel witness testimony. Elections Canada says that the investigation has been hampered because the Conservatives won't give them the tools they need to witness cooperation. So, why do the Conservatives not want to know who used their own database to commit electoral fraud?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Speaker, the question was about the powers of the existing election commissioner. Let's clarify. First of all, he can compel testimony before the courts after charges are laid through something called a subpoena. He can compel documents by seeking a warrant from a judge, and all of his powers of investigation are the same as police officers investigating the most heinous of crimes. Furthermore, under the Fair Elections Act, he will have sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand, including total independence, so that he can make his own decisions about investigations, staffing, and he will not be able to be fired without cause.
The honourable member for Squamish-Warren-Fuqua.
Mr. Speaker, building safer communities should be a priority for any government. But in yet another example of Conservative mismanagement, Conservatives are cutting the 45-year-old program that allows First Nations to police their own communities in partnership with the RCMP. This terminates a vital frontline service for many remote reserves where the nearest RCMP attachment is often several communities away. My question is simple. Will the government reverse this ill-advised and dangerous decision to terminate the First Nations Constable program?
The Honourable Minister of
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I can assure him that this government is committed to provide our First Nation with very professional, first quality service to community. That's why we've renewed our agreement for 5 years, and all the money that was oriented toward a program which was not effective in meeting its target will go into First Nation, first quality service policing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Bénin. They've refused to hold an inquiry into the missing and murdered Aboriginal women, and in addition to that, they're cutting Aboriginal police services. That won't improve the situation, Mr. Speaker. Those services are essential for safety in Aboriginal communities, which are often isolated, and they will be the ones bearing the brunt of the Conservatives' electoral promises. Those people don't just look after safety and security, Mr. Speaker, they're also often the first respondents. What kind of Conservative logic can justify cuts to safety in First Nations communities? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. All funds for police services for Aboriginals have been renewed with professional services. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, we treat Aboriginals on an equal footing like with all other Canadians, and that's why our government has taken steps to ensure that women in their communities are recognized as in all other communities. Unfortunately, we didn't have the support of the opposition on that.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is committed to keeping illicit drugs off the streets and getting help for those who are addicted. Recently, we learned about a troubling new development in Vancouver. The newest hot seller in vending machines isn't candy, it's crack pipes for a quarter. There have been more than 22,000 crack pipes sold since the launch of this misguided initiative. My constituents believe police should be enforcing the law and taking drug accessories off the streets. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell this House what the government's position is on these so-called crack pipe vending machines?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our position is crystal clear, and I thank the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for his concern on vulnerable people and caring for safer community. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberal and the NDP, we don't believe that handing heroin and needles to people who are suffering from addiction is a solution. We believe in helping them make
them stop using drug that is dangerous and keep it off our street. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, Halifax's Philip Wood is a 92-year-old veteran of World War II and the Korean conflict. In a recent letter to the editor, he called the decision to close the veterans' offices, quote, one more unfeeling and ruthless action, unquote. Like many others, Mr. Wood believes the government is cutting critical services so it can offer goodies in time for the next election. When the government tables the budget tomorrow, will it listen to Mr. Wood, reopen those offices, and start treating our veterans with respect?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are treating our veterans with respect, and I'm proud of our government's demonstrated support for our veterans and their families, such as over 650 points of service to assist veterans, home visits by registered nurses or case managers, grass cutting, snow clearing, and home clearing, opened 17 operational stress injury clinics, 24 integrated personnel support centers, and much more. Mr. Speaker, the list can go on, but throughout the opposite, the parties have never supported us in many of these initiatives.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the humanitarian crisis in the Central African Republic and in southern Sudan is very, very serious. And there are increasing large number of calls to the UN, but Canada hasn't responded to the most recent call for assistance. Mr. Speaker, last year, nearly $300 million in a budget earmarked for developmental assistance went unspent. Given the situation, will the minister use funds available to him to help people in need where the needs are urgent, or will they simply allow the money to sit on the shelf? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, clearly we are monitoring closely the situation in the Central African Republic. We have provided $6.9 million in humanitarian assistance, and we are one of the most generous donors since 2013. In 2013, in December, in fact, Mr. Speaker, additional funds of some $100 million went to stabilization. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is a crisis here, and we're active on all fronts. We're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely.
Cumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Ottawa Centre took time away from his own riding responsibilities yesterday to join a group of career protesters who oppose the expansion of CFB Trenton. Clearly, the opposition does not support job creation and economic growth. Can the minister inform the House of the impact the CFB expansion will have in terms of economic prosperity for the citizens of Quinte West?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Northumberland Quinte West for that excellent question, Mr. Speaker. In May 2010, the Municipal Council of Quinte West unanimously adopted a resolution supporting the acquisition of all lands required for the relocation of the Joint Task Force, Mr. Speaker. With hundreds of families moving to the region, Mr. Speaker, this project will inject millions of dollars into the local economy, boost local business, Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, it will give our Special Operation Forces the resources they need to get the job done for Canadians.
The member for Ottawa Centre.
So, Mr. Speaker, I met with an 86-year-old farmer this weekend and his supporters. His name's Frank Myers. And what this government is going to do, the Department of National Defence is going to take away his farm, his land. This land's been with him since before Confederation, Mr. Speaker. Although the law may allow the government to do it, Mr. Myers' land is precious to the history of our country, to our farmland, and making sure we have food security. So the question is, are they going to just take this land away from an 86-year-old farmer and turn their back on this man and his community? Yes or no? Or are they going to reconsider what I think is an ill-fated, not very wise decision?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Will be fairly compensated and will be allowed to continue to live in his home, Mr. Speaker, which has been specifically exempted from that, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this is not his constituency, Mr. Speaker, but if it was his constituency, he'd probably be aware that this has the unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, of the local council who want to support our men and women in uniform who need these facilities, Mr. Speaker. This is why it has widespread support in that area.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Le Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, after announcing without any consultations a labour market training program.
Order! The question was asked, it was answered. We're moving on to the next one. If members have follow-up questions, they can try to get recognized by the chair on a supplementary, but not just yelling across the aisle. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Speaker, after having announced without any consultations a labour market training program that torpedoed all efforts undertaken by Quebec after having spent millions of dollars in useless advertising on a labour market training program that no one in Quebec wants, we've now moved on to a new chapter, one where the Minister of Employment disappears from the negotiations and no longer returns calls. Can the Minister reassure us that he's still in charge and committed to respond to the Quebec Minister who is still waiting for a call from him? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've had good discussions with my Quebec counterpart on this topic. We both agree with the objective to better involve employers in labour market training. I've made note of the successful aspect of the partnership in Quebec, and I'm eager to continue discussions with Madame de Courcy with respect to dealing with these matters and taking into account the success of the Quebec-based program.
Jean-François. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some facts of life under this finance minister. Unemployment up 9%. Youth unemployment even worse. Real economic growth per capita the lowest since the Great Depression. Personal and the national debt both up by over 25%. Mr. Speaker, will the finance minister who wrecked Ontario's economy resign before he totally destroys Canada's economy?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, every year the opposition party comes and the opposition party asks. Today, unfortunately, this member has come only with accusations, personal in nature, against our finance minister. Mr. Speaker, we have the longest-serving finance minister in the G7. We have the best finance minister in the world, and tomorrow he'll bring down a budget that will help grow our economy, that will help create jobs, and that will bring us to balance in 2015.
For Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, 98% of Canadians choose not to join political parties. Yet political parties have the exclusive right to raise money and issue generous tax credit receipts outside of an election period. Moreover, a candidate aligned with a party can transfer an electoral surplus to a riding association and is eligible for 50% reimbursement for all qualified election expenses, all advantages that are statutorily not available to independent candidates. Does the Minister of State for Democratic Reform not believe that the Fair Elections Act should contain some actual fairness for the 98% of Canadians not associated with a political party?
Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the provisions that the member describes are features of the existing Canada Elections Act, not new provisions created by the Fair Elections Act. I note that he's made some suggestions, and I invite him to bring them to me and for my consideration. He might also consider sending them on to the PROC committee, which is responsible for studying the matter. Thank you.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Engaging Experience, Opportunities for Older Persons in the Workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to comment on the tabling of the report on older workers in the workplace. I and my New Democrat colleagues on the Standing Committee on Human Resources believe that older workers deserve every opportunity to fulfill to find fulfilling and gainful employment and to retire in dignity if they so choose. The report fails to address important challenges facing Canadian workers as they approach retirement, such as financial insecurity, inadequate savings and discrimination in the workplace due to their age. It was these shortcomings that led to my submission of a supplementary report to include 6 recommendations, including that the federal government increase the GIS to eliminate poverty among seniors.
Introduction of private members' bills. Oh, sorry. Sending reports from committees. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, following the usual friendly and amicable consultations amongst all the parties, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented to the House on December the 4th, 2013 be amended by replacing Recommendation 24 with the following, quote, that as Canada is one of 4 Group of 7 countries without a national dementia and Alzheimer's strategy, the federal government move expeditiously on the creation and implementation of such a strategy, unquote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Oxford.
Speaker, I have the pleasure to present a petition from my people in my riding concerning the tragic death of a family member. And this petitions request that there be consideration given to when a fatal accident occurs, the driver who caused the accident resulting in the fatality should be checked for alcohol consumption, drug use at the time, and also their cell phone confiscated to be checked for text messages that were being written or given at the time of the accident.
Petitions. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's also my privilege to table this petition from Toronto Danforth residents who are supporting the passage of the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands Bill 442, C442, the National Lyme Disease Strategy Act, which would convene a national conference to deal with this under-treated and under-recognized disease in Canada. I'd like to also mention that one of the signatories is a long sufferer of this disease who's led the education campaign amongst Canadians, David Leggett. Thank you.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of presenting a petition from a number of islanders who are concerned about high-volume hydraulic fracking. They believe that the Government of Canada should study high-volume hydraulic fracking and its potential impacts on drinking water resources, air quality, human health, and the health of aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I have a petition here signed by a number of my constituents and, of course, people from all over Alberta, and they call upon our Parliament to do the following. Whereas Canada is the only nation in the Western world and in the company of China and North Korea without any laws restricting abortion, and whereas Canada's Supreme Court has said it's Parliament's responsibility to enact abortion legislation, they're calling upon Parliament to change that as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite honoured but sad to rise to share some petitions signed by over 20,000 people, given that rail services are one of the safest and most economically viable means of transport. We, the undersigned, implore the Government of Canada to take all measures necessary to restore via rail services between Halifax, Quebec City, and Montreal via Bathurst, Miramichi, etc. So I'm quite saddened. I'd like to remind the honourable member that it's against the standing orders to read the entire petition. So next time, perhaps a brief summary.
For Gaspésie-le-Madeleine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very sad as well that the Conservatives will imperil the Via Rail service throughout Eastern Canada. I also have a petition here from Northern New Brunswick and Eastern Quebec demanding an improvement in the Via Rail service, not what the Conservatives are proposing, which is the total elimination of Via Rail service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In Middlesex, London.
A petition from 25 friends and neighbours from St. Thomas and the area on Canada's voting system.
The Honourable Deputy de Terrebonne-Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition today signed by many people in New Brunswick. We collected over 24,000 signatures. People are very worried because of the reduction in rail services that will have serious consequences for their communities. They are asking the Government of Canada to take all necessary measures to restore daily service by Via Rail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I rise today to present a petition from constituents requesting creation of a legislated ombudsman mechanism for responsible mining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have a petition from many constituents in my riding seeking to protect Gatineau Park through legislation. It is in my riding, but it is visited by hundreds of thousands of people from across the country. Right now, there are no laws to protect the park. So I hope to gain support from the government in place to adopt legislation to protect Gatineau Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of many Canadians, including those from Thunder Bay, Superior North, who support Bill C-442, the National Lyme Disease Strategy Act, introduced by the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Lyme disease is serious, Mr. Speaker, and a growing number of Canadians will soon be living in areas at risk of Lyme disease due to climate change and global warming. So this bill would lead to a national strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick, Eastern Quebec, Upper St. Maurice Valley. I join my voice to all those who are telling this government that Via Rail services must be restored in order to provide economic development for all our regions and a transportation system that is very green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition from Albertans who call upon the Government of Canada to increase drinking and driving offences, to increase the sentencing to vehicular manslaughter and other increases, and to consider drunk driving a more serious offence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a petition in the House. The first is on the fact that Canada is the only country of the OECD which does not have a public transit strategy, and this petition calls on the government to develop such a strategy on public transit.
Petition from more than 24,000 people from New Brunswick that are asking for the reestablishment of daily rail service by Via Rail, and they're asking the government to make sure that certain communities in New Brunswick are served by Via Rail. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, today I table a petition that I'm sure my constituents would want the Prime Minister to be aware of. They believe that the people should be able to continue to have the option to retire at the age of 65, and that the government not in any way diminish the importance and value of Canada's three major seniors programs, OAS, GIS, and CTT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaume-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition today on cuts to Canada Post. In the last 2 years, people from all over my riding have been telling me how concerned they are and about their growing concerns with regard to the service cuts. Post offices are very important for towns and villages, and home delivery is an essential service for many people, especially the elderly and people with disability problems.
This petition calls on the government to work with the opposition to find ways to make Canada Post profitable without eliminating jobs and services to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I also have a petition with regard to Canada Post, and believe me that it's very easy to get people to sign these petitions. In fact, they come to us to do so. This time, 200 people from BC are asking that Canada Post stop cutting services to citizens by closing post office after post office, and they're asking for real public consultations and not to cut home delivery, which meets the needs of citizens. The member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being a regular and faithful user of Via Rail between Ottawa and Montreal, I also have the pleasure of tabling a petition from people from eastern Quebec and New Brunswick who are imploring the government, the federal government, not to cut the line which allows people to go from Quebec to Halifax. So asking the government to do everything it can to maintain that rail line.
Pierre Boucher.
The member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I myself also am a representative of the people from Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, and these people want a national public transit policy. 35 people signed this petition.
Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on February 6, 2014 by the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition regarding the form of Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to certain acts. Je remercie l'honorable.
I would like to thank the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition for having raised this matter, as well as the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for their comments.
Significant error had occurred in the tabling and the drafting of the bill, namely that there was contradictory information provided in the French and English versions of the summary of the bill. More specifically, he explained that the notion of exemption, though central to that section of the summary, was absent in the French version. Pour appuyer sa prétention,
in claiming that the bill is, therefore, in imperfect form, the House Leader for the Official Opposition invoked House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, which states on page, and I quote, "In the past, the Speaker has directed that the order for second reading of certain bills be discharged when it was discovered that they were not in their final form and were therefore not ready to be introduced," unquote.
Well, he noted that Standing Order 68.3 states that, quote, "no bill may be introduced either in blank or in an imperfect shape," unquote, and asserted that the correction of errors on websites or through reprints of bills does not remedy such cases. The Honourable House Leader countered that the summary of a bill is not, in fact, considered to be a part of a bill, and thus even grievous errors in the summary would not constitute grounds to find a bill to be in improper form. He cited precedents to demonstrate that previous speakers had withdrawn bills only when they were not finalized or even drafted, and noted that on May 17, 1956, Speaker Beaudoin determined that a bill has to have blanks to be considered to be in imperfect form. The Honourable Government House Leader also noted that the wording was correct in both the version now before the House and in the version found on the Internet. En attirant l'attention des députés sur la...
In drawing the attention of the House to the inconsistency found in the summary of the advance copy of the bill, the Opposition House Leader has reminded us all of the importance of proper drafting. This is recognized in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, on page 720, which states, and I quote, "The enactment of a statute by Parliament is the final step in a long process that starts with the proposal, preparation, and drafting of a bill. The drafting of a bill is a vital stage in this process, one which challenges the decision-makers and drafters to take carefully into account certain constraints, since a failure to abide by these may have negative consequences in relation to the eventual interpretation and application of the law and to the proper functioning of the legislative process," unquote.
It is therefore comforting to know that members take the responsibility seriously and scrutinize the bills that come before the House. Having said that, I must inform the House that in the official version of the bill, the one printed and found on our website, the concept of exemption has not been omitted. In other words, the inconsistency the opposition House leader noticed has been caught and corrected in the version of which the House is officially seized. On that basis, it would seem that the issue has been resolved. But I also want to take the time to add that the summary of a bill is not per se considered part of a bill. This is quite clear in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, on page 733, quote, "The summary is a comprehensive and usually brief recapitulation of the substance of a bill. It offers a clear, factual, nonpartisan summary of the purpose of the bill and its main provisions. The purpose of the summary is to contribute to a better understanding of the contents of the bill, of which it is not a part," unquote. In addition, procedural authorities and precedents have provided us with a clear understanding of what constitutes an incomplete bill. O'Brien and Bosk on page 728 states, "A bill in blank or in an imperfect shape is a bill which has only a title or the drafting of which has not been completed." In the present circumstances, the Chair is satisfied that Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, is in proper form.
I thank all honourable members for their attention, and I trust the references provided will assist members as they proceed to study the bill as it wends its way through the legislative process.
It has been brought to my attention that a clerical error has been found in the report to the House on Bill C-15, an act to replace the Northwest Territories Act to implement certain provisions of the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement, and to repeal or make amendments to the Territorial Lands Act, the Northwest Territories Waters Act, Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, other acts, and certain orders and regulations. Un amendement corrélatif adopté par le
A consequential amendment adopted by the committee was omitted from the report to the House and the reprint of the bill. The report to the House should have indicated that Bill C-15 in Clause 2 be amended by replacing line 25 on page 32 with the following: 80, subsections 4, 3, and 4 are repealed 10 years after.
I am directing that a core addendum to the report be prepared to reflect this decision of the committee. In addition, I am ordering that the reprint of the bill also be corrected. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-23, loi sur l'intégrité.
Resuming debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act. Resuming the debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages and the Quebec Regional Development Agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak in support of Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act. This bill puts forward an important reform of our electoral law with regard to several aspects. It would give more powers to investigators, measures to protect voters against rogue calls, measures to protect politics from big money, and measures to counter electoral fraud, as well as measures to ensure the predictable application of the Act respecting election rules. So it can be said that these are indeed very important measures. However, today I would like to point out the aspects of the bill which would provide a better service to voters. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, voter turnout has tumbled over the last 30 years. This is a serious problem which could threaten our democracy. Indeed, the legitimacy of our democracy depends on the fact that all Canadians can choose their government in free and fair elections. So we have to halt the falling voter turnout in order to encourage people to vote to protect our democracy. So I'm pleased to see that our government has responded to this with a bill which contains measures to increase access to the electoral systems. Indeed, the Fair Elections Act would add an additional advance poll day. So there would be an 8th day before voting day, a Sunday, and this will give us a block of days from Friday to Monday before the election. Mr. Speaker, this measure will yield real results. Studies conducted by academics and by Elections Canada have shown that often people do not vote because they don't have the opportunity to get to a polling station. Modern life is extremely busy, and often it's difficult to find the time to go to the polls. Already in the 2011 election, over 2 million Canadians exercised their franchise at an advance poll, and this clearly shows that if given the opportunity to vote, people will do so. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to see that the Fair Elections Act contains measures to eliminate congestion at polling stations. When voters show up at a polling station, the least one can do is to ensure that they can vote quickly and efficiently. I note that this bill implements a recommendation made by the Chief Electoral Officer in the report he tabled after the 4th general election, and which will help to hire additional workers at polling stations to reduce congestion at the polls. At the risk of repeating myself, Mr. Speaker, I believe we have to do everything we can to make voting fast at polling stations. So with more election officials, this will happen. The vote will unfold in a more effective way. As well, election officers at the polls will therefore be able to serve voters better because the bill will eliminate the necessity of swearing in representatives of candidates at every poll in each riding. So fewer oaths to administer mean that election officials will be able to get voters to vote more quickly without interruptions. As well, the bill will require that candidates, parties, and riding associations submit the names of people who have the necessary qualifications to carry out the tasks of electoral officers earlier in the election cycle. As it now stands, these names have to be submitted at the latest 17 days before voting day, but under the bill it will be 1 week earlier, that is 24 days before the day of the vote. What is meaningful about this reform is that people will be informed earlier and they will have more time to provide their information. Elections officials who are better trained will oversee elections which are voting, which is more effective. And I'm convinced that a more effective voting system will help voters vote despite the obligations of their daily lives. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that the Fair Elections Act will require of the Chief Electoral Officers to target his communications to voters in order that they have the information they need to vote. The Chief Electoral Officer will have to communicate information on how people are to vote. For instance, he will communicate the hours and places and dates when voting can occur. The Chief Electoral Officer will also have to communicate information to voters who are disabled with regard to measures to help them exercise their franchise. Everyone who has a special need needs to know what measures are at their disposal to make it easier for them to vote, and the Fair Elections Act puts an emphasis on making this information accessible to voters. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would again like to reiterate my support for Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, which will ensure that voters receive better service when they show up at the polls. The first duty of a Canadian citizen is to exercise his or her franchise, and for all the reasons mentioned above, I would encourage my colleagues on both sides of the House to support Bill C-23 at second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a very specific question for him. In his speech, he talked about the different measures contained in the bill, but he seems to have omitted talking about some of the measures about which I will ask questions now. In fact, I would like to ask questions on excluding fundraising expenses when you engage a third party to raise funding. Over the last 5 years. So in an election campaign, if this bill is passed, these previous donors will be excluded from fundraising limits. So by proposing these amendments, I really don't know what problem they are trying to solve and why, in fact, they introduced these measures, that is, to exclude previous fundraising expenses, and why these expenses are will be excluded in the next election. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This measure will allow all candidates of all parties to focus on their election campaigns with the money they will need to do so. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting to note that both the Chief Electoral Officer and the Commissioner both asked for the authority in order to compel evidence by going through a judge. Mr. Speaker, this is not a big ask. In fact, we have a number of provinces that have that ability through their own elections, independent elections officers, to do it with even having not to go through a judge. So the question I have for the government is that, given the importance of this particular issue, being able to allow Elections Canada and the Commission to be able to actually compel testimony would have gone a long way in terms of resolving many of the outstanding issues that we have today in areas such as robocalling and so forth. Why did the government completely ignore that recommendation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I invite him to work on the Parliamentary Committee on that issue with the government to find a solution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to have this opportunity to ask a question of my colleague. Another measure in the bill deals with an increase in donations to registered political parties. It goes from $1,200 to $1,500. There are also amounts, or in fact the amount that a person can provide for his or her own campaign of up to $5,000 and $25,000 for a leadership campaign. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite what motivated that change, if those increases, considering the various trends that we've seen in Quebec, where the trends are downward. In Quebec, for example, in the riding where the member is from as well. So why, under this bill, increase the threshold when, for the most part, the other jurisdictions are reducing amounts? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting question. Our bill will help eliminate it, or will in fact deal with amounts, the huge amounts for leadership campaigns. The limit for an individual will go from $1,200 to $1,500, and for starting up an election campaign, some candidates are appointed at the last minute. They don't have time to organize a campaign, and they need to have an opportunity to put in some funds. They need to have an opportunity to run an honest and fair campaign against other candidates running in the same riding.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to make a few comments about Bill C-23, which is before the House for and unfortunately far too short a time for debate, thanks to the closure motion put forward yet again by this government. They're acting as though issues of democracy and the very way we elect our representatives in Canada are not important issues. They're acting as if the kind of detail and complexity of a bill of over 200 pages can be commented on and debated, discussed in literally a few hours. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that really is symbolic of the cynicism that underpins this bill and some of the very concerning elements that are in it. So what I would like to start with is by talking about the importance of democracy to Canadian citizens. I was reminded of that back in my constituency of Vancouver Quadra, not just this past weekend where I had several events that I had organized to engage with voters, but the previous weekend where in addition, I organized a town hall on the subject of democracy. Now, one might think that this is a topic for academics or a handful of people who are interested in theories around our electoral systems and our political framework in Canada, our democracy. But in fact, at that town hall that I hosted 10 days ago, there was a turnout of over 200 people. We were not able to fit everyone in. We were not able to provide chairs for everyone. And what I heard again and again, and what I've been hearing in Vancouver Quadra, is that is one of the key concerns that voters have today about the direction that this Conservative government and Conservative Prime Minister is taking Canada. There are many other concerns as well. The kinds of breaches of trust with Canadian citizens when environmental regulatory frameworks are virtually eliminated with a stroke of the pen in a way that is actually misrepresented to the public, and I could list many of the changes that the Conservatives have made, including to the Navigable Waters Protection Act, including to the Environmental Assessment Act, and others. That's a concern to people in Vancouver Quadra. There's also issues around immigration policy. There's issues around access to employment insurance. There's issues around government spending on advertising that really crosses the line into partisan advertising, but is done to advantage the Conservative Party and Conservative government, but using taxpayer dollars. There are a huge range of issues that concern people in my constituency in Vancouver Quadra, but underpinning those, I think, is the erosion of democracy. And that's what I hear about time and time again. Whether it's the cancelling of the mandatory long-form census with a supposed explanation that there's an invasion of privacy, while at the same time the government brushing off concerns around the collection of metadata and the tracking of people's movements through their devices that are using Wi-Fi. The government brushed off concerns of that invasion of privacy, an invasion that the Ontario Privacy Commissioner, Anne Kevorkian, considers to be very dangerous for the future of our democracy, and in fact takes Canada down a totalitarian path. So it's these concerns about democracy that I hear again and again, and because the other changes that are being made are also being made in a way that is anti-democratic, and the more we shrink our democratic principles in Canada, or the more this Conservative government shrinks access to true, open, and accountable democracy, the more they are able to rush through omnibus budget bills that have all kinds of major policy changes embedded in them without the ability of members of parliament to adequately debate them and without adequate public consultation or respect for the public's concerns. So this bill C-23 is focused on the issue of democracy, and unfortunately this is a further erosion of our democracy. This C-323 was an opportunity that this government had to actually strengthen some of the fundamentals of our democracy through our electoral processes in a way that would be nonpartisan and could be respected and appreciated by Canadians, that could begin to reverse their increasing reputation for dictatorial action and highly partisan action on behalf of their voters and to the detriment of our democracy. This was an opportunity to address that distressing tendency of this government, and they have failed to take it. Now, I want to confirm that there are several parts of this bill, several minor provisions that the Liberals do support.
The Supreme Court unanimously ruled that the ban to release polling information prior to the closure of polls affects freedom of expression. The Fair Elections Act would repeal that ban.
Those limits on early election results were not practical, and eliminating that necessity is positive. A second would be that le projet de loi va également.
The bill will also establish another day for advance polling, and that change will ensure that Canadians have 4 days for advance polling.
Early advanced voting day is a positive. Again, it's a minor. Les conservateurs
But the Conservatives have promised to put forth an Elections Reform Act, and they have been doing so for almost 2 years. But what they did was torpedo this by removing from the Act the ability to enforce it.
That's pretty damning, Mr. Speaker, and the Chief Electoral Officer, appointed by this government, by the Conservative government itself, has called the bill an affront to democracy. Now that is a very strong statement by someone not given to partisan statements. And Canadian citizens need to stand up and take notice. An affront to democracy rushed through by this Conservative government to reinforce their benefit and their partisan gain. So, Mr. Speaker, what are some of the principles that we need to consider here? One is voter participation is important in a democracy, the access to the right to vote for all citizens. And a second is respecting the rules, no cheating, in other words. And for that, we need effective compliance and enforcement. And a third would be nonpartisan party input. Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill has actually undermined all of those principles that I've just mentioned. It is intending to suppress voters by making it more difficult for some 4% of Canadians who have the right to vote but may not have the kind of photo ID that would be necessary. So we're marginalizing remote First Nations reserve residents. We're marginalizing the poorest Canadians. We're marginalizing seniors who don't have a driver's license anymore, might not have a passport. So it's making this worse. And respecting the rules and no cheating, well, Mr. Speaker, I have a laundry list that I won't be able to get to of all of the cheating that has been done by this Conservative party and their members. And this was an opportunity to actually plug the loopholes. But what C-23 is doing is going to make it much more difficult for the compliance and enforcement, makes this much more partisan, and I think it is a shocking and shameful act that this government is putting forward. I would call it the Voter Suppression with Impunity Act, and we need to see changes to this law at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to that speech, and I'm a little bit shocked that the Liberal Party would call this bill voter suppression. If that member is referring to a requirement that you should be Canadian, that you should live within the riding that you're voting in, and you should only vote once, then so be it. But I want to talk about the Liberal Party for just a moment and the statistics of elections in the past. My riding is Scarborough Centre. In 2007, this party, the Conservative government, brought in a bill that disallowed someone to vote with only the voter card, the white voter card. We've heard stories with apartment buildings and people just picking them all up and voting. And I want to just make a point, because in Scarborough Centre in 2006, before that legislation, and then after 2006 and 2008, the actual Liberal vote in Scarborough Centre dropped by over 5,000 votes. Scarborough Agincourt dropped by 5,000 votes. Scarborough Guildwood, almost 4,000 votes. Scarborough Southwest, over 4,000 votes. And Scarborough Rouge River, which was rampant with alleged fraud and allegations of fraud in the last election, 2011. In the 2008 election, after we implemented legislation to stop voter fraud, the Liberal Party's vote dropped by over 6,000 votes. So I just want to bring to the attention of the Liberal Party, when she talks about allegations of fraud or things going on, it's the Liberal Party that is probably the most concerned about this legislation, because, in fact, proven by historical records, it is their party where the votes are being fraudulently supported.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this member has just pointed out that that the Liberal Party's vote has dropped, and there is actually a direct connection with the kind of anti-democratic, hostile, negative, and untrue attack ads that this party has been pioneering on Liberal Party leaders between elections. Another aspect of lack of principle by this party. And I would also like to mention that in my riding of Vancouver Quadra, I was aware a few days before the election that calls were coming into the constituents who had been identified by the Conservative callers as Liberal voters, and they were receiving harassing phone calls late at night on weekends by people identifying themselves as Liberal callers. But we checked those call numbers, and they were from a call center in the United States that was later tied into the very fraudulent voter suppression calls that were made through the Conservative Party database.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honourable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member for Vancouver Quadra for her speech. I don't think anyone is better placed than us here in the House to have more information with respect to these leadership amounts and leadership limits.
Well, merci beaucoup pour ces
I'd like to thank the member for acknowledging that I was a member of the leadership race on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada. And it's in that capacity that I spoke to many Canadians across the country. Their concerns about what is happening to our democracy in Canada is something I share.
What's more, who has referred to Elections Canada, a neutral, nonpartisan agency charged with making sure our elections is fair, as being, and I will quote the Prime Minister's own words, the jackasses at Elections Canada are out of control, as he aimed to fundraise on the back of his dismissive comments about our public servants who were charged to ensure the fair and free elections. Mr. Speaker, they have been attempting to do just that in a laundry list of election violations, and they are now being punished by this party, this Conservative government, in an effort to provide advantage to themselves and to reduce the percentage of the public who vote by marginalizing those who need help the most.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the Liberals talk about this bill, Mr. Speaker, in light of the fact that it seems like the Speaker before that just mentioned that ensuring a fair election is something that the Liberals are afraid of. Because we have brought forward a bill that ensures a fair election, that we brought forward a bill which would see leadership candidates be responsible for the debts that they have incurred, that would bring in limits with respect to leadership contests, Mr. Speaker, that somehow that is disadvantaging the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. Imagine that, a bill that makes elections fairer, that makes it easier for Canadians to vote, that gives them more access to the polling stations, is somehow something that the Liberal Party is terrified of, Mr. Speaker. The fact that they're in third place in the House of Commons, I guess, must be the fault of Elections Canada and not actually the fault of their terrible policies and the terrible decisions they made when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. But more specifically to the bill, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of discussion on a number of aspects of the bill. Some of the debate has been good, some not so good, Mr. Speaker. I note that some 16 NDP and 16 Liberals have already spoken to this bill, Mr. Speaker. A lot have mentioned a couple of aspects of the bill with respect to the vouching and voter identification, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start. I'll get to that in a second, but I also wanted to talk about the process of elections and why it was important for us to bring forward change, Mr. Speaker. We know that members opposite from both parties, including the government, Mr. Speaker, we all knew that some changes had to be made to Canada's Elections Act. That goes without saying. We have, of course, been consulting for a long time, the Minister of Democratic Reform and currently the Minister of State for Multiculturalism. We've been working very hard on this, and we brought forward a very comprehensive bill, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things that we had to do, of course, was to look at those people who've been charged with actually undertaking elections, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened to the Chief Electoral Officer yesterday on TV, and he said that something I believe to be true. He said Canada's a very large, very diverse country. Voting in a country of this size has a lot of challenges, Mr. Speaker, and I would say one of the most important functions we have for preserving our democracy is making sure that elections are done fairly and that Canadians can have confidence that in the fact that the people who have voted are actually the right people and that those votes reflect the population, Mr. Speaker. Now, after the election, Elections Canada sought some of the advice from the people who actually worked for it in a post-mortem of returning officers, Mr. Speaker, from the 41st general election. On page 10, Mr. Speaker, it says this, and this is from all of Elections Canada talking to all of the returning officers and all of the 308 ridings across this country. It said this, returning officers identified, and I quote, returning officers identified that there is a need to give out more information to electors. For example, there are not enough outreach activities and communications about where the returning office is located and the voting process. They suggest taking out ads explaining that advance polls would be busier. They suggest that ads should be taken out to tell people how to vote, what identification is required, Mr. Speaker, the special balloting process, Mr. Speaker. What they're saying is that the process of holding an election is something that they thought, these returning officers, and again I refer everybody to page 10 of the report, that they thought that was something that Elections Canada could have done a better job of in helping to organize an election across such a vast land, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to go to page 17 of that same report, Mr. Speaker. 17 of that report talked a little bit about the problem of that some of the returning officers had at advance polls, and it said this. A higher turnout, and this is about advanced polls, a higher turnout was a reality for most returning officers, significant enough that there were many complaints about wait times. To improve the flow when it's busy, returning officers suggested putting a single signature line on the list of electors and having the electors, because having them write too much information was causing a dilemma, Mr. Speaker. Now, again, that speaks, I think, to the fact, those two items, I think, speak to the fact that what the people who are placed on the ground to undertake and make sure that our elections are done fairly, the problems that they were having, congestion, people not knowing where to vote, when to vote, and what identification that they needed to vote. And the returning officers were suggesting that that should be the role that Elections Canada should focus on going forward if they want to help make the process of elections better. I note that in the bill brought forward by the Minister of State for Democratic Reform, we take that advice, Mr. Speaker, from the returning officers, and we put that right into the legislation, Mr. Speaker, refocusing the mandate of Elections Canada so that they can focus on what their own employees said is the priority, getting people to vote, Mr. Speaker, and making sure the elections run smooth, Mr. Speaker. Because when you talk about why the vote isn't at where we would like it to be, why has there been a decline in voter participation, Mr. Speaker? Clearly, one of those reasons has to be the fact that Canadians are not always finding it easy to vote. That has to be one of the problems, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing that when we've added advanced polls, that more Canadians are using advanced polls. This bill, of course, would add another day of voting, making it easier for Canadians to vote. Having a fourth day of advanced polling, Mr. Speaker, which we think will actually help to get more Canadians out to the poll. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I find it passing ridiculous that the opposition parties are suggesting that the reason Canadians aren't voting is because Elections Canada isn't placing an ad in the paper, Mr. Speaker, explaining to them or trying to energize them about voting. Because that's our job, Mr. Speaker. It's the job of parties and candidates to get people to vote, to energize them to vote, Mr. Speaker. I can't imagine anybody would miss the fact that there is an election going on. There's signs everywhere. The media every night follows around all three campaigns, Mr. Speaker, on TV. There's advertising. Phone calls are being made. Literature at doors. People are knocking on the doors, Mr. Speaker. Elections Canada does some work with respect to telling people how to vote, where to vote, the vote cards, explaining to people what their poll. Those all go out. I can't imagine people don't understand that an election is taking place, Mr. Speaker. But I think what they get upset about is the fact that when they go vote, it's a difficult process. They have to wait in lines. This bill would actually put more resources in the hand to make sure that it's done fair. With respect to vouching, Mr. Speaker, I would refer all members of the House to page 25 of the bill. Page 25 of the bill says this. If, of course, there's 39 pieces of identification that are acceptable with respect to proving address. But it also goes further to say this on page 25 in both French and English. If the address contained in the piece or pieces of identification provided under subsection 2 does not provide the elector's residence, but is consistent with information related to the elector that appears on the list of electors, the elector's residence is deemed to have been proven, Mr. Speaker. And what that means, it gives everybody the opportunity to make sure they cast a ballot, Mr. Speaker. But there is a burden of proof. Is there a burden of proof? Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I can't imagine that Canadians would accept that we should just completely drop the demands for identification and say anybody can vote. Mr. Speaker, that would be inappropriate, but at the same time, we're expecting that Canadians have identification. But in instances, Mr. Speaker, there is still, according to this bill, on page 25 in French and English, an opportunity for Canadians to cast a ballot. It goes even further, Mr. Speaker. We heard a lot about robocalls, not just during elections. We know that the member for Guelph his riding was singled out and charged with respect to robocalls, Mr. Speaker, and I think all Canadians have accepted that all parties have to do a better job of making sure that we do this fair. That's why the CRTC will be maintaining a registry. They'll be maintaining scripts. They'll be maintaining recordings, Mr. Speaker, so that Canadians and Elections Canada can have access, or the Elections Commissioner can have access to information if an investigation is required, Mr. Speaker. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, we're letting Elections Canada do what it needs to do to be the actual guardians of elections in this country. Focus on voting, focus on the process, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we're giving the Elections Commissioner the power that he needs to make sure that that voting is done fair and that nobody broke the rules, Mr. Speaker. And when people do break the rules, the new Act will give the Commissioner the tools that he needs to enforce the Elections Act, Mr. Speaker, in a way that we haven't seen in a long time, Mr. Speaker. And I do hope all members will actually take a moment to read the bill and reflect on that before they cast a ballot. Thanks.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to put a question to my colleague on a question he wrote during his speech, and the fact that the educational mandate of Elections Canada has been excluded. It was meant to educate Canadians about their right and duty to vote. And those who follow question period will know that the parliamentary secretary has 2 young daughters, and I'm wondering if he thinks it's normal that Elections Canada can no longer go into the schools to educate young people, to tell them they have the right to vote once they turn 18, and that they'll be able to exercise that right. Does he think it's completely pointless to have these campaigns between elections? Not necessarily during a campaign, but between elections. And Elections Canada had that educational mandate to teach about the right to vote. Does he find it useless?
Mr. Speaker, I think our schools also have the opportunity and the responsibility to teach our students why it's important to vote, Mr. Speaker. That's why on Remembrance Day every year we take the time out to honor the veterans who guaranteed and fought to make sure that we have that right to vote, Mr. Speaker. But getting back to reality, Mr. Speaker, the returning officers themselves, when asked about the process of the election, the returning officers themselves on page 10 and 17, I'd request the member maybe take a look, identified the fact that the process of voting is where Elections Canada needed to look at moving forward. How to vote, where to vote, Mr. Speaker, the identification that was needed, when the advance polls would be, the special ballots, the location of the returning officer, that they felt would help improve elections and would help make the process of voting easier, Mr. Speaker. We took a look at that, we reflected on that, and reflected on what the Chief Electoral Officer said even yesterday, Mr. Speaker, about the difficulty of holding elections in this country. We've put that in the bill, we've guaranteed it moving forward, and I think Canadians can have confidence that all elections moving forward will continue to be fair.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe it's very important that we recognize that this legislation has, in fact, fallen short. It is important that we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that the government has dropped the ball on it. You know, the government can talk all it wants inside the chamber in terms of what it believes on this particular bill. This, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, I would give him a challenge. The challenge being, would he take me up on an offer to be able to go outside of Ottawa, whether it's in Winnipeg, Toronto, the member can actually name it. I would welcome the opportunity to actually debate this legislation, where there is no time allocation that the government has put on it, where we can talk about the good and the bad, the shortcomings of the legislation. Would the Parliamentary Secretary be prepared to debate this legislation outside of Ottawa with someone like myself and justify his government's position on it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the Member of Parliament from Manitoba, I tend to focus on my riding and in my community, speaking to my constituents and hearing what they have to say, Mr. Speaker. The process, of course, will continue not only through debate here, but it will go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where it will be given another thorough vetting, Mr. Speaker. They will hear witnesses. It will come back to the House for more opportunity to debate, Mr. Speaker. I note that only 6 members of the Liberal Party have taken the opportunity to actually speak on the bill, and for the most part they've talked about why it was they lost an election, Mr. Speaker, over the last number of years, as opposed to actually focusing on what's in the bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. A quick question, quick answer.
Very quick question then, Mr. Speaker. Does the Parliamentary Secretary agree with the legislation for mandating voting that additional early voting polling day will fall on a Sunday? If it was the last election, that would have been Easter Sunday. Does that bother him at all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, there's going to be, under the new legislation, there'll be four opportunities for voting in advance polls. One extra day, I think, will help make sure that more Canadians have the opportunity to vote, Mr. Speaker. Look, on Easter Sunday, I'll be in church with my family, as will a lot of other people, but I suppose that there will be a lot of Canadians who won't be in church on Easter Sunday. We are a very diverse country, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're adding an extra day so that all Canadians have access to 4 days to vote, Mr. Speaker, not including, of course, other opportunities for Canadians to cast ballot by special ballot, Mr. Speaker. So I think that's good news for Canadians. I think it's good news for democracy, and I hope the honourable member take a look at that and support him.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I feel privileged to stand today to speak to C-23. I'm going to go back in history just a little bit and talk a little bit about my background. I had parents who were good enough to speak at the dining room table about things like elections, and so we learned, my 6 brothers and sisters, we learned about elections that way. We learned from them the importance, the duty of Canadians to go vote when it was time to vote, and sometimes we talked about the issues, and even before we were old enough to know some of them. So I had that ability in my past life. And then I became a small business person who had a very busy life, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, worried about a business that I had to run. But I'm proud to say I don't remember ever missing an election, municipal, provincial, or federal, because my parents had instilled in me the duty of Canadians to make sure we go out and do that. Long before politics, I never thought about the actual running of elections. I never thought about the rules that take place, or the rules that are there to make sure that Canadians do vote fairly, do vote accurately. I didn't think of that, but I certainly went to polling booths and gave them my name and showed them ID and received a ballot and made my choice based on the work that the parties or the candidates had done during the time of an election. We move fast forward now through a whole pile of that life to 10 years ago when I decided I would run and become a candidate. I became a little more interested in what was happening with the elections and how elections were run and what Elections Canada now did and you know who made sure people got to the polling stations, who generated the lists, who made the rules as to what days we could vote and we couldn't vote. But I still ran into some of my peers, small business owners and other very busy people who would love to have had more time, who wanted to exercise their duty as Canadians to go vote, but sometimes a hockey practice got in the way, or a scout meeting got in the way, or you know how we all are, life got busy and that happens. So move forward now into this Parliament. I've been here almost 10 years, but now as the Chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for a good number of years, 5 I think, and certainly have been dealing with Elections Canada in all that time. I now know more about elections and Elections Canada than I think I care to, but after each election, the Chief Electoral Officer writes a report and sends it back here to Parliament, and Procedure and House Affairs gets to review it, and from that come up with elections legislation. The Chief Electoral Officer is one of the places where we get most of our ideas for the changes in that legislation. We certainly have had many discussions at committee. It's a fun committee, and I see some of the members here in the House today. We do tend to get a lot done, but elections is one of the things we're responsible for, and we do tend to work on a good consensus basis and not a great deal of argument. We've had many witnesses over those times, looking at the Chief Electoral Officer's reports and other pieces of in our discussions about elections. We've had many witnesses. We've had many briefs come to us from those witnesses. And this is where this piece of legislation has come from. It has come from answering those questions. But I'm just going to read something from a business point of view. I'm going to share first that if I'm trying to attract more customers as a business person, I need to first find out why customers aren't coming to my business and where they are going. We've done the same thing with elections. If people aren't going out to vote, let's find out why they're not going out to vote. And then we'll know where to go find those people. As the speaker before me said, why you vote, why you're making it the urgent visit to that voting booth has to do with the parties, has to do with the candidates. But the who, what, when, and where, what the rules are at where the polling station is, what time it's open, how many of them there are, is set by Elections Canada. But most non-voters told Elections Canada in a survey that it was practical reasons that prevented them from voting in 2011. Traveling, 17%, so they were away from home. Work or school schedule, 13%. Too busy, 10%. Lack of information, 7%. That's just to name a few. Over the past several elections, there has been a steady rise in the proportion of electors who have identified everyday life issues as the main reason for not voting, and a steady decline for political reasons. And that's according to Elections Canada, the report on the evaluation of the 41st election from the Chief Electoral Officer, and we've discussed that thoroughly at committee. Better customer service will remove some of these practical issues. Some of the, I can't make it because it's the middle of hockey practice. It's the middle of my business needed me. I had to stay at work. So we're offering more voting days. During 2011, the general election, more than 2 million Canadians cast their ballot on an advance poll day. 2 million Canadians took advantage of the fact that they weren't going to be able to be there for voting day, for the day that has been set aside, and went to an advance poll. We're adding an extra advance poll. As was just asked in the question before I stood, it will be on the 7th day. So the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, and the 7th day before Election Day will now all be advance poll days, the 7th being a Sunday. I recognize that my pastor would say he knows where I should be on Sundays, but he knows I operate a business that operates 7 days a week. And sometimes I wasn't always able to be there, but it also opens up the opportunity that afternoon that I could have gone to an advance poll. And that in itself offers something to the percentages of people that I said before from a customer service point of view weren't able to find the day to go. Let's go from attracting those customers to the poll, and that's truly a political issue, to if I'm a business person and I'm looking for trying to attract more people to my business, the other step I would take is I'd tell them where I was. I would tell them what time I'm open. I would tell them when I'm available to give them the service they're looking for. That's all we're asking of the Chief Electoral Officer and Elections Canada in this, is to please tell the people of Canada where they can vote. Please tell the people of Canada when they can vote. Please tell the people of Canada how many days are available to them. Special ballot, almost the whole 35 days of an election. Advance polls now, 5 advance poll days, plus a full day of election at each of the other polls. This is a tough business to run. 308 ridings across this country, soon to be over 338, and about 200 polling stations in each of those ridings. Can you imagine turning that on and off? From an Elections Canada point of view, I admire their ability to turn on and off that type of service the way they do it. But let's use our time to tell the people of Canada those answers, when and where they can go to vote. Let's us as politicians, as members of parties or not, and give the reasons why people want to go to the poll. It's up to Elections Canada to tell them when and where. It's up to us to get them there and tell them why. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll recap real quick. It's about customer service. There's many other parts of this bill that I know that when we get to committee, the committee will be happy to deal with and talk about and have a great discussion with, certainly see lots and lots of witnesses on it. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about the customer service side of an election and the customer service side of Elections Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's speech, and I have to admit that I find the comparison he made rather shaky. He's talking about customer service, but what we're talking about, what's really at issue, is a civic right. One of the important elements which has been completely excluded is many Canadians who will not be able to vote. Over the years, they have developed incredible cynicism towards politicians and politics, and that is what we have to fight back against. But this bill here, C-23, really is going to reinforce that cynicism. So those who believe that elections are bought, for instance, when they see that the fundraising threshold has been increased, well, that perception will be strengthened. Bill C-23, what it doesn't do is put the right to vote at the center of any electoral system. For instance, the role of the chief electoral officer has been minimized because he will be able to provide less education. This is a civic right and not customer service. This is not an apt comparison, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you very much. I'll share with the member opposite that we'll agree to disagree if that's the case. The civic right is a civic duty. It is the duty of the voter to also know where they need to vote, when they need to vote. It is the duty of the political parties to convince that person that it's time to go do it and who they should vote for. I'm sorry, the cynicism comes when you weaken the rules or the rules get used in a way that is arguably incorrect. I think by setting the rules in place so that people know what to expect when they go to vote, what they need to have with them when they approach the voting station, what to expect when they get to the voting station, that's how we remove the cynicism.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this member would be in a unique position to be able to answer this question given his experience in business and politics. One of the offences covered under the Competitions Act of Canada is deceptive telemarketing. One of the powers afforded to the Director of Competitions under the Competition Act is the power to compel witnesses to testify under oath before a charge is laid. A complaint of the Chief Electoral Officer is that he was ill-equipped to do the robocalls investigation, if you will, deceptive telemarketing in a political context, because he didn't have that power. Now, as someone who has had experience in business and in politics, would the honourable member like to explain why the Director of Competitions has greater tools to investigate deceptive telemarketing practices than Elections Canada?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for his question, and I thank him for at least the kind words I think he said about me. The real answer here is this piece of legislation moves the covering of robocalls, of using telephone devices in elections campaign to the people who do that best. As a business person and a politician, I look for the experts in the field. In this case, we've gone to the experts in the field and said the CRTC is the right place to be monitoring people who are using telephone communication. We've got it right. We've got the experts on the job. They've already found, by monitoring the use of telephone communication in both elections and non-election times, they're able to. I believe a member of this House was from Guelph was even found guilty by them for what he did during the last campaign.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 23, I will talk about the question raised at tonight's debate. The honourable member for Quebec, Search and Rescue.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is my pleasure to speak today in this chamber on Bill C-23, which was tabled last Tuesday in this chamber, so less than 7 days ago. So this bill is 242 pages long, and yet today is the last day of debate at second reading on Bill C-23. So fewer than 7 days in total, including the weekend. So obviously we don't debate on the weekend in the House. So this 242-page bill has been tabled less than 7 days ago. We'll be moving on to second reading. This would not have given MPs enough time to study it at length and to debate it fully in the House. Soon this bill will go to committee after barely a week and a half since it was unveiled. 242 pages. So that's very fast. And in fact, it's not the first time, and I've been saying this from the outset since the Conservatives were elected to a majority government, not the first time they try to pass legislation quickly in the House. It's also interesting to know what this minister's record was like. The minister who introduced this legislation, he was one of the main culprits in the In and Out scandal. It was the minister who mounted the most partisan defense, and he unreservedly defended electoral fraud, which it was shown later by investigators of Elections Canada. And that same member today is introducing a bill on election reform. This is why he has such a good understanding of the Elections Act, because he defended his party when his party, in fact, completely ignored the legislation, circumvented it. So this is why the member is so familiar with the Canada Elections Act, and that was because his party tried to circumvent it. That same Minister of State also has an interesting record of attacking Elections Canada. The Conservative Party is still attacking Elections Canada, and it seems to be waging a vendetta against that organization. They seem to allege that Elections Canada is the enemy of the Conservative Party. It's almost as if the Conservatives wish to attack Elections Canada in the middle of the night so Elections Canada doesn't attack in return. As soon as anyone dares to criticize the party, even if it's a slight criticism, Conservatives perceive these people as being an enemy and allied with another political party. Conservatives are very partisan, so if you're not with the Conservatives, you are an enemy of them. And it's clear to them that we are engaging in partisanship when we know full well that Elections Canada is an independent organization. And this bill contains many measures, and I don't think that in 10 minutes I will have enough time to talk about all of these measures, but I will talk about the measures which surprised me the most as I read the bill. Some of my colleagues already alluded to these measures. First, it's the fact that this bill would do away with the vouching system at the polls, and people will be able to register on the day of the election. And normally, when people register on the day of an election, they could have a voucher who would vouch for their identity. If this bill passes, which has not yet happened, the voter ID system will not be in effect as it was previously, and many voters use the voter ID card, which they got in their mailboxes, to vote. So they would have the voter ID card and their ID card. Conservatives seem to forget that voters cannot only vote with their voter ID card. They have that card presented to the returning officer or to the election official, and then when they get to the poll, they also have to present an ID card, which information would confirm the information on the voter ID card. So it's not just the voter ID card which will let you vote, which is something that has been insinuated by conservatives in today's debate. So as far as I'm concerned, this change is going to prevent many people from voting, or is going to limit their access, which will make it harder for them to exercise their franchise. And these people include young people, and in Sherbrooke, well, it's a good example because we have a lot of students. Of course, it always depends on the day of the election, but if there's an election in September, for instance, students will just have arrived on campus at university. For a lot of students, it'll be the first time they'll be at university. They will have moved from their parents' house into residence, and this is the case in Sherbrooke. So if there's an election in September, these students have just arrived on campus, and so they won't necessarily have papers to show where they live. Now, as an ID document which is allowable, you could have an insurance document, proof of residence, a utility bill, driver's license, and so on and so forth. So 29 pieces of ID can be used to vote. But by eliminating the vouching system, along with the voter ID card, it'll prevent a lot of young people from voting. Because, first of all, they will not be living at home anymore. They will be in residence in Sherbrooke on the university campus, and so they will not be able to vote unless they go home again. For instance, there's a student in communications at the University of Sherbrooke. This student grew up in Chicoutimi. The Saguenay has a very good communications program. So this student could only vote if she went home again, which is 7 hours from Sherbrooke. So obviously her choice will be clear. It will be not to vote on voting day because she will not be able to go home 7 hours and come back to university another 7 hours. Even at an advanced poll, it would still mean a big hassle for her. And so ultimately, many students will not be able to vote, although a lot of people, a lot of MPs, would want more young people to vote. So other people will be disadvantaged under this legislation. The homeless, for instance, and Aboriginals as well. People who live on native reserves do not always have the necessary ID papers, so it will prevent them from exercising their franchise. Further, a little earlier when I spoke, when I asked questions of my colleagues, I talked about the fact that the government wants to take big money out of politics. But in fact, the opposite is going to happen. At least that's my impression. It seems that we're going against the current in other jurisdictions, including in Quebec, where political donation ceilings are going to fall. But in this bill here, it's the opposite. The government wants to increase the political donation cap. And again, this goes against current trends since ideally we want to remove the influence of big money in politics. So saying that this bill will eliminate the influence of big money is saying the opposite of what is going to happen, because campaign expenses will also be allowed to rise. The measures contained in the bill go against the statement that big money will be taken out of politics. So at second reading, I will not support this bill. if the bill goes to committee, I certainly hope that we can improve it there, make a better thing out of it, but at this stage I will not support it.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've got a couple of questions, but a couple of points on my colleague's assessment of a student's, for example, ability to vote, and saying that, you know, if he just arrived, he wouldn't have a student ID and he'd be stuck at the university. Well, I suggest that maybe his voter ID card that he'd have had at home would be just as useless, because that's not where he would be living at the time. You're talking about the student having to drive home 7 hours and so on. I'm sure I'll remind him, in case he doesn't know, that you don't have to wait till election day. You don't have to wait till the advanced poll days. As soon as Elections Canada set up in whatever riding, a person can go vote any day during the entire writ process. So, you know, most students, would probably be home at some point during that time. We know when the election is, so there really is no excuse for not finding time to do that. The other question I want to ask him, you talked about vouching a lot, and I've been the victim of fraudulent vouching, but that's okay. A couple of questions. Does he consider big money to be a 5% increase in campaign expenses, which obviously are going up all the time? And does he consider big money to be a $300 increase in a personal donation, which still eliminates unions and so on? And how many people does he think that one person should be able to vouch for during an election?
Honourable Deputy de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, several questions in there. I think I understood about 5. The first one I'll answer, or I'll address, is the one dealing with students who will have fewer opportunities to vote. It's always possible for them to vote. The measures put in place will make it not more difficult, but more complex, more complicated. I'm not saying that it will be impossible for the people in students in Sherbrooke to go out to vote, but the measures will be more complicated than they were in 2011. That's simply the observation I was making. With respect to big money, well, that's the money that's used in the documentation for the bill. To my mind, not all the amounts come from big money, but the trend at present is reducing contribution amounts or limits. In other countries, in Quebec, for example, in the province, it's gone down. Donations to political party, the limit has been decreased. So it's not by increasing them. And as I said in my remarks, it's not contradictory to say, well, it's contradictory to say one thing and to do the opposite in a bill.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. Certainly, many of us have some very significant concerns on a piece of legislation that is really coming forward, I believe, to solve some of the current problems the government has, not necessarily problems any of the rest of us have. When we deal with the issue of multicultural communities that we all have, one of my concerns is that ability to make sure that they're communicated to fairly and accurately. And restricting Elections Canada as to what they can do to the extent, I think, is going to really hamper those opportunities. Whose role do you think it is to make sure that communications are given to the voters in a fair, accurate, honest way? Is it not Elections Canada's right to do that?
Honourable Deputy de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's something I didn't have an opportunity to address in my bill, to deal with, in fact, in my remarks, and that was the elimination of the educational mandate for Elections Canada. In the past, Elections Canada could provide civic education to Canadian citizens on their right to vote. Now that is completely eliminated. It will be forbidden for Elections Canada to provide any information to Canadian citizens, be they young people in schools. There were some 500,000 young people in 2011 who participated in simulations, election simulations. Students who were under the age of voting in high school who could participate in a simulation with candidates. They could simulate an election to show them what the right to vote was all about. With this new measure, Elections Canada will be forbidden from doing that work that they did in schools. Why? Well, I have no idea. It's up to the government to answer that. But there's also the week, it's National Democracy Week. I'm not sure if that's the exact title, but there was also the National Week on the right to vote, and that too will be eliminated. They won't be able to talk about that and to provide education on voting to Canadian citizens. In closing, I'd like to offer some food for thought to members here. And I don't have the answer to this question, but would it not be up to the government, regardless of the party in power, would it not be up to a government, or is it, in fact, the government's job to change legislation that would benefit it in a future election?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great honour to speak to Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act. It's remarkable that I should find myself here in this hallowed chamber speaking to this very act. My parents, as many people know, hail from Eastern Europe and greatly suffered under communist regimes. It's difficult to imagine, but certainly within one generation, they lived just an onerous lifestyle where you could not simply go to the local coffee shop and have an open discussion about local politics. It was verboten to actually disagree with the local administration. People worried that their careers would be hampered. This was an era where there were secret police, where jealous colleagues could report you for fictitious reasons to the secret police, or even your in-laws might report you to the secret police. I mean, it really was just a terrible, terrible way to live. And so they were fortunate enough to come to Canada and deeply entrenched in my brothers and I an immense love for the democracy that we enjoy in this nation. And a true passion for politics, a true passion for elections, the concept that you could disagree openly and say that, you know what, I don't agree with this policy. This policy actually hurts me and my family. It hurts my colleagues at work. And that you could go about in Canada and speak openly about that and actually try and affect change, try and bring about better public policy. I mean, something as simple as that, they reveled in and they entrenched this deep love for because it simply wasn't available to them. It wasn't available to millions of people across Europe under Soviet-era tyranny. So here we are today in very different circumstances. And I, as somebody that obviously didn't speak English until I first entered school, I'm an ESL student, now find myself in this chamber debating a piece of legislation. So how remarkable is that? How remarkable is it that we're allowed to freely debate this type of legislation? So I want to commend my colleague, the Minister of State for Democratic Reform. He's brought forward a wonderful bill, actually, that I believe actually improves our electoral system. I believe it will bring additional transparency and fairness to the system. He's really gone through recent complaints, a number of reports, the Chief Electoral Officer's recommendations to try and bring about a comprehensive series of recommendations that will address deficiencies that he's found over recent years. And I really do need to commend him. It really is just a sweeping set of improvements to our current electoral system. I've been involved in politics, as many people in this chamber, on all sides of the House. I think a lot of us share a great passion for politics. I started when I was 14, stuffing envelopes and coloring maps. I've been involved in municipal, provincial, federal campaigns, and I've had the great pleasure of working with a number of people on this side of the House and against folks on the other side of the House in these campaigns over the years. And what I can tell you is that we're pretty passionate. Many individuals are rather competitive, but at the end of the day, there is no honor, there's certainly no sport in running in an unfair election. People want to ensure that the election that they run in has a fair outcome. And it is okay to cede defeat, but you want to make sure that any defeat, it's because of the candidate's failure or of the party's failure, and not because there was some type of voter fraud that took place. And I think that's critical to ensuring the transparency of elections for our voters, for those Canadians that take the time to leave their homes and go to a polling station and stand in line in order to vote, in order to see the type of change that they're hoping for at the national, provincial, or municipal level. And so the bill before us makes a number of changes. Allow me to speak to I think perhaps one of the best improvements that the minister has brought forward, and that is enhancing customer service by removing some of the obstacles to voting. The fact that we're going to add an additional advanced polling day, I think is of immense service. I happen to come from an area where people commute to and from work from the GTA. And so they spend their day at work. It takes them the better part of an hour or more than an hour to get home. They prepare their meal for their family. They might throw in a load of laundry. And that's pretty much the day. It's now 8 or 9 p.m. And they get up the next morning and do that all over again just because commuting times are so dramatically long. So when we ask individuals to come and vote, it is truly imposing on them. I've been there. I've worked as scrutineer. I've obviously been a candidate. And we see these long lineups at polling stations. And everything we can do to try and minimize the impact and the inconvenience to a voter, I think, will actually encourage voting. I mean, nobody wants to be hassled. Nobody enjoys waiting in line. And the more we can do to shorten these lines, the better. He's also going to allow, with this piece of legislation, for more individuals to be hired and for their hiring to take place earlier on so that they are better trained. And I think many individuals have found that show up on polling day and there is a certain level of confusion. And that's certainly not reassuring to voters. It's certainly not reassuring, I think, to anyone that's a part of the process. You hope for a more professional solution to these things. So I think that is much needed improvement to our system. But, Mr. Speaker, our electoral process must be accessible to all eligible Canadian voters, and it needs to be accountable and transparent. And voter fraud continues to be a problem in our system. Each time someone votes fraudulently, they cancel out the ballot of an honest voter. And Elections Canada has commissioned studies on this subject, and their own studies suggest that there are mass irregularities in the use of vouching and high rates of inaccuracy on voter information cards. And I know a number of my colleagues have actually spoken to this, certainly from the Mississauga community. I can tell you with those voter information cards what has happened, what I've firsthand witnessed happen in my community. We'll have a number of high rises, and people move in the GTA with high frequency. In some areas, we have 30% turnover in our communities from one election to the next. And so people will receive this voter identification card in the mail. Of course, that individual has now moved, and so this mail is just dropped on a high-rise out on the counter or into the recycling bin, and piles of it accumulate. And so individuals will go and just scoop all of these voter ID cards up and bring them and utilize them for some purpose that I think you and I and all members in this chamber can certainly guess. I've also had individuals come forward to me during campaigns saying, hey, I have these additional cards. These people no longer live in my home. Can we send other people to vote? And while I smirk at the enthusiasm, I'm very quick to point out that, no, that would absolutely be inappropriate, unacceptable, and frankly against the law, and that that's simply not tolerable. So I think this one improvement, the fact that these voter ID cards will now be eliminated, is a dramatic improvement and much needed for our system. Of course, there's been much discussion over the forms of ID that are acceptable. And, you know, it's a rather comprehensive list of over 39 pieces of ID that will be acceptable at a voting station, including a library card. And so I think that's something that most folks would have access to, but it includes a series of things. It includes utility bills. It includes any correspondence from a school to an individual, so that students obviously are able to come out and vote. It includes student ID cards. I think the real emphasis here is ensuring that we reach out and try and engage voters and get them to come to elections and make sure that they understand how vitally important it is that they actually do cast a ballot. But at the same time, what we want to do is not permit individuals to make a mockery of our system, to go about in some nefarious way and cast ballots that are not theirs. What we really ought to do, I certainly speak for myself and I would hope for all parties, is engage voters. I hope people are passionate when you show up at their door and you talk to them about issues of concern. You know, I'm one of these types of people that loves door knocking. I love to go, whether it's snowing outside, whether it's hot and humid outside, and actually engage with our constituents and hear their priorities. I want to know what it is they would like me to go fight for when I come to Ottawa. It's not about sort of relaying information from Ottawa to the voter. It's about standing up for the values and the priorities of our constituents, the ones who were kind enough to send us here so that we could articulate for them. And so that really is a priority, and I think it's incumbent on all of us as politicians to engage voters and to encourage them and have an exciting enough, obviously, public policy so that they're actually looking to come out and vote for us. They're actually looking to show up and stand in line and vote for our political party. And I don't want us ceding that to Elections Canada. I think each and every party has to encourage and excite that type of debate. We need to come forward with different initiatives that actually help the average middle-class Canadian family so that they will want to come out and vote, so that hopefully this Parliament reflects their values and priorities. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. I'm sorry. Questions and comments. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the NDP won't be able to support this bill because it will be preventing thousands of Canadians from accessing the right to vote. It also reduces the powers and authority of the CEO. I've read through the bill very carefully. I'd like to quote a problem, or identify a problem that I found in the bill. The Chief Electoral Officer will have to go to Treasury Board for approval before hiring external resources. Oftentimes, Elections Canada will go to an external source to help with the writing of reports. For example, having to go to Treasury Board will be interfering in the work of a senior official who's supposed to be independent. That is problematic. I do have a question for my honourable colleague opposite. Why didn't she support the NDP motion to confer upon the Chief Electoral Officer the authority to compel or to receive financial information? It would have increased the confidence of Canadians in our election system. Why did the honourable member opposite not support our motion?
Mr. Fell.
Thanks very much for that wonderful question. Well, I think the bill before us actually is rather comprehensive. I know that my honourable colleague had indicated that, in fact, it disenfranchises a number of voters. I've looked through this bill rather thoroughly, and it certainly doesn't do that. In fact, it seeks to ensure that people can come out and vote. As I indicated, it adds an additional day of advanced voting. That, I think, will allow far more people to come out and exercise their franchise. I mean, the number one item, I think, that the Elections Canada report realized when they sought to sort of explain why people aren't coming out to vote were sort of normal everyday circumstances. You know, I'm late at work, my child has a recital, it's just not convenient. By adding an additional day, more people can come out and vote and affect the electoral outcome.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer and the Commissioner had both asked for the authority to ask a judge in order to compel evidence. This was an absolute critical request of the government to incorporate into the legislation. Mr. Speaker, the government, for whatever reasons, ultimately denied that particular request. That would have provided substantial teeth for Elections Canada in order to deal with issues that this government has been challenged on. All one needs to look at would be the in-and-out scandal that the government was involved in. We can talk about the robocalls. We can talk about conservative overspending in the campaigns. Mr. Speaker, why did the government not allow for this particular recommendation? That would have allowed Elections Canada to thoroughly investigate and be able to ultimately ensure consequences when election laws are in fact being broken.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. My understanding is that even a police officer is unable to compel evidence. However, once a charge is laid, obviously, the information needs to be provided. This proposed legislation, though, goes further. It says that you cannot thwart an investigation and you cannot provide misinformation. So I think the issue is being addressed through this legislation. But that was an excellent question. We absolutely want to ensure that everybody does comply with this type of investigation.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments. And I will indicate that there are some good parts to this bill, but there's also some bad parts. And the worst part, I think, for me is the fact that it's discouraging people from voting. This is exactly what this is going to do. If the government was serious about voting, they would ensure that the voucher system is still there. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that over the years, the problem with the lineups hasn't been because people are vouching. It's because they're either not on the list, they're being told to go vote somewhere else because they're on a list that it's not even where they've lived for hundreds of years. So doesn't she think that having the Elections Canada list updated would make much more sense, and taking people who are deceased off that list would even make more sense? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very important question about vouching. I'm from the GTA, and we've certainly seen some interesting shenanigans when it comes to vouching. As many people on this side of the House, we've scrutineered and we've been candidates in those elections. I think it's rather reasonable to have to come and cast your ballot and bring some form of ID. And as I indicated, there are 39 pieces of ID that would be acceptable. It is a huge honor, and I certainly have the experience of my family. It's an honor to be able to cast a ballot. The least we can do to ensure that there is transparency to the process and fairness to the process, and that everyone is only voting once, is to bring a piece of ID that says, I am who I am. And it's a pretty simple thing to do. I hope that we're not discouraging anyone in any way, and there are 4 opportunities now to actually come out and vote. But the honourable member raises a really good point that there's some great aspects to this bill. I was very much heartened to see that the former Chief Electoral Officer gave this bill an A- if a master's student had written it. So that's high praise indeed.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Terrebonne-Blainville.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm fortunate to have this opportunity to rise to speak to this bill because, once again, we're being muzzled. I'm not sure. I've lost track. I don't know how many times time allocation has been slapped on a bill, but not everyone will have an opportunity to speak to this bill, unfortunately.
I find it a bit ironic that we are talking about a bill here that is intended to improve democracy, apparently. Is that what it does? I'll talk about that later. But it is not very democratic when we have closure imposed on the chamber. I also find it ironic that we are debating a bill from the Conservatives. I don't have the exact name here. Let's see, it's the bill to amend the Canada Elections Act, the Fair Elections Act, then, in English, for the short title. But, Mr. Speaker, this party was accused of suppressing the vote. There were financing irregularities as well. This Prime Minister, the leader of that party, is supposed to defend ethics, and he was accused of those things. So I find it very ironic that people who are accused of breaching ethics are telling us how democracy should be improved, and in fact they don't act democratically at all. I want to talk really, though, about the substance of the bill. Something that has been pointed out a number of times by my colleague in question period and at other times is that young people need to be able to get involved in the election system, and I think I have some experience in this area. When I was at university, I asked my my fellow students if they were going to vote and so on, and most of them said no. Mostly, young people like to get involved in various ways, but when I talked to them about voting, they said it's too complicated. And here we have a bill that will make things even more complicated. The other thing that young people told me is that they didn't know really how to go about voting, what the process was. These people haven't learned about the process. I know that in some provinces there may be civics courses that talk about these things, but that doesn't happen everywhere. Sometimes young people haven't done very well at school, haven't learned these things, and this may have been taught to them when they were quite young. So what the government has just done is to make it impossible for the chief electoral officer to provide this kind of education to young people. I remember I was 15, Mr. Speaker, and in high school, and we held mock elections. And that was through the chief electoral officer's educational program. We looked at all of the different parties. We looked at the platforms of each party, and we held this mock election. So this was the first time that I and other people in my course were able to have this experience. So we were too young to vote, but at least we had this experience and were prepared. And I was fortunate to represent the NDP in that mock election, and I won. In my riding, I give Politics 101 courses from time to time and help people understand the election process better. And you might be surprised, Mr. Speaker, to know how little people know about how things work. What are the different roles of the different players and how do things work? It's a little bit hard to ask as an adult, how does that work? How do we go about voting? If we limit the education that can be provided, then it will make it worse. Only 61% of Canadians who voted in the last election and 65% of young people did not vote. So we really need to think about ways to help young people get more involved and come out and vote. I think it's a good idea to make certain changes, but we've made the registration process even more difficult. It won't be very helpful to have this additional voting day if it is too hard to actually get registered. You can't have someone vouch for you. We no longer have the voter ID card. So what good will it be to have an additional day for people to vote? We need people to get out and actually do the voting. We have a duty as parliamentarians to come up with legislation that is sensible. I would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that there are 100,000 people in the last election who were vouched for and voted that way. It could be someone who is a senior who may not have had time or energy to update their identification. It may be a young person that goes with his or her parents to vote and hasn't got around to getting the identification necessary. So there are many people in that situation. We will be taking the right to vote away from 100,000 people, and we should all vote against such a measure. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that with everything that has happened surrounding the robocalls and that situation, we have a system that involves the chief electoral officer. We need to improve the system. We've done one thing. We have provided information to the CRTC about the source of robocalls. There are more powers now for financial reporting, which is a good thing. The possibility to call witnesses, summon witnesses, this is something that could have been in the bill but is not. We should act preventively. These are certain things that could have been included in the bill. But the big problem is that the chief electoral officer was not even consulted. It seems so obvious that he should have been. He is responsible for the legislation, for examining the legislation, for providing advice to candidates and so on. So it seems like it would be an automatic thing to consult the person who promotes voting and oversees the process. And that did not happen. I hope that we will be able to get at least a few amendments through on this bill. I don't have enough time to cover all of my points and to point out all of the flaws in the bill. But one thing I do want to raise is that our right to vote is a fundamental right. And when we have a piece of legislation like this, Bill C-23, which will remove the right to vote from many people, I think we all have a duty to vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and would like to thank the member opposite for her speech. I was listening to it. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem following the logic of the opposition. Members that spoke before, including this one, was complaining about time allocation. But first thing they did after the motion was introduced, they introduced their own motion to go home, to close the debate. So I don't understand how this works. There was a lot talk about civic rights, but how about civic duties, Mr. Speaker? Don't we have a civic duty towards this country? Don't we have responsibilities? Mr. Speaker, I go to many citizenship ceremonies, and people that become Canadian citizens, when they raise their right hand and say the oath, part of their oath says, I will respect the laws of Canada and fulfill my duties as a Canadian citizen. One of the things that's our right and duty is a duty and right to vote. I would like to ask the member what she has to say about this.
Excellent question.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Well, indeed, it is a privilege to be able to become a Canadian citizen and to be able to vote for the first time. I have also attended citizenship ceremonies and met a number of new Canadians, and when they have that certificate in their hand, they are so proud, and they talk about when they are going to vote and who they're going to vote for. It's exciting. But in this legislation, the government is telling people that it is going to be harder to vote next time. So it is wonderful for someone who has never been able to vote, but once the time comes, if someone does not have the right ID, because there are only two ways to provide identification in this bill, it will be hard.
And comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we do in fact recognize that there are certain measures that are within the legislation that are positive. But when we take a look at the overall bill that's being proposed, we also believe that the bill has fallen significantly short, that it could have done a lot better. One of the biggest problems with the legislation that we have, Mr. Speaker, is that the government appears to have ignored what we believe are some important recommendations from Elections Canada. And I wanted to ask the member in terms of just to emphasize the importance that Elections Canada and some of the recommendations that they have brought forward to the government, how important it is that the government actually respond by allowing amendments to succeed in order to try to attempt to get support for the legislation into the future. One of the most significant pieces of or amendment that would be required, I suspect, is the fact that we need to enhance the investigation procedures. For example, province of Manitoba and other provincial jurisdictions, they can actually demand for investigation and have more authority to investigate, whereas Elections Canada put in the request that they would like to be able to have the power to investigate and demand information through a judge, yet the government has said no to that. And if she might want to provide some comment on that particular issue.
The
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville, you have 45 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try to be brief. Yes, first of all, we know that the Conservatives didn't consult the Chief Electoral Officer, and I understand why his recommendations are not included, because he was sidelined in the whole process. But the other aspect of the question I will address here, which deals with investigations. This was exactly what was in the motion proposed by the NDP in March 2012. This is something that we think is very important. We took steps, we brought this motion before the House, and it was adopted. So we know that it wasn't implemented by the Conservatives.
Debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise in the House today to express my support for Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, introduced by the Minister of State for Democratic Reform. The Fair Elections Act will ensure everyday citizens are in charge of democracy by putting special interests on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. The Fair Elections Act will implement 38 of the Chief Electoral Officer's past recommendations. One of those changes is the repeal of the prohibition on the transmission of election results. I would like to focus my remarks on this change. The fact that Canada extends over 6 time zones, representing a time difference of 4.5 hours from coast to coast, has an impact on polling hours in Canada and how election results should be released. In the early days of Confederation, the release of election results was not a concern, since communication technology did not allow for the transmission of results during voting hours. This changed with the introduction of telegraphic service. In the 1930s, parliamentarians reported concerns about Eastern results being telegraphed to Western parts of the country and extra newspaper editions being distributed to voters on their way to the polls. At that time, uniform voting hours, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. local time, were observed across the country, which led to a real-time difference of 4 hours between the closing of polls in the Maritimes and the closing of polls in British Columbia. In response to these concerns, the Dominion Elections Act, adopted in 1938, prohibited releasing election returns in electoral districts where the vote was ongoing. Accordingly, Section 329 of the Canada Elections Act currently prohibits the transmission of election results in electoral districts where voting is ongoing. Anyone who willfully violates the ban is guilty of an offence and liable on a summary conviction to a fine of up to $25,000. Since the ban's implementation, practical and philosophical objections have been raised. From the practical perspective, the ban is difficult to effectively enforce in the age of modern communication technology and social media. Moreover, the ban could have the effect of penalizing Canadians for their normal communication behavior. Philosophically, the ban is an infringement on freedom of speech. In 1991, the report of the Royal Commission on Electoral Reform and Party Financing, more commonly referred to as the Lortie Report, declared the ban obsolete and difficult to enforce due to the developments in broadcasting and communication technologies, such as the telephone and fax machine. As an alternative to the ban, Lortie recommended the adoption of staggered voting hours, highlighting that polls must not open too early or close too late in any region. Hours must be not too disruptive for voters or election workers, and conclusive results from Ontario and Quebec, which may be determinative of the election, must not be known before the close of the polls elsewhere in the country. Parliament adopted staggered voting hours in 1996. This reduced the difference in time between the polls closing at the east and west coasts from 4.5 hours to 3 hours. With these staggered voting hours, there's no longer any time difference between the closing of polls in Ontario, Quebec, and the 3 prairie provinces. There is only a 30-minute time difference between the closing of polls in central Canada and the prairies and the closing of polls in British Columbia. 30 minutes is not enough time for conclusive results from Alberta to Quebec to be determined and released by the media before later BC voters cast their ballots. As a result of the staggered voting hours, only conclusive results from 32 Atlantic Canada ridings are available to late voters west of New Brunswick. The Lortie report noted that the release of results from the 32 ridings would not constitute a major problem. At the time the report was released, there were only 295 seats in the House of Commons, meaning that the 32 ridings made up 11% of the seats in the House. Simply put, staggered voting hours address the underlying rationale for the ban. That knowledge of which party will form the government could have an impact on voter behavior in Western Canada. The ban has also been the subject of litigation. Following the 2000 general election, Mr. Paul Bryan was charged with an offence for having posted results from Atlantic Canada on his website while polls were still open in the rest of Canada. Mr. Bryan challenged his conviction on the basis that the ban was contrary to freedom of expression guaranteed under our Charter. The case was argued before the Supreme Court of Canada, which released its decision in 2007. While the court was unanimous that the ban limited freedom of expression, a majority of the court found the limitation to be reasonably justified as it promotes voter information parity and public confidence in the electoral system. Even though the court upheld the validity of the prohibition, Parliament is still free to repeal or alter the ban. One of the majority justices who wrote a set of reasons for the judgment went so far as to note specifically that Parliament can, of course, change its mind. Within constitutional bounds, policy preference of this sort remain the prerogative of Parliament, not the courts. The constitutional validity of the ban is again before the courts. During the 41st general election, the CBC and Bell Media launched a challenge to the ban, arguing that it no longer promotes information equality in the area of social media. It is useful to consider the effectiveness of the ban since the Lortie Commission concluded that the ban was obsolete. As I have noted, the original purpose of the ban adopted in 1938 was to prevent Western voters from knowing the formation of the government prior to casting their ballot. This justification has been eclipsed by the staggering of voting hours adopted in 1996. This ensures that only election results from Atlantic Canada can be known to late voters west of New Brunswick, and no evidence suggests that voters would lose confidence in the electoral system if these results were communicated to them. This appears to be confirmed during the 2004 general election, in which the Chief Electoral Officer suspended the ban on the premature transmission of election results. The British Columbia Supreme Court in Regina versus Bryan had declared the ban unconstitutional, while the British Columbia Court of Appeal had agreed to hear an appeal. Its judgment upholding the ban would not be rendered until after the election was held. Therefore, the Chief Electoral Officer relied on the existing state of the law and suspended the ban, which allowed media to communicate results from Atlantic Canada to late voters west of New Brunswick. There is no indication that the results from the 2004 election were tainted by the suspension of the ban. The ban was once again enforced during the 2006, 2008, 2011 general elections and the subsequent by-elections. In the 2008 general election, there were reports that Yukon's cable provider, Northwest Tel, prematurely let the East Coast telecast through the territory's customers. During the 2009 by-election, Elections Canada asked a newspaper to remove from its website a story that revealed initial results from constituency, but did not take measures to prevent discussion of bylaw results on Twitter. In 2011, an error caused the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to briefly broadcast results from Atlantic Canada 30 minutes before the polls closed in central and western Canada and an hour before the polls closed in British Columbia. There is other evidence that the ban is often contravened. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, with Lordy in mind, the right of Canadians to communicate and engage with one another about election is essential for Canadian democracy. A ban on the premature transmission of election results is unnecessary restriction on the freedom of speech in an area where social media and other technology are widespread. A ban on early transmission of election results is outdated. Our government has also followed through on its commitment to Canadians to repeal a ban on premature transmission of election results in the Fair Elections Act. This change reflects the ruling that the Supreme Court and our government's commitment to upholding every Canadian's right to freedom of speech. For these reasons, I encourage all members to support the elimination of this provision in the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put a question to my colleague. He gave his speech, but he didn't touch on something very important, which is the fact that election expenses during the campaign are excluded from expenses that are collected by a third party. These are donors who have already given more than $20 to the party in question. So that means that this expense to collect funds during the campaign is no longer part of the electoral expense limit, which is usually about $85 per campaign per candidate. So I would like to know why this change was put in place, because in all bills generally there is a reason for legislative changes. So I'd like to know why this change was made to the Election Act to prevent certain expenses from being included in the election expense limit.
Ms. Kaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. As I pointed out in my remarks, my particular submission was focused on transmission of election results, and that is what my speech is all about. We're focused. I'm agreeing with our government's position that Section 329 of the Canada Election Act currently prohibits the transmission of election results in electoral districts where voting is ongoing, and that should be repealed. It's unconstitutional. We would like to ensure Canadians freedom of speech even during elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I realize that the focus of the honourable member's speech was with respect to transmission of election results, we believe that a serious flaw in this legislation is the failure to answer the call of Elections Canada officials for more powers to be able to investigate electoral fraud, and in particular the power to be able to compel witnesses to testify under oath to aid an investigation. This is a power that resides with the Director of Competitions in a corporate context. One offence under the Competitions Act, strangely enough, is deceptive telemarketing. So presumably the Director of Competitions can compel someone to testify under oath to aid an investigation for deceptive telemarketing, but if that deceptive telemarketing is in an electoral fraud case, that power is not available. Elections Canada has asked for it. It isn't in the Act. So I would think that the government would be quite interested to give additional powers, certainly powers that are equal to those of the Director of Competitions, to find out who those bad people were that got into their database and participated in the robocall scheme. If that is in fact the case, why haven't these powers been included in the Act?
The honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member makes an excellent point. That point, and among others, will no doubt be debated when this bill gets into second reading, and hopefully that will be sooner than later, we would hope. My particular submission tonight was on the submission of electoral results. As I've repeated, we would like to ban we would like to support the clauses in the bill that eliminate that ban, because basically it allows for freedom of speech, and we believe in freedom of speech even during elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Bill C-23, the so-called Fair Elections Act, at this second reading stage. I wish to say at the outset that I'm strongly opposed to this initiative on both process and substantive grounds, which I'd like to address in turn. On the process side, it's very difficult for me to explain in my riding of Victoria just how a bill of over 240 pages could be introduced on a Tuesday, and then that the Conservative government would seek to invoke time allocation or closure on a Wednesday after only 2 speakers. There was a 17-month delay, Mr. Speaker, from the month that they had committed to table this bill. It was promised for back in September of 2012. Then there was no consultation with Elections Canada or with other parties or MPs, which I understand has been the tradition in this place, before this foundation statute, this quasi-constitutional law, came forward. Then there's one day a 240-page bill dropped on the table, debate forced to begin the next day. The government refused to agree to an NDP motion to send the bill to committee after first reading, which would have allowed changes, wholesale changes to the bill, unlike what's going on at present. And let's not finally forget, surprise, surprise, that this Unfair Elections Act arrived in the House just before the budget comes out, and at the same time Canadians are naturally focused on the Olympics. Well, that's what's really going on. I know Canadians understand what's going on. I just met with a number of students at the Flame, and they presented us with 30,000 signatures on petitions that were gathered in one weekend, because Canadians understand what this government is trying to do, and we're not going to let them get away with it if we possibly can. The Globe and Mail asks today the question that I wish to ask, Mr. Speaker, simply this: why the rush? Why the rush to get this through? Is it because perhaps the Conservatives expect Canadians not to know the content of this bill, and so if it's pushed through, they simply won't notice? That's a very serious allegation that I'm making, and it basically demonstrates something I hoped I never would have in this place, which is utter cynicism for the way in which this bill has been dealt with. Again, 2 speeches, then we'll move to closure, rush it through as quickly as we can. Even Canada's national paper understands what's going on. Canadians do too. The Minister of so-called democratic reform, who's been so aggressive in warding off criticisms of Conservatives' elections wrongdoing, which were later proven to be well-founded, now defends this as a fair and judicious measure. Well, there may be some things in this bill that we like, Mr. Speaker, but in typical Conservative fashion, there are many things that are pushed in there that are going in the opposite way that a democracy should function. Let's call it a spade a spade a spade. Forget the Orwellian language, the title of this bill. Let's call it for what it is. It's an unfair election act, and I'm going to explain why, on substance, I believe that is the case. But first, Mr. Speaker, we're not dealing with a regular bill. We're dealing with a bill like the Access to Information Act or the Privacy Act, which are essentially quasi-constitutional in nature. These are the foundation rules for how we govern our democracy. My brilliant colleague from Toronto, Danforth, spent many hours poring over this complicated law. He reckons there's at least 30 serious deficiencies in it. I'm only going to have time to talk about 2, but 2 which I think are quite dramatic. And, Mr. Speaker, to be talking about this with the closure gun pointed at our head is simply inexcusable, and I'm frankly saddened and ashamed to be here in this context. It's shocking that the Conservative Minister for Democratic Reform failed to consult with the Chief Electoral Officer about these changes, and then made misleading statements during question periods suggesting that he did. The new bill would restrict the ability of Elections Canada to communicate with voters, narrowing the legal authority of the Chief Electoral Officer, eliminating provisions that allow Elections Canada to promote voting to, quote, persons and groups most likely to experience difficulties in exercising their democratic rights, close quote. All he can do is tell people, you know, who can vote, where to vote candidates. He can't talk about promoting democracy, which he finds, and I quote, an affront to democracy. And I agree with our Chief Electoral Officer. We are fortunate to have officers of Parliament like him, and the Information Commissioner and the Privacy Commissioner, who are shielded and can speak their minds on behalf of Canadians, and I'm proud that he's doing so like us today. So, to talk about 2 issues of substance alone, I'd like to focus on, first, the weakening of Elections Canada, and secondly, again calling a spade, voter suppression mechanisms in this bill. Well, the minister has been attacking Elections Canada for many years. Shortly after the bill was introduced, he accused it of being biased and, quote, wearing a jersey when it comes to prosecuting the Conservatives for rule breaking. The bill clearly attacks Elections Canada by gutting its powers. The Chief Electoral Officer had asked for more powers, as did the NDP, including the ability to request financial documents related to the election. The Conservatives have failed to include these measures. Rather, the Chief Electoral Officer is appointed and responsible to Parliament, but now another agency, the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, appointed by the Attorney General, accountable to the government, is going to be where the Commissioner of Elections is housed. We're supposed to be happy about that, I think. Well, no one in the Chief Electoral Office, the Office of Elections Canada, is happy about that. And consider what they could have done. We have a number of securities commissions around this land. We have the Competition Bureau, federal agency, an independent law enforcement agency that ensures Canadian businesses and consumers prosper in a competitive environment. The Supreme Court of Canada has applauded the way in which that agency operates. Why can't we be there now? Well, I would invite people to see the Chrysler and Competition Bureau, a decision of 1992, decision of Mr. Justice Gontier in the Supreme Court of Canada, where he is complimentary about the way in which that enforcement agency proceeds, both civil and criminal remedies. We could have had that. We had that before, but now we're supposed to be happy with the changes to weaken Elections Canada by sending the commissioners somewhere else to be accountable to the government It just doesn't make sense. I know Canadians will see through this. What is the key problem with this, Mr. Speaker? It is that the bill refuses to enact perhaps the single most effective measure that would enhance investigations. What's that? Giving the same powers to compel testimony to the Commissioner to investigate, the same safeguards as currently exist for Competition Act investigators. But that's not good enough for the Conservatives. It seems to work fine, according to the Supreme Court, for competition, but we are supposed to try something different in this bill. Why? Because they have a personal vendetta with some of the people at Elections Canada? I'll let Canadians decide. C-23 also ignores that part of the NDP motion that Conservatives voted for in March 2012, which called upon Elections Canada to have the power to request and receive national political party documents to enable Elections Canada to assess whether the Canada Elections Act had been complied with. Not on in this bill. The second part of the major deficiency is voter suppression. The Conservatives, as Canadians know, have a track record of breaking election laws with their in-and-out scheme, robocalls designed to suppress opposition votes, and rule-breaking overspending by Conservative ministers. Well, this bill would disallow the process of vouching, which I'm proud to say one of my constituents, Rose Henry, an Aboriginal activist who works with the homeless, went to the British Columbia Court of Appeal to say is one of the elements critical to the voting process. And the court said that that was a critical part of the voting process and struck down the constitutionality, upheld the constitutionality of what she had sought to strike down, but on the basis that, among other things, vouching was part of the fabric of voting in Canada. They're taking that away. Rose, I invite you to go back to the courts, vindicate your rights as a voter, because this time I predict you will win because this law will be found unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, this law is a travesty. Canadians are getting to understand it, and I'm hoping they will rise up and call it for what it is, an unfair Elections Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the member suggested that the Director of Public Prosecutions is not independent enough to house in his office the Commissioner of Canada Elections. This is the first time these criticisms mark the first occasion when we've had any suggestion from the opposition that the Director of Public Prosecutions is anything but independent. In fact, the Director of Public Prosecutions is selected by a committee that includes members of each political party, a representative of the law societies, 2 independent public servants from the Justice Department and the Public Safety Department, after which the appointment has to be approved again by an all-party committee. The DPP can only be removed by a vote of the House of Commons, and the Act that provides for his creation explicitly prevents the Attorney General from being any way, shape, or form involved in matters related to the Canada Elections Act. With all of those multiple layers of independence, why is it that he is questioning the DPP's ability to do his job?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the Minister's intervention. The DPP is indeed shielded, but if it ain't broke, why fix it? We have a rule we have a chief electoral officer where the commissioner is part of the game. We have the same thing in places like securities commissioners and as well as the Competition Bureau, where investigative powers are there. The experts get together and figure out whether there have been civil or criminal infringement of the laws at issue. The fact is, officers of Parliament present a model that has worked in this country very effectively. The Privacy Commissioner has a similar kind of enforcement role. There's no reason to change the situation that exists presently. In fact, it begs the question, why does the government say it has to change the situation? Why has it not worked? Oh, that's perhaps they've been a little bit too aggressive with the Conservative Party. Why is it that we need to change the law? It begs the question. If it's working well, if it's a model that's been part of our fabric for years with independent officers of Parliament, like the Chief Electoral Officer, like the Privacy Commissioner, like the Competition Bureau, applauded by our Supreme Court of Canada. Why is it we have to change it now?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, that's a valid point. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time. I just want to get some of the points of talking about complying the witness testimony in this particular case. And I think that in many cases, the reason why they expressed interest and why they wanted to do this is because before the charges are laid, there allows them to give them those tools to do that. I know the minister said earlier, but the police do not have this power. But how do you figure when they're talking about wiretapping, listening in on the conversations, this sort of thing? These are exceptions that are made in order for investigators to get the evidence that they need. And in this particular situation, if you go to Section 11, the Competition Act, you will find the prototype by which this amendment can be made, and they can get the tools. In other words, it's one thing to order the referee off the ice, but before they did that, they took the whistle from him. That's the problem. And I want to ask my colleague, my friend here, does he not feel that this is a small but great measure to have an amendment to this particular bill?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
And reference to Section 11 of the Competition Act is very apt. There's been a number of comments after the case of Hunter and Southam, which dealt with the issues of the constitutionality of the search and seizure provisions of the Competition Act by noted experts like Neil Finkelstein, who has written about this, citing Mr. Justice Gantier's aggressive, I can only use that word, reference in the Chrysler and Competition Tribunal case to the fact that they have these kind of powers. And I have to simply repeat, why would we need to change it now? Why? What's the problem? And so the most effective measure that is required in enhancing investigation is giving people the power to compel testimony to the commissioners, the commissioners' investigators. And those safeguards that I mentioned, those constitutional safeguards that are now in the Competition Act, have been found constitutional. They work. They're aggressive. They get the job done. Why do we need to change it?
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in my place today to speak to Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act. I believe this bill will ensure everyday citizens are in charge of democracy by putting special interests on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. It will also make it harder to break elections law. It closes loopholes to big money, imposes new penalties on political imposters who make rogue calls, and empowers law enforcement. The Fair Elections Act will protect voters from rogue calls with a mandatory public registry for mass calling, prison time for impersonating election officials, and increased penalties. It will give more independence to the Commissioner of Canada Elections, allowing him or her control over their staff and investigations, empowering him or her to seek tougher penalties for existing electoral offences, and providing more than a dozen new offences to combat big money, rogue calls, and fraudulent voting. It will crack down on voter fraud by prohibiting vouching or voter information cards as acceptable forms of ID, make the rules for elections clear, predictable, and easier to follow, ban the use of loans used to evade donation rules, repeal the ban on premature transmission of election results, and upholding free speech. It will provide better customer service to voters and establish an extra day of polling. And finally, in the case of disagreements over election expenses, an MP will be allowed to present the disputed case in the courts and to have judges quickly rule on it before the CEO seeks the MP's suspension. But what I really want to focus on today is something that I know my colleagues in this House are also concerned about, the way in which Canada's election rules will be enforced. I would like to run through how the bill increases the powers and the independence of the Commissioner of Elections and how it will give the Commissioner sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. Mr. Speaker, I would remind this House that it is the duty of the Commissioner to ensure that the provisions of the Canada Elections Act and the Referendum Act are complied with and enforced. But let me move quickly to the ways in which this bill provides the Commissioner with sharper teeth to uphold Canada's election laws. Sharper teeth means tougher penalties for existing offences. Take the penalties for impersonation, providing false information, or obstructing an investigation. These are new offences with significant penalties, a maximum fine of $20,000 or imprisonment for up to 1 year on summary conviction, or a maximum fine of $50,000 and imprisonment for up to 5 years or on indictment. Candidates and official agents convicted of this offence would be prohibited from being a member of the House of Commons or holding any office in the nomination of the Crown or of the Governor and Council for 7 years. The maximum fines are also increased for serious election offences, such as taking a false oath or making a false or erroneous declaration to election officials. For summary conviction, the fines would be increased from $2,000 to $20,000, and for indictment, they are increased from $5,000 to $50,000. Mr. Speaker, in a similar manner, the maximum fines will be increased for a wide range of offences, including failure to appoint an agent or auditor, failure to register as a third party, failure to provide quarterly returns and financial transaction returns, and transmitting advertising during a broadcasting blackout. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us will also eliminate the limitation period for offences requiring intent. The Commissioner will be able to go back further in time to catch deliberate lawbreaking. I think all members will agree the provisions of this bill give the Commissioner sharper teeth with which to enforce the current provisions of the Canada Elections Act. Just as important, Mr. Speaker, is the longer reach the bill gives the Commissioner. Longer reach means empowering the Commissioner with more than a dozen new offences to combat big money, rogue calls, and fraudulent voting. At the outset, this bill will make it illegal to impersonate political agents or election officials. This was a recommendation of the Preventing Deceptive Communications report issued by the Chief Electoral Officer. It will also create an offence for making false or misleading statements relating to qualifications as an elector and registering as an elector when not qualified. New offences have been created as well for breaches of the political financing rules, including knowingly making indirect loans to a campaign. As members are aware, this bill also gives the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or the CRTC, with responsibility to administer the new voter contact registry. Under the longer reach provisions of this bill, there will be new penalties relating to non-compliance with the voter contact registry, as well as offences for failing to keep scripts and recordings used in the provision of voter contact calling services. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear, in addition to providing the Commissioner of Elections with sharper teeth, Bill C-23 gives him a longer reach. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me outline how the bill gives the Commissioner a freer hand. A freer hand means the Commissioner will have full independence with control of his or her staff and investigations, and a fixed term of 7 years so that he or she cannot be fired without cause. Under the current system, the Commissioner reports directly to the Chief Electoral Officer and relies upon the support and resources of the CEO. The Chief Electoral Officer and the Commissioner of Elections have fundamentally different roles and responsibilities. The former administers an election. The latter enforces the rules. Both are vitally important functions in a democracy, but it makes no sense to have one of these officers report to the other. In fact, it is inappropriate to do so. That is why, consistent with separating the administration of an election from the enforcement of election law, the Fair Election Act would house the Commissioner within the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. To ensure the independence of the Commissioner, the Commissioner's powers and functions will remain the same, but he will make his own staffing decisions and direct his investigations independently of the Director of Public Prosecution and Elections Canada. As well, all future appointees would hold the position for a non-renewable 7-year fixed term. While the investigation and prosecution functions would be administratively housed in the same office, the Director of Public Prosecutions would have no role in the Commissioner's investigations. To maintain the integrity of the position, those individuals who have previously been a candidate, an employee of a registered party, exempt staff of a minister, or staff of a member of Parliament, or an employee of Elections Canada would not be eligible to be appointed Commissioner. To ensure continuity, the Fair Elections Act proposes that the current Commissioner of Canada Elections remains in his role. This will allow for all current investigations to continue uninterrupted. Bill C-23 removes the provision that provides that the Chief Electoral Officer can direct the Commissioner to carry out investigations. However, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer can ask the Commissioner to investigate an allegation. As well, any Canadian can ask the Commissioner to look into irregularities. And finally, the Commissioner will have the ability to initiate his own investigations. The Fair Elections Act will provide the Commissioner with all the tools he needs to initiate investigations against all those bound by the Canada Elections Act, including Elections Canada officials, and investigate any matter if he believes there has been a possible violation of the law. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us gives the Commissioner of Canada Elections a freer hand in enforcing Canada's election laws. The bill before us both fine-tunes existing rules and provides new laws to govern practices that have come to the fore in recent elections. It also sets out new rules that will provide for the effective enforcement of those rules by giving the Commissioner of Elections sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand to uphold the integrity of our election system. I hope all honourable members will join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments, but when we're looking at this bill, it's evident that it will actually discourage people from voting. It's not in place to encourage people from voting. And so I'm just wondering if my colleague can kind of make some comments with respect to why the Conservatives actually drafted a piece of legislation without actually speaking to the people who know most about the Elections Act. I think that Mr. Mayra himself actually indicated that he certainly wasn't consulted about the changes that were going to occur and to get his input. And so my question is will they now talk to him prior to forcing this legislation to go through? Will they also ensure that there is public consultation on this, because the public certainly wants to have a say? And will they reinstate the voucher system, because it's really a system that actually worked? And I can tell you that I've had to vouch for people in the past because of the fact that they didn't have proper identification on them at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I answer the number of questions that the honourable member asked, I would like to thank the Minister of State for Democratic Reform. I think he has done a tremendous job by introducing a bill of this magnitude. I know him to be someone who would systematically work through the current Elections Act to see where there are gaps. And I truly do believe, as he has mentioned, that he did meet with the current CEO of Elections Canada. He also referenced a number of surveys that he had reviewed, as well as took in the concerns of many Canadians and parliamentarians as well. In terms of the vouching, and I think that was the last question that the member asked, I want to draw the member's attention back to the Neufeld report commissioned by Elections Canada. This report indicated that there were administrative deficiencies at the polls in the 2011 election, that vouching procedures were complex, and that there were irregularities in 25% of cases where vouching was used. And I see that my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Just on the vouching issue, I wanted to talk to the member because I'm not quite sure how rural her riding is. I'm assuming she has some component of rural in her, and she's shaking her head, so I guess that's the case. I have a very rural riding. There are a lot of people, including seniors, First Nations, students who actually travel to other parts of the country, who rely on the vouching system. Now, I understand where she and the minister are coming from about the abuse that is in the system. I am not naive to the fact that that abuse exists within that vouching system. But you do not throw this entire system out because of these. There are ways around this where you can actually converse with the officials of Elections Canada to make sure that some system of vouching exists for all these disenfranchised people in her riding. Doesn't she think this is just a bit too drastic to fix a system? Is this not a big hammer to squash a bug?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do thank the honourable member for his question. He's absolutely correct. A fairly large portion of my riding is rural. And I know that the process that we are in today will see us debate this bill at second reading, and then that this bill will be passed on to the committee to take a look at the bill, to hear from witnesses, and it is my hope that he will raise this very question at committee to see what can be done to address some of the barriers that do exist for people living in rural Canada when it comes to the kind of identification that's needed. However, we do know that there are still 39 other pieces of identification that a voter will be able to present when they get to the polls to ensure that they will be able to cast their vote on Election Day. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak at Bill C-23 today, and I want to pause and say that when we have these rushed processes with closure on debate and abbreviated time to look at a critical bill, it's rare for me to have a speaking opportunity, very rare. And so I do want to thank the Liberal Party for giving me a speaking slot today. I don't know if I agree with them in every aspect of their objections to this bill, but I agree in many of them. Look, Mr. Speaker, when I look at what we need in Canada to fix democracy, I remember a little ad, a very clever ad put together by Fair Vote Canada. It starred one of my favorite icons of Canadian comedy, Don Ferguson of Royal Canadian Air Force. And he wore a white lab coat, and he started talking about the really serious tragedy in Canada of electoral dysfunction, the failure to perform well when it came to elections. Now, I'm not going to go down the double entendres that went through that Fair Vote ad, but as you can imagine, there were many of them. But it did bring to mind the need for a prescription to fix an unhealthy system. And the ad pointed to the issue which is fundamental to fair elections in Canada, getting rid of first past the post, having election results which are then mirrored in the composition of our House of Commons. We need reform. We need a Fair Elections Act. We need to deal with the unhealthy level of hyper-partisanship, the non-stop attack ads, the fact that we haven't gotten to the bottom of the robocall scandal of the last election. But this bill isn't it. A real prescription for a healthy democracy is in our grasp, and instead we get this bill, which will actually weaken our electoral system, weaken democracy, and further reduce voter turnout. We had an opportunity to sideline the cynical politics of non-stop attack ads, which function as a deliberate mechanism, which is the language used by political spin doctors, of voter suppression. That's the goal of non-stop negative advertising, is to reduce voter turnout in the interest of another party. A lot of things now pass for political prowess, for which anyone who loves democracy should hang their head in shame and be condemned for ever standing for election again. This is not about every party getting out and urging everyone to vote, as we've heard from people say across the aisle all day, Over and over again, we have examples of efforts to do exactly the opposite. And I'm afraid this bill is in that spirit of reducing voter turnout. We could have, with this bill, pursued the reforms put forward by the honourable member for Wellington-Halton Hills, found in Private Member's Bill 559. That would have led to fairer elections. We could have leveled the playing field for financing so that members of Parliament who come to this place as independents have a fair chance to raise the funds they need to run for re-election. But we didn't. Now, the ways in which this bill reduces the potential for a healthy democracy and will worsen voter turnout need to be reviewed. Many of my colleagues in this place have given very eloquent and articulate and full reviews. Particularly, I have to give credit and homage to my friend, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth, whose work on this bill is brilliant. But let me just point out the things I would agree with. I may be a minority on this matter, but I don't really think it's a problem to create a Commission for Elections Canada operating out of the Office for Public Prosecutions. I see that as an independent place. The problem is they haven't given that office any tools. They haven't given that office their subpoena powers. And worse, for some reason, they have created a black box surrounding the work. They've amended the Access to Information Act in this bill to remove from access to information anything going on in the work of the Commissioner for Elections, for Canada's elections. They've also removed in the Elections Act the requirement to give any information about investigations. The thing I also would agree with in this bill is the scheme to deal with the robocalls, to have a way of tracking who's buying this kind of automated calling service. That's not bad. I would have voted for that. But this bill also includes a big new loophole for spending of money. It now will not be considered an elections expense to spend money in activities that are considered fundraising for nomination candidates. That is an open door to abuse. Now, what's really the worst part about this bill? And this cuts to the core of democracy. This is a charter issue. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to a most recent statement by the Supreme Court of Canada on the right of Canadians to vote. It was a decision of October 2012. We're all familiar with it. It's in the name of the current member for Etobicoke Centre, so I'm not going to say the name of the case out loud, but it was a very strong decision written by Mr. Justices Rothstein and Moldaver. And they had this to say, quote, "The right of every citizen to vote, guaranteed by Section 3 of the Charter, lies at the heart of Canadian democracy." Now, in this instance, they didn't find those rights were trampled. But that was because a lot of the provisions this bill will remove were in place. So I think this quote from the Supreme Court is timely and informs, as my friend, the member for Victoria, recently pointed out, that this bill is probably unconstitutional. This is what the Supreme Court had to say at the bottom of page 98 of the decision, that our system strives to treat candidates and voters fairly, both in the conduct of elections and in the resolution of election failures. As we have discussed, the Act seeks to enfranchise all entitled persons. And then, an ellipsis, a voter can establish Canadian citizenship verbally by oath. Not anymore, not this bill. And the court goes on to say, the goal of accessibility can only be achieved if we are prepared to accept some degree of uncertainty that all who voted were entitled to do so. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members of this House and the Minister have utterly failed to provide any evidentiary background for the notion that we have a crisis of voter fraud in this country. There is no evidence for the notion that Canadians are covering themselves up for creating false IDs and voting more than once. Mr. Speaker, the crisis in Canadian democracy is not that Canadians are voting more than once, it's that they're voting less than once. And this bill will worsen Canadian trust in the system. It will worsen it'll increase cynicism. Now, the treatment of the Canadian Chief Electoral Officer, talk about sharper teeth. They're all sharpened in the direction of going after Mark Mayrand. I find this shocking. He's a public servant. He's doing his job. And the job that was being done is now going to be essentially stifled. When I worked on my last book, which was on the crisis in Canadian democracy, ironically, and I wanted to try to get to the bottom of why young people aren't voting, where could I find good research that informed that discussion? I found that good research because it was commissioned by Elections Canada. It started to inform us as political parties what would we want to do to ensure civic literacy, political understanding from the earliest possible moment. I think it undermines political responsibility and civic understanding to refer to voters as customers. There's something fundamentally wrong with an Elections Act that talks about customer service when we're talking about voting. It's a right. It's not shopping. And every Canadian must be allowed to vote. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is to hear from people, particularly young people, who've been turned away at the polls because they were found that multiple forms of IDs didn't work. I remember hearing from a young woman in Dawson City when I was doing a town hall there on democracy. She said she tried twice. I said, will you keep trying? She said, I don't know if there's any point. They don't want me to vote. I remember the tears in the eyes of an older man in Pictou County who'd voted in his polling station every day of his 75 years until these new changes were brought in by the current administration, and he was denied the right to vote because he couldn't produce a photo ID. He didn't have a driver's license. His sister-in-law was working at the polling station, but under the rules, she wasn't allowed to vouch for him because she had not come there for that purpose. Under this new act, we will see more and more Canadians turned away, disenfranchised by the false notion that we have a crisis in voter fraud. That is not our crisis. We need to do everything possible to restore faith in the Canadian public in the health of our democratic system. And this bill takes us in the absolutely wrong direction. Why would a government party do this? Why is there such a rush to disenfranchise Canadians? Is there an election coming right away that we don't know about? Do we have to have all these new rules in place before First Nations and seniors and young people and the poor and the groups that advocate for those parts of our society that are more disenfranchised by having to produce government-issued photo IDs than the rest of us? Is that the point? I am baffled and appalled and deeply shocked and troubled by this bill. The things in it that are good could have been so much better. But the things that are bad are unforgivable in a democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened somewhat intently to that member's discourse. I noticed, though, Mr. Speaker, in the returning officer's post-mortem of the 41st general election, these are the people who actually run the elections in each of the 308 ridings across this country. The thing that they identified as one of the big problems and obstacles to voter turnout was the fact that people didn't know where to vote, when to vote, and what ID to bring, Mr. Speaker. They also identified the fact on page 17 that some of the polling stations were too busy and that discouraged people from voting, Mr. Speaker. That's what they highlighted as should be Elections Canada's primary function in the next election in order to actually increase voter turnout. That's what the people who run the elections in 308 ridings across this country said as the biggest obstacle to voter turnout, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, I draw the members' attention to page 25, subsection 143.3, which says that with respect to not vouching, but it says, if it does not appear that the elector's residence but is consistent with information related to the elector that appears on the list, the elector's residence is deemed to have been proven. That means if the ID can't be proven, the polling officer still has the right to give that person a ballot, Mr. Speaker, not disenfranchising anybody, but making sure the person who votes is the actual person who should be voting, Mr. Speaker. That's
Order. 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 The Honourable Member for Sandwich School Filings.
Mr. Speaker, this whole notion that we have a problem of proving who a voter is before they vote, again, the Supreme Court dealt with that. If we want to ensure that Section 3 of the Charter is upheld, certain levels of uncertainty must be accepted. They're very minor. We don't have people voting more than once. And how does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary deal with the fact that people who vote by absentee ballot don't have to produce photo ID? This whole thing is a nonsense designed to reduce voter turnout.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague a question. She just made a speech, and I want to ask about the mandate, and I've asked this question of other people as well who have spoken. Right now, Elections Canada has a role in informing people, providing public education, especially
when it comes to young people so that they understand the voting system, so that when they are 18, they will understand this privilege that we have in Canada of voting. Can she talk about the measures in this bill that will prevent Elections Canada from making any kind of communications with people and providing that public education to inform young people in particular about their right to vote? What does she think about those measures?
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Sherbrooke. I agree completely with him. I spoke only about the role of the Chief Electoral Officer when it comes to research, but it is equally important to have this public education activity as well. I hope that in the next federal election, all members here will make a genuine effort to inform all young people and get them out to vote.
Resuming debate, there's 3 minutes remaining for the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I have very little time, therefore, I would like to make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed with the debate that's taking place here. When I listen to the arguments from across the aisle that when people have to show the ID, this will decrease the voter turnout. And we hear a lot about rights. How about duties? We Canadians have duties to this country. When people that come here from all corners of the world become Canadians, they are taught and asked, what is the only right that at the same time is a duty? It's the right to vote. It's a duty to vote. It's our duty as Canadian citizens to shape the future of this country. And it's not only Elections Canada job to make sure that the information gets to people. It's the duty of all of us, of the parents, the way they bring up their children. Mr. Speaker, young people, young Canadians, years ago went to fight and died for the democratic rights and privileges we enjoy today in this country. I went to the cemetery in Groesbeck, Holland last year. I walked and I looked at the headstones. These boys were as young as 16, 17 years. Today, Mr. Speaker, people are fighting in many places in the world to get that basic democratic right to vote, to have their say. And we here in this House are saying that, wow, you know, you can't ask people this, you have to encourage people. No, you have to make sure that people are brought up the way that they love this country and they feel and know that the future of Canada, future of this country, is the duty of all of us. We are shaping the future of this country. And we have not only the right, don't speak only about rights, speak about duties. We all have duties and responsibilities to this great country. Let's not ever forget this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It being 6:15 p.m. pursuant to an order made Thursday, February 6, 2014, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Polliver, seconded by Mr. Duncan. Vancouver Island North moved that Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Vercourt.
Mr. Vercourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Woody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Kelly South Shores and Margaret.
Mr. Ketty South Shores and Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edwards Hastings.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Allen Tibic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tilwick McTaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
All those opposed to the motion would please rise.
Mr. Mucat.
Monsieur Mucat.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Tournelle.
Miss Charlton.
Miss Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Bourris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandou.
Mr. Standu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier de Labelle.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Miss Foot.
Miss Foot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Paschetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gator Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Tobicoke North.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 128, 128.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order, if members who are leaving the chamber could do so. There remains business for the House to do. Order, if members in the chamber take their seats before we resume business. Otherwise, please take your conversations out into the lobbies.
Speaker Toad.
Order. We will now proceed with the adjournment motion.
The Honourable Member for Quebec on search and rescue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me today to rise in this House and to talk about the first issue that I have dealt with since I was elected, and that is that of the Maritime Search and Rescue Centre in Quebec City. And as you know, thanks to the pressure that we have put on this Conservative government in an ongoing manner for the last 2 years, we have finally managed to save the Maritime Research and Rescue Centre and to keep it open in Quebec City. And that is not a small thing. It doesn't speak to all of the work that was done. And I have to thank people who are indeed part of that pressure that we put on the government to stop them from closing that Maritime Search and Rescue Centre. As you know, there some 37 years ago, it was decided that this centre would be set up because indeed we wanted to have that expertise in Quebec City, and because it was the only officially bilingual centre in North America, and that remains to be the case. So it's important to keep that centre open. Unfortunately, over the last 2.5 years, it has been functioning with a sort of Damocles hanging over its head. We've lost people, we've lost expertise, but in the end, finally, that is no longer the case, and we'll be able to get back to work, indeed, without having all of those fears of seeing the centre abolished and done away with by the Conservatives. So that is a gain, and I'm very proud to have managed to have put forward this issue. I asked several questions on it in the House on this issue. I've had several press conferences, and I've spoken to stakeholders in this area. And I know that there were a few resolutions at the time when it first happened. It wasn't well known. Even some people who live in Quebec City didn't know that this search and rescue centre existed there. But because we kept hammering away on this, we talked about it. We talked to people on the front lines. We went and spoke to several fisheries associations and municipalities. The fishermen were all on our side. And there were 2 unanimous motions in the National Assembly in Quebec City. So it's all of those people who supported us. And I would like to salute the people who worked so hard on this, the people from the various centres in Quebec City who worked so hard with the research centre and manage all kinds of calls that come in. So thanks to all of these people, we were able to make this progress. And as the federal member of parliament for Quebec City, I say thank you, because this is, as I said, not a small thing. I'm going to continue talking about this issue because I never, ever want to have to come back to such a tragic situation as we had, having a centre exist with such a sort of Damocles over its head. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue is not over. I want to know how much it cost in terms of logistics and all of these competitions where you haven't been able to find people for Trenton. So all of these logistics exercises that they went through to transfer the centre away from Quebec City. We know that this cost a lot of money. It's money that was spent for nothing. So what I want to know is if the Conservatives know how much that cost and if they can tell us what that figure is. Thank you.
To the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and pleased to have the opportunity to respond one more time to the Member of Parliament for Quebec on the issue of providing marine search and rescue coordination services in both official languages and the the future of the centre in Quebec City. As I've said before, the safety of mariners is the highest priority of the Canadian Coast Guard, and the Government of Canada recognizes that services must be provided in both official languages equally and at all times. And there's not much more to say, Mr. Speaker, other than to, as the member has indicated, the Minister of Infrastructure, Communities and Intergovernmental Affairs and the Minister of the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the Regions of Quebec announced on behalf of the government on December 18th, 2013, that the Canadian Coast Guard Marine Rescue Subcentre in Quebec City will be maintained. So, mariners, recreational boaters and fishers in Quebec and Atlantic Canada will continue to be served by a reliable search and rescue network, wherein rescue missions will continue to be coordinated from the Marine Rescue Subcentre in Quebec and the Joint Rescue Coordination Centre in Halifax. I would like to thank the brave men and women across Canada and take this opportunity to do so that work very hard to ensure that search and rescue services are available to people in distress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, a government that turns their backs on a problem is a government that refuses to face it. I asked a very clear question of the Conservative across the way. I asked how much it cost in thousands of dollars, how many expenses were uselessly made for these competitions that will serve no purpose. We're asking people to work on such things, and it's tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. I want the figures. I want a government that's going to act responsibly and tell me how much it costs, because I know that the cost must be quite high on the one hand, and secondly, I don't want this to ever happen again. I want this to be a shame that the government has spent all this money over 2.5 years to transfer this centre. I never want to see this happen again. I want the numbers, I want the exact figures, and I want this government to promise me that they'll be responsible and that they'll come back to me with the numbers. Thank you.
Curry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member seems to have difficulty taking yes for an answer. But let me say again that mariners in distress need to be assured that they can be understood in either official language and have confidence that help is on the way, and that is why the decision was taken to maintain the Marine Rescue Subcentre in Quebec and to enhance the bilingual capacity of search and rescue coordinators at the Joint Rescue Coordination Centre in Halifax as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.